Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby. Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Thursday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. Hope you're having a fine morning. We are with you till 10 a.m. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Seth, I'm looking at a tweet right now from Dave Raymond, the former play-by-play radio voice of the Houston Astros, who's now the TV play-by-play voice of the Texas Rangers.
Oh, yeah.
And he and it looks like, I think I recognize that as one of the broadcasters. I believe maybe the sideline reporter for Rangers broadcasts. It's a female. She looks familiar, but they're sitting on a plane holding up plastic cups of airplane red wine saying, "Raise a glass, Rangers. You're world champs." And I like Dave Raymond a lot. He's a good guy, but I think it's emblematic of the Texas Rangers franchise that they're toasting using clear plastic cups that look like there's something that a kid drinks orange juice out of in the morning with probably what is like $4 red wine in it to toast the championship.
It's an organization. Like, have they even fired their GM yet? Like, this is these guys are amateurs. They've won a World Series. They haven't fired their GM yet. What are they even doing?
To be fair, the process is to send your GM to the league meetings first. As a lame duck, and then fire him when he gets back. That's
true, too. Yeah. Okay, I'll give him a little bit of time. I'll give him a little bit of time and see exactly what they come up with.
You got 3 days. You got a parade, a league meeting, and then fire your GM. So we live in a world where the $4 red wine plastic cup drinking Rangers are now the world champions of our beloved baseball sport. Adds a little sauce to next year, though, I will say. Like, I've come around on that. I came around like it is a pretty boring world if the Arizona Diamondbacks are the world champions for us here in Houston. It's nice to have something to chase next year, I think.
No, yeah, for sure. And now, it puts the Texans under the gun, too, as of the major the big three major professional sports in the state of Texas. And you can add hockey into that if you'd like. They've all won a championship except for the Houston Texans. Everybody's won a championship except for the Houston Texans. The Rangers have gotten one, yeah.
I had not thought about that. Okay.
Yeah. I saw a tweet this morning. Frankly, it was offensive and abusive. I've already submitted 17 complaints under 17 different aliases of mine.
I'm sure X will address that right away.
Yes. Or at the very least, put one of those boxes underneath it that says, "Hey, the Texans are an expansion team. They haven't had as much time." Okay.
Disclaimer. Yeah, we need a disclaimer. Congrats, I guess, to the Rangers. Enjoy your red wine on the plane.
I was as the Rangers were, nursing their alcoholism. I was watching Vita Vea highlights of the nose tackle for Tampa, who's been banged up, but who is. I'm trying to figure out a way to describe him, Sean, for any of those non-nose tackle connoisseurs who have just managed to somehow skate by and not see a bunch of Vita Vea stuff. He's like Warren Sapp, but made of a harder, denser metal than Warren Sapp.
Yeah.
When you watch this guy, this big, portly fella that's moving faster than his body type would suggest, the way Warren Sapp was. Warren Sapp was lightning fast for being kind of a dumpy body. Vita Vea is 60 pounds heavier, but does a lot of the same things as Warren Sapp. Not as fast, but still, it's scary what he does to people.
He showed up on the injury report yesterday, right? I know he's been banged up.
Yeah.
So, he's a big part of what they do defensively, and the Texans they want to run the football. Dameon Pierce did not practice yesterday. It's weird the difference that a year makes, and this is no disrespect to Dameon Pierce. Like last year. Understanding fully that last year was a year that went into the toilet quickly, but you still want your team to win games. Last year was a season where if Dameon Pierce goes down, it's like, all right, how are they moving the football? Like, he's the only thing going on this offense. I hope Dameon plays on Sunday. Like, I like Dameon Pierce. If he doesn't play, and he didn't practice, he's got an ankle injury, for those who don't know. He didn't practice yesterday. Among about a half dozen players who didn't practice for the Texans, including Laramie Tunsil, but I'm not alarmed by that. That's been normal for Laramie to not practice on Wednesdays with his knee. I'm actually intrigued to see a little Devin Singletary, Mike Boone action in the backfield. See if we can shake things up a bit.
It might, at the very least, since they seemingly have had to add different packages for different running backs, which makes this haphazard offensive line look even more haphazard when they can't figure out who to block on any given play. Maybe it dials things back in terms of simplicity for them, and that they can focus on just running just one package of plays. There's just a little too much chicanery right now for my liking for how ineffective the Texans have been running the ball. And yeah, Vita Vea missed last week's game versus the Bills, the Thursday night game. Okay. He'd played up until then, so last week was the first game that he missed, I believe.
Maybe because it was a short week, probably. I'll tell you, I was in Tampa for that Atlanta game back in whatever the bye week was for the Texans, week 7. Amy and I went to that game, and we were listening to the pregame driving in for about an hour, and they were super concerned about Vita Vea. Like they were like 5-alarm fire about his injuries because he's so critical to their defense. Maybe the reason why I started thinking about this. Okay, like maybe the reason why it felt so desperate if Dameon Pierce got hurt, and once he got hurt last year, because the drop-off wasn't to Devin Singletary, it was to Rex Burkhead. That could have had something to do with it. Sometimes the angst you feel over a player getting hurt or not being there has a lot to do with who their backup is, not necessarily that player being hurt,
Yeah, that's
this time last year we'd be looking at 25 carries for Rex Burkhead if there was no Dameon Pierce.
Yeah, that's the Rex Burkhead fill-in dudes. I'm glad you brought up Rex Burkhead, because I do think a lot of people that got frustrated, people got more frustrated than I expected that the Texans didn't make a big move at the trade deadline. And I think that for the most part, people understand that the NFL is not like baseball or basketball. Like, it's not customary that you got to make a move at the trade deadline. It just doesn't work that way. But I think people are just flat out tired of that 2 years of churn where it just felt like, well, now's not the time to spend. Okay, all the free agents are going to be 1- and 2-year guys. It's not quite, we're not quite there yet. Now that they feel like you've got your quarterback, I think understandably so, people feel like you should be full steam ahead and aggressive and try to improve the team as fast as possible. So I get that. I guess I'm a little bit more old school when it comes to football. It's just not as trade-heavy a sport, and the draft picks are a lot more valuable in a lot of respects. So I just I'm cool with it, but I get why people are a little antsy. They're sick of Rex Burkhead.
Yeah.
They're like, Rex Burkhead, awesome guy, but my God, why was he playing running back so much for the Texans last year? And it feels right now like there's still some areas where, like, okay, this is fine for now, but can we please like get on with the actual playoff plan?
No, that's fine. I don't think there's anything as offensive as Rex Burkhead on the roster, honestly. Like, they've got depth issues at certain positions, but where they have depth is class, either young player or journeyman vet or something else backing them up. You know what I mean? Like, when you're a team that doesn't have any good players, you need a few years to get good players on your roster.
Honestly, the best thing for the roster as it is right now, and what could you do to help it, if they could have gone out and gotten an impact cornerback somehow, that would have been awesome, because that's where really, I don't feel like Derek Stingley's on the team. It's now been 2 years where either because of scheme or injury or whatever else it might be, he's not really a factor, and he hasn't been this entire season. So I had to keep reminding myself, like, okay, yeah, well, you got Stingley coming back supposedly at some point, so you don't want to spend draft capital on your secondary.
That is a great point, because I think about that. Like, Juice Scruggs and Derek Stingley Jr. have both been on the injured reserve with a hamstring injury now for a long period of time. We talk way more about Juice Scruggs coming back than we do Derek Stingley Jr. I don't think you and I think that's the first time Derek Stingley Jr.'s name has come up on the show in like 3 weeks. And it's not like fans are on the text page or on Twitter or in the chat on our YouTube and Twitch page clamoring like, what's up with Derek? Like, it is wild now that you bring that up. Like, nobody's clamoring for what's up with Derek Stingley. And now maybe Now, some of that may have to do with the fact that the defense has played pretty well without Derek Stingley Jr. Meanwhile, the offensive line is a five-alarm fire right now, with all the shuffling. So that inherently might make Juice Scruggs more relevant, but it is absolutely wild to me, like that. Yeah, like Derek Stingley Jr. is kind of out of sight, out of mind right now.
He really is, and it's one of the weirdest things that people. I don't know if we've all just kind of put a callus around it in our hearts, and we're just trying not to think about it too much. But that's just that's where you are right now with him. Kenyon Green's the same way. I mean, obviously, Kenyon Green's definitively gone until next year.
Yeah.
So there's that. They added to the confusion by adding another Ken Green to the roster, who's also on IR. There are currently 2 Ken Greens on IR for the Texans. Yeah. A Kenyon and a Kendrick.
That's right.
And they both play left guard. It's one of the weirder things that's probably ever happened in sports.
Both play left guard and not particularly well. Yeah.
It's not like either of those are like, normal run-of-the-mill, John Smith type of names. No. Like Kenyon Green and Kendrick Green are relatively unique names, and they both play left guard for the Texans.
Yep.
Except they don't play left guard.
Right. They're listed as left guards on the Texans website. Yeah.
So my list of undefinable. I woke up this morning and I kind of had that. And you wake up some mornings and you're just like, why do I feel anxiety? I feel like everything. I checked my to-do lists and all my bills are paid and everything. And why do I feel this general anxiety? I feel that way about the Texans right now too. I think I've reset my expectations. Somebody asked me on my YouTube last night, like, Seth, it seems like your attitude has shifted towards the Texans. I think they were trying to politely say I'm being a little bit more of a jerk about it. I think my expectations have changed, and I do feel like they're ahead of where I thought they would be. And just like you do in life, whenever you advance a little bit, that becomes the standard, and anything less is unacceptable. So now I'm really agitated about this rushing attack. I'm really agitated about Derek Stingley not being on the team. I'm agitated about the left guard position. Like, these things are agitating me now.
Good.
I've got an overall general anxiety about the fact that I don't like the fact that I'm trying to I'm bargaining with this team about losses to the Panthers or the Falcons and what they all mean.
I don't wish anxiety on you nor anybody else, but this is what's good for business. Your anxiety and what you're feeling is better for business than a Lovie Smith, David Culley coach team that's in the crapper in Week 8.
When they do those surveys, I remember they would do these surveys of Olympic athletes, like if you could sacrifice 20 years of your life for a gold medal, would you? And a surprisingly high number of them said yes. It might have been even more than that, like a whole bunch of years of their life. I feel like that about the time. I'm willing to sacrifice for the good of this team, whatever heart conditions may arise because of my day in, day out anxiety. I'll sacrifice those years of life so the Texans can be the sole remaining major professional sports team in Texas to have not won a championship. For them to win that championship, I'm willing to sacrifice. Let's call it 6 weeks of my life.
Yeah, I was gonna say it ain't 20 years for me, but there's a number out there. There's a number out there for sure. All right, we're off and running on a Thursday. Payne and Pendergast with you. C.J. Stroud met with the media yesterday. He addressed his comments on Sunday about the offense, about wanting the offense to be more explosive with the Texans. And Bobby Slowick was on Adam Schefter's podcast. He talked about CJ as well. We'll hear that next. everybody. C.J. Stroud met with the media yesterday. We'll get to his comments from yesterday in a second, but let's just reset. The comments that had a lot of people talking coming off of Sunday's loss to the Panthers was C.J. Stroud talking about the offense being more consistently explosive. We'll replay this cut right now, but listen to how many times he talks about attacking downfield and being more explosive offensively. This is from Sunday's postgame.
You can point the finger everywhere, but I mean, me personally, I point the thumb. I'm not saying that I'm playing terrible, but I'm not making the plays I want to make. And sometimes, I mean, it's just I have to take what's there. A lot of teams are being smart and playing back. And even when I do take the check down, and this team was knocking it down, and I thought we could have got some first from that. But I mean, it is what it is. But I mean, I feel like the talent we have, man, we got to use it. And we got to be explosive like we want to be. And that starts up front running the ball. I think those guys did a good job there. But on top of that, we got to take some shots. We got to be more explosive and do some things down the field. We can't just let people dictate what we do just because we're not throwing the ball short. And I mean, that's me getting more trust from the coaches and the guys getting their depth in their routes. And so it's a whole team thing. But man, I definitely think we have the talent to be explosive, and I think we've shown, man, we're, if not a top 5 defense, top 5 offense, top 10 offense. I mean, we've showed it, and we can do it. We just got to go out there and call it and run it and execute. So, I mean, I feel like that's why we haven't been consistent. Just too many nickel and taking the ball short and not having enough explosives, and it's hard to play on third down too. So, but I think Bobby's doing a great job calling it, trying to be better with us and getting used to how we like calls and things like that. So hopefully, I mean, we start being a little more explosive.
Okay, so that was, I mean, long comments, but I feel like we need to replay them. Just not everybody's heard those because he was asked directly about these yesterday, and we'll get to that in just a second. But
I like the two things of the one thing about that when he said it, he caught himself before he said nickel and dime. I don't know if he thought that was going to sound, too derogatory almost, or there's a connotation to that, like we're dink and dunk, nickel and dime, whatever. Yeah. He wanted to frame it more in terms of like, let's push the ball downfield instead of let's not be this dink and dunk offense.
It's funny, that comment from CJ, and we'll get to his comment yesterday, I promise you in just a second here, but those comments from CJ, we've listened to them, I've listened to them no fewer than probably 10 times now, that cut. And it's almost like rewatching The Sopranos, where you rewatch it, and every time you rewatch it, you see something you didn't notice the first time. Like it's,
yeah.
And that particular time, listening to it, that small little drive-by about how it's tough to play on third down. It's tough to play, and it's tough to play on third down, but Bobby's gonna this, and Bobby blah blah blah. I think, and probably some of it is in light of the fact, Seth, that you and I kind of verbally went through that chart yesterday about how infrequently the Texans pass on first and second down, and how they're almost willingly setting themselves up to be in 3rd and 8 all the time. Mm-hmm. I don't know. That felt like that. It's
like if you're more aggressive on right, yeah, and like the stats are, the Texans are amongst the least aggressive teams in terms of passing the ball on first and second down.
Yeah.
And just like the whole... It's kind of the way people get fixated on small ball and baseball. In their minds, they set it up in such a way as like, oh, yes, of course, we're going to have exactly a conventional lineup because we're going to get a small, fast guy on base, and then somebody else is going to hit, and then we'll have somebody bunt to advance the runners, and then we'll hit a grand slam. And that's how it's going to work every single time. You just get enamored with the story in your mind of exactly how it's going to go. Or like every bunt's going to be successful, and then like all that stuff. Likewise, I think some offensive coordinators get enamored with that concept of, oh, yeah, we're going to run the ball in the early downs, and then we'll get to third and manageable. Dude. And then there we go. We're off to the races. At some point, you got to concede, yeah, you guys suck at running the ball. Yeah. And you might get better at it if you do it less, actually.
Yep.
You could A, get better third down and distances if you're more aggressive in the early downs, and B, if you're running the ball less, then there's an element of surprise there that maybe you can take advantage of versus whatever the hell's going on right now.
So CJ's comments on Sunday got enough traction to where he was asked about it yesterday. Here's what CJ Stroud had to say about his comments on wanting to push the ball downfield more.
They are right on board, and Bobby has done a great job of doing things like that, and half of that, we got to get our running game together. You can't do it without running the ball. We got to be able to run the ball better, but at the same time, We're really special in a lot of areas too, and Bobby and D'Amico are the first people to stand up and say that. That's the thing about like this league, man. You can't let one game define like who people think we are. Like y'all might have an idea, but we're the players, man. You know what I'm saying? So they're the coaches. We're gonna figure out as the Texans. I don't really think like it was taken to heart from anybody, and they know how much I want this. Like, and as a team, they know how bad we want to be successful. This is a accountability-based business, and I think everybody is looking in the mirror like, how can we fix these issues and do things the right way? And we're excited to get that done. So D'Amico and Bobby have been really the forefront of that. And for me, I'm just I'm the coach on the field doing the same thing.
So a few things there. I did this on my live stream a little bit last night, and a couple people were upset that CJ even mentioned the need to run the ball better, which I completely agree with him. It doesn't mean you have to run the ball frequently or more frequently or anything like that. You have to be better than the worst rushing team in the league. They're one of the bottom 3 rushing teams in the league in terms of yards per carry right now, and that's not good enough for where they are. With their complement of wide receivers and the fact that CJ is still a rookie, that's not good enough. They need to be better at running the ball, and they can do some things in the pass game to help that, like passing the ball to set up the run.
Yeah.
But there's that. The other thing too is that, especially with Robert Woods gone, I think, yes, teams are probably starting to get a pretty good feel for what the Texans want to do tendency-wise, but you also have young receivers out there that are probably getting a little bit easier to read in terms of their tendencies, their routes, their breaks, all of that. And the young guys need to keep advancing and be that much more crisp with their route running, that much more precise. Is that there's no secret why Robert Woods is the slowest receiver but the best at getting open on first downs. It's because he's savvy and he knows what the hell he's doing. And I think CJ missed that without having that guy that was reliably at or beyond the sticks and just open enough on to get a first down. You notice that when it's absent.
Why were people upset about CJ mentioning the run game in that cut on your live stream?
I think there are some people that just want to pass the ball like 95% of the time. I think that's all I can imagine. I don't know. Either that or if they equate in their minds running the ball better with like running the ball the exact same amount that you are right now. And I'll say, look, if they were running the ball at 5 yards a clip, then by all means run as much as you are right now. Yeah. But they're running the ball really, really poorly. And I think that, the other day D'Amico said something in the Monday press conference that he kind of fell into coach speak and it was Caserio on the coaches show, or it was Caserio when he was on with John and Mark, said, sometimes you don't want to get caught up as much in the actual yards per carry number as much as, okay, do you have more successful runs than you have bad runs? And right now it feels like the balance is not in favor of successful runs.
God, no.
They've got way too many stuffs, tackles for a loss. Even on positive plays, guys are getting hit in the backfield. Like the balance is not what it needs to be right now.
Yeah, absolutely. From the standpoint of, obviously the spirit behind the question CJ got asked yesterday, I think is, were the coaches upset that he was, maybe perceived to be, airing dirty laundry is probably a little strong, but maybe, you could perceive it, or if you just read the transcript and weren't watching him give the comments, because I think when you watch people give the comments, I think you look at CJ and you go, okay, he's just being sincere and honest about what he feels needs to happen with this team, and I don't think it comes from I don't think he's looking to attack downfield so he can get 300 yards a game. I think he's looking to attack downfield because this offense needs to get out of this gunk that it's in right now.
Yeah.
Bobby Slowick was on the Adam Schefter podcast this week, and I thought he had some great comments, and we're going to hear him here in a second, about CJ's personality. And to me, like any sort of notion, and this podcast took place obviously after CJ said the things he did on Sunday, any sort of notion that there's like friction about CJ wanting the offense to run a certain way, if that's the case, got brushed aside for me when I heard Bobby Slowick say this.
He's a very real person. There's nothing fake or hidden about him. How he thinks, what he feels, it's right there. He has no ifs, ands, or buts about letting you know exactly what his opinion is, and I mean that in a good way. He doesn't hide things. You don't ever have to worry about what's really going on in his head. What's he really thinking? He's a lot like me, in my opinion, in that we're very straightforward. We're very honest. There's not a lot of things hidden from each other, and I think that's really helped us in our relationship and just being able to get on the same page so fast.
I feel like it's two Grankies talking to each other. They're probably super blunt, but don't take offense. And like, you just it reminds me, I was talking to a guy.
Great analogy.
I was talking to a guy once. It was a Marine veteran. So I think we settled in what you can say retired Marine, a Marine veteran. You can't say ex-Marine, but a Marine veteran. But I was talking about like the parts that he missed about being in military and everything, and I can't remember exactly how he said it, but it was basically like he just kind of missed being around a-holes because there were just so many like guys that were just like gonna tell you exactly what they felt about any given thing, and like you don't get bent out of shape about it. It's just like that's what it is, and maybe you yell at each other a little bit, but it's not a big deal. I feel like Slowick and Stroud both have that kind of just capacity to be blunt, but also not get offended. Like they can take it as well as they give it.
Clarity is a very liberating thing. You know what I mean? Like clarity is a huge thing, I think, in any relationship, honestly, but certainly one between a quarterback and his coaches.
Because this guy's working for a big tech company now, and with HR departments and everything. It's just different than what he was
in the military.
The part that he misses from being in the Marines a little bit.
The clarity gets distributed in different ways depending on your environment.
He said, but now tech, because tech's a whole different deal too. It's not like he was working with, because a lot of tech people are like that too.
Sure.
But he was, he was working like in the mainstream part of things.
Seth, just taking a step back from all this for a second, like the wildest thing to me, and maybe the biggest indicator that we're kind of in a new day with the Houston Texans in the building over there, their offensive coordinator did Adam Schefter's podcast this week. Can I point that out that a coordinator on the Texans sat down for 20 minutes with the biggest name in national reporting and not dished like salacious stuff or anything like that, but had a very honest 20-minute conversation. That I don't know. I mean, this isn't even like an O'Brien thing. Like, I can't remember a time. I can't remember a time where I would think like, okay, the head coach wants the OC doing that. I also can't think of a time where we had an OC worthy of going on a podcast like that. Slowick's an interesting guy,
Right. Well, and that's the other side of it. There's a part of me that's like, okay, let's let this be a complete Cinderella season where it's a late surge, and maybe Bobby Slowick's name isn't bandied about in various head coach searches the way they might. And I know the first thing people always say is like, it's only been 1 year, Seth. He's not going to get hired after 1 year. No. It's happened like 3 times already after guys have been coordinators for 1 year for either Kyle Shanahan or Sean McVay, that they go off and get head coach jobs. Yeah. So it's if the Texans offense really gets rolling, if they figure out this little run game issue, and they start pushing the ball downfield again, there's a very real chance that you could be looking for a new offensive coordinator.
The good news before we go to break here, the odds boards are out for the next Raiders head coach. There's about 20 names on the list. Bobby Slowick is not one of them. So there's that.
Good.
So at least for currently, he's not on the radar of the odds makers.
I was really hoping he was going to have a stinker of a personality. That's what I was hoping. And I'd heard a couple people on podcasts from Pro Football Focus say like, well, Bobby's going to hate doing the press conferences and everything. And then he comes in here and the son of a bitch is delightful. Selfish SOB. Like, hey, man, why don't you,
Stop being so engaging, all right?
Quit it with the social skills, Slowick. Look like you're not cut out for it.
More grunting, more drooling, please.
I need more Brad Childress.
Yeah.
A little bit less
Brad Childress.
Norv Turner.
All right. Headlines. Let's get to headlines next. We've got some Texans news. Poor Brad Childress.
I just used Norv Turner's personality as a positive.
The big loser in this segment, Brad Childress. All right. Hey, the Rockets got a win last night. We'll talk about that. And we've got a new World Series champion. They're in the state of Texas, but it's not the Astros. We've got that in headlines next.
Hey, Bayway Chevrolet, the absolute best place to get a brand new Chevy vehicle. Why, Seth? Because they have the Bayway guarantee. That's why. You want to talk about pleasant personalities. Bring a written offer from any other Houston area dealership on a brand new Chevy, a Silverado, Malibu, Suburban, Trax, whatever it might be, bring it into Bayway Chevrolet, and including if it's emailed to you. And Bayway's going to beat that offer. It's as simple as that. That's the Bayway guarantee. Bayway will beat that offer. Bring in a written offer from any other Houston area dealership on a brand new Equinox, a Silverado, whatever, and Bayway's going to beat it. If they can't beat it, Trice Ham, the general manager, is going to give you $1,000 cash. $1,000 cash, plus you still got that deal in hand. You're going to get a great vehicle at a great price no matter what, all thanks to the Bayway guarantee. They also have the red tag sale going on right now for a 2024 Chevy Equinox. You can get 1.9% APR, $1,000 total cash allowance is an option as well, and so many other things. And they're doing this on all these models as the end of the year is approaching. Check it out online at BaywayChevrolet.com. Bring in that written offer and test them on the Bayway guarantee. It's Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Let we go. Join the drive with
picturing Nick in his office with like 3 monitors with like Derek Rivers quant charts on it. Like, now, sell Mortimer.
At some point, he's like, whatever they acquired Derek Rivers for originally, they're gonna end up with like the 3 draft picks better in the 6th round, and that'll be the ultimate profit.
Yep. All right. Shifting gears to the Rockets, they won. Rockets got their first win. Congratulations, Ime Udoka. First win of your era of head coaching the Houston Rockets. 128-119 over the Charlotte Hornets last night. So they took care of business against a team that at home you should take care of business against if you're an improving basketball team like we hope the Rockets are. Fred VanVleet was really good last night. That's why you signed him. He had 11 assists. He had 22 points, 39 minutes. Team was a plus 14 with him on the floor. And conversely, LaMelo Ball, who is supposed to be the future in Charlotte, I watched some of that game last night, and I'm like, okay, I mean, he's a good player and everything. That's the thing, man. In the NBA, like, you got to make decisions on some of these guys when they can still barely drink. You know, like they're barely old enough to drink, and you got to be making decisions on whether or not to give them max deals and things like that because they're coming into the league at 18 years old. It's in one of them.
What do we say anymore? Do we even, with this generation, do we even say they can't legally drink yet, or they can't legally purchase marijuana products?
It depends on the state they live in, Seth.
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't.
I'm guessing Carolina's a little bit behind on the legislation compared to other states.
I would guess they're a lot like Texas in that respect.
They're barely old enough to buy Delta 8.
Yeah,
That's what I would say.
Right. A hybrid strand. So the Rockets win. This will be interesting. They play the Sacramento Kings on Saturday.
Monday. Is it Saturday? They play them Saturday and Monday, or do I have the wrong schedule?
No. They play. Well, they might. They did a lot of that last year, where the West Coast teams would come in and they'd play 2 games in 3 days with them. So they play November 4th is the date. I think.
They do, because I was looking at going to the one on Monday night.
Okay.
But they play Saturday and Monday, so they're home for both those games.
Yeah, that'll be good. I mean, Sacramento was the 3 seed last year. It's a good team. They got De'Aaron Fox coming home, so that'll be fun.
And then, Sean, now with this victory, I'm starting to feel it. Got the Lakers coming into town next Wednesday. Yeah.
Some juice, man. Let's go. I would love nothing more than to have relevant football and basketball take us through the months of November, December, and January. That would be fun. The World Series is over, and the Texas Rangers are the champions of baseball. They beat the Arizona Diamondbacks 5-0 last night. They win the series 4-1. And unless you live in Arlington or the greater Phoenix area, you probably didn't watch this World Series because it is the lowest rated World Series of all time. There are fewer people watching this World Series than any in the previous history of man. Yeah.
You know, the Astros now for 3-4 seasons have been giving the sporting world the best gift you can give the sporting world, which is somebody to hate.
Yes.
And without somebody to hate, if it's not a major market, if it's not the Dodgers or the Yankees or what have you, people are not going to be emotionally invested in Major League Baseball the same way they used to.
Sorry.
So, if you want baseball to be relevant again, bring back the lovable people that somehow people manage to hate.
Yep.
The Astros.
More Altuve. Last headline here. Bobby Knight, coaching legend, no doubt. Noted curmudgeon, probably understating it a little bit. He passed away yesterday at the age of 83. Bobby Knight is known for a lot of things, but probably his most famous quote of all time was this.
When my time on earth is gone and my activities here are past, I want they bury me upside down and my critics can kiss my...
So there you go. Hopefully he gets his wish. His dying wish was to be buried upside down.
You know how they always people love to say, you know, when there's a targeting penalty in football, they'll say things like, Ronnie Lott could never make it in today's game. They would have suspended him out of the league. Right. So it's a shame. I feel like they need to start saying that more about guys like Bobby Knight. Like it just, you know, Bobby Knight couldn't have. He couldn't have made it in today's environment.
NIL and the transfer
portal. Yeah. Like you gotta say it kind of like, man, I wish it was like it used to be back when we had guys like Ronnie Lott on the football field and guys like Bobby Knight screaming at your kid.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah. Anytime somebody passes away, and I guess appropriately sometimes, if the next 24 to 48 hours is more of a celebration of the good things they did, and Bobby Knight,
I'm saying this in like in a wistful way.
No. This is just
You're not calling me a monster.
No. This is independent of what you just said. This is just the thought that I had rattling around in my brain when we were listening to Bobby Knight a minute ago. I'm very anxious to see the people talk about what a great dude Bobby Knight was today, because he seemed like the biggest jerk in the history of sports.
Yeah, but a lot of his former players are pretty loyal to him.
I know.
The guys that the guys that respond to that kind of tough love.
Yeah.
And he had a lot of guys that needed, they needed some kind of tough love in their life. Maybe not as tough love as Bobby might have, but it was better. It's better than the alternative, which is somebody not caring about you at all.
Right.
So there's that. Like he was a complicated person. That's a very complicated person.
That's a great description, Seth. Yes, he's a complicated person. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. J.J. Watt made his weekly appearance on the Pat McAfee show. He was gushing about one particular Texans defensive player. Might not be the player that you guys thought it was, though. We'll hear from J.J. Watt next.
It's Texans. Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you into the 7 o'clock hour we go on a Thursday. Texans-Bucks on Sunday. Noon kick. Can't wait. Back at NRG Stadium. Weather should be beautiful. Seth and I will be outside NRG Stadium, just on the southeast corner of the stadium, starting at 9 a.m. with Texans Countdown. J.J. Watt does a weekly hit with Pat McAfee. Wonder how much he makes for that. You know, now that we know that Aaron Rodgers gets paid 7 figures.
$400 million.
I don't know why.
JJ won't.
I don't know why I'm pocket watching JJ's broadcasting career so much. I can't remember if I said it.
Yeah,
on
you
air.
do. Yeah, you asked me that a lot. Like, how much do you think he's getting paid?
Well, and it's not so much JJ, but he's like part time right now. He's a huge name, but he kind of gets to pick and choose his own schedule. And I'm curious. You know,
The interesting thing with like McAfee is like McAfee with Aaron Rodgers. Like, there's a very clear ROI on it. You know, like he knows how many clicks he's getting. Well, at least he used to with YouTube. Now it's a little bit more complicated. But like when he had him just on his YouTube channel, he's selling sponsorships based on how many clicks they're getting. And there was like a very defined bump when Aaron Rodgers came on. So I don't know if like JJ's not a quarterback. And he's not going to say as many like divisive, or I don't even mean to say it in a negative way, like I guess polarizing things. Yeah. He's not going to say as many like as potentially controversial things. You know, like Rodgers just willing to just go wherever and say whatever, where JJ's a little bit more reserved. So I don't know. That's a good question, Sean.
Yeah. So JJ Watt was on McAfee yesterday, and one of McAfee's staff members, you know, he lets some of the guys that are in the studio there pop questions to the guests. I don't know the name of this one, Seth, but if you watch the Pat McAfee show, you know the guys I'm talking about. This is the one that's got the just delightful mullet who asked this question to JJ. I
don't know the name of any of his minions.
No, I don't either.
Guys,
I don't either.
Guys,
But it's the mullet guy asks this question to JJ Watt.
I believe his name is John Greenard. Might be Greenard, not exactly sure. Is this guy out of nowhere? I mean, everyone's focused on Will Anderson. Is Johnny Greenard the new face of that Texans D-line, or what, JJ?
First off, it's Jonathan Greenard.
No! Damn it! No!
You're so close. You're so close.
Can't trust that.
Gosh.
Translate, said Greenard.
Well, it's spelled.
But he had a great game. 2.5 sacks. He's been playing really, really good football. I mean, here, just go ahead. Just knock the guy straight on his right into a sack. I mean, what a great feeling that is. And but the thing I'll say about Jonathan Greenard, he's a great guy. He was down there when I was playing, and just continues to get better, continues to work. And he just had a baby a couple weeks ago. And the thing that I've learned about dad strength is you turn into a monster on the field, because there's a new sense of purpose, there's a new sense of, and he turned into a monster. He's got 2.5 sacks this past game alone, and he's just throwing grown men to the ground. So shout out John Greenard. I love giving shine to guys that don't necessarily always get it, and we're giving it to John Greenard today.
So Greenard, the thing about Greenard is that he's shown in 2021 especially, he had 8 sacks in 2021. It very much flew under the radar locally as well as nationally, just because everything was such a mess with the Texans. And I think that the biggest thing about him is that there's, like, you've always wondered, okay, is he big enough to be this guy, that guy? I think in this scheme where you get to play out on the edge more, the size isn't as much of an issue. He's not like down in the muck as much as he might be in other schemes, and he's able to really just focus and channel all his strength and power towards just coming off the edge or just trying to, fight through a guy's outside shoulder. So he's doing really good stuff with both the run and the pass. The big question is just going to be, okay, he's had injury issues. And, last year what did he play last year? 8 games?
Half the games, yeah.
Yeah. So that's just a huge question, is what do you end up paying him? I feel like he could be one of those guys that you re-up, and he's never had a big contract before, so maybe you re-up him in the middle of the season before he gets anywhere close to free agency and give him a 3-year, nice, manageable 3-year deal, and you've got yourself a guy that can be, whether you draft somebody else or not, can be a really valuable part of the rotation for a long time.
Dude, he keeps playing like this. Someone's going to pay him. I wonder what kind of advice he's getting, from his representation.
It's true. If he gets double-digit sacks, which he's very easily on pace for, if he gets double-digit sacks on a team that's not producing a lot of sacks to begin with, and and consistently gets pressure like that, somebody out there will be very willing to pay him a nice contract, and even if it's just like a 3-year deal. So and now the Texans let Okoronkwo go last year. Remember, he went up to Cleveland, got a nice deal up in Cleveland, and Okoronkwo hadn't done that much, but Cleveland gave him a nice little deal, and more than the Texans were willing to spend. It hurt me to lose Okoronkwo because I felt like he would be a D'Amico Ryans type of guy.
Yeah.
I feel like John Grenard is a D'Amico Ryans type of guy.
We're seeing that.
So so maybe that ends up being the difference this year is that D'Amico's around for the whole season of it.
Yeah. So a question in a national interview about Jonathan Grenard. That's big instead of Will Anderson, because Will Anderson's the one who's been getting a lot of the shine and conjecture on the
shine and conjecture. A lot of people. It's funny. I think because some people will look at the sack totals and say, "Oh, he's a bust," or "He's not doing anything," or what have you, which is clearly wrong. I feel like there's another group of people that feel like they need to respond to that by acting like Will Anderson is having the greatest year that anybody's ever had. And the truth lies more towards the positive part, but like he does at some point in his career, to be a genuinely awesome defensive lineman, you got to get those sacks. Sacks can be overrated, yes, but they're worth 5 times as much as a quarterback hurry or pressure when it comes to impact on the game. Like literally for expected points added, they're worth 5 times more than a quarterback hurry. So hurries are nice, and he's getting very, very close a lot. And he is getting double teamed and chipped a lot. But the guys that get double-digit sacks also get chipped a lot and double teamed a lot. So it's really it's a combination of the coverage. The coverage has not been good enough that guys are going to rack up a bunch of sacks because the ball's coming out really fast. So that's going to hurt everybody on the defensive line. But there are a couple things where at the top of his rush, when it comes to separating at the end of his rush, he just needs to be a little bit crisper. He needs to be a little bit more committed to his edge rush at times. But he's doing some things really, really well, and he's getting very, very close, and he is impacting the passer. It's just a combination of things beyond his control and just a couple little tweaks to his technique to really take that next step. But if you look at total number of hurries and knockdowns, quarterback hurries, knockdowns, and sacks through his first 6 games, I compiled this before last week's game, he had 24 total pressures, those 3 categories combined, through his first 6 games. So Von Miller in his first 6 games had 23 total pressures. Myles Garrett had 21 total pressures.
Yeah.
Nick Bosa had 31. So with Will Anderson right there at 24. So between Nick Bosa and Von Miller, and then there's guys like J.J. Watt who had 6 total pressures through his first 6 games. T.J. Watt, 11 total pressures through his first 6 games in the NFL. In terms of affecting the quarterback and frequency of affecting the quarterback, Will Anderson is right on pace with a lot of those other guys. He just hasn't gotten the quarterback on the ground. That's just the one little cherry on top that he needs to figure out.
No doubt. Yeah, no. 2nd and 10 is nice. 2nd and 18 is nirvana. Absolutely, no question about that. 2 things in talking about Will Anderson here, Seth, that you made me think of. One, we just got done hearing JJ talk about Jonathan Grenard. And while Will Anderson only has 1 sack, I have a hard time believing that Will Anderson isn't somehow impacting the year Jonathan Grenard is having by the attention that he's drawing on the other side, possibly.
Yeah, well, and the other thing, though, too, is that Grenard is getting double-teamed a good amount also. He's getting chipped a lot. Yeah, I feel like and again, Grenard's kind of getting short shrift by people assuming that he must just be getting all these single blocks because people are so terrified of Will Anderson. No. The coverage is just that bad on the back end that they're going ahead and chipping both those guys a lot of the time and just saying but somebody's going to be open. Just keep the quarterback clean for 3 seconds max and somebody will be open and we'll get rid of it.
To be fair, maybe my take has to do with the recency bias of all the Grenard highlights from this past game, basically being him just picking up Ike Ekwonu, placing him to the side, and then running to the quarterback.
That's where I think that was a big game for the Panthers where I think they thought, all right, sink or swim for Ekwonu. At some point, we drafted you high in the first round. You've got to do something. You've got to be able to handle Jonathan Grenard one-on-one. Yeah, the double team percentage for Jonathan Grenard is 23% right now. Will Anderson, 24%.
Okay, all right. Well, there you go. So the other thing with Will Anderson and the way you laid it out with all the the pressure, we know it's just 1 sack so far. but all the pressures, the names he's bumping up against on those lists. Look, Will Anderson, for better or worse, at least in the first couple years of his career, is going to be defined by what the Texans gave up to get him. So I think this is where I feel safe saying, like, I feel like Will Anderson is I definitely feel comfortable saying he's a worthy third overall pick in the draft. Without question. The question is he worthy of giving up another first-round pick and other picks to go get the third overall pick?
Right. Well, okay, so Jadeveon Clowney is another good one to think about when it comes to, he ended up being a fine enough defensive lineman, but he has that classic issue where, he gets a lot of pressures too. And he wins a lot of, all those same stats, the ESPN pass rush, win rate, double team percentage, all that stuff. Clowney's always in the top 10 for that. Right now, he's 7th on the ESPN pass rush win rate.
Is he really?
Yeah. He's just
10.
below Will Anderson and just above Jonathan Grenard, who's 12th.
Yeah.
But he just doesn't get the quarterback down.
Yeah.
And that's why Clowney doesn't get paid like those other guys. He doesn't get the quarterback on the ground. Clowney, it's a different reason that he's not getting the quarterback on the ground. But yeah, when it comes to as far as making excuses for Will Anderson, though, just so, to keep this in mind, if you're making excuses for Will Anderson by saying, well, he gets double-teamed a lot, you know who gets double-teamed more? Micah Parsons, Myles Garrett, Nick Bosa, guys that still also get the quarterback on the ground a lot more. That's your standard can't be, hey, he's drawing a lot of double teams, so that's perfect. No. You got to draw those double teams and still also produce, which I think he's very well on track to do that. I'm not one bit disappointed in it or anything, but it's there is some context behind where he is right now and where he needs to be. Yes, if anybody tries to say that he's a bust because he has one sack, that's completely, totally 100% false. Way out of bounds.
Of course.
They're not watching the games. But yeah, he has to get to a higher level.
Yep. I'm kind of excited for this Thursday night game tonight. It's Tennessee at Pittsburgh. And I know it's, you go, okay, well, it's Tennessee at Pittsburgh. These are two teams, that Will Levis and Kenny Pickett. I didn't get to see Will Levis play last week. He threw 4 touchdown passes. I'm hoping to see is that last week's performance by Will Levis, where he threw 4 touchdown passes, 3 to DeAndre Hopkins. I'm hoping that was a complete mirage, and that the Tennessee Titans were duped into not selling off some of their parts at the trade deadline, and now they're just stuck with some old, expensive players while their season goes down the toilet. I'm excited for this tonight, to watch Pittsburgh hopefully waylay Will Levis.
Pittsburgh over Tomlin might be on track to get Coach of the Year. I don't know where the odds are right now. But Will Levis, Will Levis had a very impressive first game. Somebody just DM'd me this morning asking if I was ready to acknowledge that he was right and saying that Will Levis was going to be the best rookie quarterback. And I'm like, what? What the hell are you talking about? No, I'm not saying that it might not end up that way. Anything can happen, sure. How many? There's 2 things that always amaze and astound me, Sean. One is people's ability to take the first 3 or 4 games, and I'll include C.J. Stroud in this.
Sure.
They take the first 3 or 4 games of a rookie quarterback's career and just extrapolate it out. Remember Gardner Minshew was doing things that no rookie had ever done before, and it was obvious you're an idiot if you couldn't see that he was just going to be off. Remember when Brian Hoyer had definitively proven that he was the man in Cleveland?
He started 3-0. Yep.
That first half of the season, man, it can lie to you. That's where C.J. Stroud's big hump is now here, getting through that first half of the season. Anybody can look great for the first half of the season. But yeah, so Will Levis, it'll be interesting and fun to watch exactly how teams start looking at him now that it was basically deep shots. It was it was a run play, a screen, or a deep shot in that first game. And as he has to diversify, we'll see what becomes of it.
He's on the road at night in Pittsburgh. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Tomlin, by the way, 10th on the odds board for Coach of the Year right now.
10th? Where's D'Amico?
D'Amico's 4th.
Who's number 1, 2, and 3?
Number 1, Dan Campbell. Number 2, Mike McDaniel. Number 3, Robert Saleh. Dude.
Saleh.
3 of the top 4 are Kyle Shanahan disciples. Mike McDaniel, Robert Saleh, D'Amico Ryans.
All four of those dudes benefit greatly by their personality. I think.
Yes.
Now D'Amico's personality doesn't command as much attention as Robert Saleh, Michael, and Dan Campbell. But I think all four of those guys. Who's number 5?
5 on the list is Pete Carroll.
5. All 5 of those guys have a certain energy about them that people find alluring.
Do you want me to keep going till we get to one that doesn't have that vibe? Okay, real quick. 5 is Pete Carroll. We won't have to go far. 6, Doug Peterson.
Oh, okay. Well, he's likable, though.
He's likable, but he parts his hair in the middle. That's a big red flag for me.
You know what? Okay, real quick. I want to look at this and see how much personality. This is kind of like I'm getting class president vibes here, where sometimes it's just a popularity contest, not who's best for the job. All right. Brian Daboll definitely got, people love that gruff football coach demeanor.
Yep.
Year before him, Mike Vrabel, please. Kevin Stefanski, I don't think that was a personality thing as much. John Harbaugh, no. Matt Nagy, no. Sean McVay was Jason Garrett, God no.
But maybe it's shifted to personality the last couple years, right?
Yeah, maybe. I know, but there's plenty of non-personalities that have.
Since the pandemic, we want more personality. That's my theory. Starting in 2021, it's about the personality.
Bruce Arians won it twice in 3 years.
Look at that, huh?
As the interim coach for the Colts, and then 2 years later as the Cardinals.
Cardinals, yeah, good stuff. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday here. Mike Florio on Zach Gelb's show on CBS Sports Radio proposed a trade. He proposed it, and he said he's hearing rumblings about the possibility of this trade. This trade does not involve a player. It involves one of the most insane things I've ever heard when it comes to setting the direction for a franchise, and you will hear it. With you on a Thursday, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne. Mike Florio was on the Zach Gelb show. Zach Gelb does the evening show on CBS Sports Radio. And here's Florio on a potential trade that the Washington Commanders could be making in the near future.
Here's what I think is going to happen. And, I'm hearing chatter to this effect, not that it's reporting, but when you're plugged into the NFL grapevine and you hear something like this, it's too good to keep to yourself. There's a theory out there that when the season ends, Josh Harris, the new owner, of the Commanders, is going to call the Patriots and inquire about what it would take to get Bill Belichick. So the Patriots wouldn't fire him. The Patriots would essentially trade him to Washington and avoid any further financial obligation, get something back. Remember, they had to give up some stuff to get him when he was the Jets head coach for like a day in 2000. And so there's a thought out there that that's how this is going to go. Everybody goes in Washington. Josh Harris makes a play for Bill Belichick, and Bob Kraft does not say no to it because he, in theory, is ready to move on as well.
Okay. So Belichick has a new contract that was divulged sometime in the last month or so, that he had negotiated a new contract before this season, pretty lengthy extension. So he's got a bunch of guaranteed money coming to him. His golden parachute isn't even a golden parachute; it's just his guaranteed money that he's going to get no matter what. Does that make him? Was that contract given with Bob Kraft totally thinking, yeah, if things go south, I'm going to be able to trade you to somebody. Because then it doesn't even matter what compensation he gets. He's going to be able to get that money off his hands.
Yeah.
Or at least maybe buy out part of it from the new Washington
dead cat
owner.
Money on a coach's contract. It's just a contract between two parties.
I'm going to do two things here. I'm going to ask the listeners to ask yourself, if this were last year and you found out that the Texans were about to trade for Bill Belichick, if you were this past offseason, January, would you be excited, angry, or terrified? There's some combination thereof.
Okay. Can I be a listener right now and answer that question?
Yeah.
I would be terrified if that's what the Texans were doing. I would have been absolutely terrified, because you're talking about giving up draft capital to get him. Not this isn't a Sean Payton. Well, actually, they had to give up draft capital to get Sean Payton. This actually kind of mirrors the Sean Payton situation, except where Payton is more enticing to me. Neither of them are enticing, but whereas Payton would have been more enticing is you're taking a young quarterback. That's the terrifying part to me, is that you got Belichick coming in and you've got a young quarterback, and who knows who Belichick is probably going to bring a coordinator with him that's going to try to do this Brady Patriot thing as opposed to doing the Kupchanistani thing, and that would terrify. And plus, honestly, Seth, just taking a step back, it terrifies me because I think Bill Belichick's in his 70s and his better days are behind him. That's
the biggest thing. It's I don't even care about the Patriots way or any of that stuff. It's just that he's at that age where a lot of people just lose their fastball.
Right.
It's not ageism or anything. He just, guys are good for their career, and then all of a sudden at some point things start to trail off. Now, the thing that would make me pause is that I felt the exact same way about Andy Reid when he went to the Chiefs. I thought, man, look, the guy hasn't been the same guy. Andy Reid was doing a lot of the exact same things that Belichick's been doing the last couple of years. Andy Reid made his offensive line coach the defensive coordinator, did all this kind of nepotism-centric, weird stuff with his personnel where you just felt like, man, this guy's just phoning it in. What the hell's going on? And then obviously a change of scenery and, maybe being able to start with a fresh slate and surround yourself with different people of your choosing instead of just kind of how things have fallen. And with the Patriots for years now, it's kind of been here's who's departing this year, and then now we got to pivot and figure out how do we replace these guys. I can't imagine getting excited about it though. And I think if you're a Washington fan, you lived through bringing in an older guy who was actually beloved in Joe Gibbs. And that didn't work out that well. You've already done the old guy thing. Yeah. And it was a guy who was a legend. Now, Joe Gibbs had been out of football for a while, but he'd been very active in, it had built up an awesome racing team and everything. It wasn't like he was an old guy that didn't know what was going on. But it's I feel like maybe the memory of that. I would guess if anybody has polled the Washington Commanders fans about this, they're pretty down on bringing Belichick in versus somebody young.
I would think so. Honestly, that said, I need this to happen. As somebody who's not in Washington, I would be fascinated by this experiment in so much as it impacts me zero. I'm watching from Houston. That's a way, way more interesting. That makes Washington, that makes two teams interesting because you've got New England in the aftermath of Belichick, which I think is more interesting than New England with Belichick right now. To me, it's just a matter of time. Okay, when does this Belichick New England thing end, and then who's next? That's interesting. And then, but Belichick actually going somewhere else, presume a building from the ground up. Sam Howell, the guy of the future there. Do they give him full command of everything? That's the other thing. Does he? I'm assuming Belichick, if he's going somewhere, he's the emperor. He's not just a head coach.
He's undistracted by whatever his girlfriend relationship was.
Yes.
There. He's living up in New England. His ex-girlfriend's living in Nantucket in his house supposedly. All this stuff swirling around. He just needs to get away from it.
Yeah.
Be able to just be on your own and focus on football. These kids get distracted. Belichick's got to keep the main thing. Yep. Stop worrying about the floozies and whatnot, and just dial in on football, man.
Did you see the Raiders are taking a page out of the 2013 Texans book, Seth? Remember when Bob McNair fired Gary Kubiak, and one of the things that Bob McNair said at the press conference about Gary Kubiak getting fired, one of the things that he mandated was that Case Keenum was going to be the starting quarterback for the rest of the season. Part of what got Kubiak fired was he just kept yo-yoing between Case Keenum and Matt Schaub. He couldn't quit Matt Schaub.
Right. And remember, Bearded Schaub came in the Jacksonville game, and for 1.5 quarters of football was awesome, and then he fell back to earth. Yeah,
he did. Yeah, and so the Raiders apparently are kicking Jimmy Garoppolo to the curb. I mean, he's still on the team, and he's guaranteed another $11 million next year. But Aiden O'Connell, the 2023 version of Texans Case Keenum, will be the starting quarterback for the Raiders. That's how you execute a tankaroo right there. Let's throw in the 5th-round rookie for the rest of the year.
Did Josh McDaniels? I know your theory is that Josh McDaniels is the final nail in the coffin on hiring people from the Belichick tree and hoping to replicate some part of that magic. Yeah. Did Josh McDaniels ruin Bill Belichick's chances of getting hired again? Is Bill Belichick technically on the Belichick coaching tree? So, this is one more failed experiment of bringing the Belichick way elsewhere. So maybe in Washington, they're like, hell no, we can't bring in Belichick. Did you see what McDaniels just did with the Raiders?
You're asking to bring in another branch. This is the whole damn tree right here. This is,
let's see. Is Sam Howell, does Sam Howell have it in him to be the best quarterback in the league, but also treated like dirt by the head coach and take less money? Okay, no, none of those things.
No.
Because it's not even, forget mentioning that Tom Brady was a huge part of the quote-unquote Patriots way. It wasn't just Tom Brady, the football player. It was Tom Brady who was willing to, A, take a lot less money, and B, get treated like dirt in front of people, by way of setting a good example.
Yeah.
That's really. You think Pat Mahomes and his wife are going to allow him to be treated like dirt?
That's tough to find. That is tough to find, no doubt. By the way, the favorite to become the Raiders' next head coach at 5-1, Jim Harbaugh.
For the Raiders, not Raiders, Washington, or the Raiders,
the Raiders.
Boy, that makes too much sense, doesn't it?
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah.
Now, I wonder though. This is the thing with Mark Davis. Jim Harbaugh is a hard man to control. Jim Harbaugh is he is his own man. And remember the story about what he supposedly started acting super dismissive to Jed York, the acting owner of the 49ers. At one point. at the one point supposedly said when Jed York ducked into a meeting, said something like, men are discussing things here, you can go.
Yeah.
This is for adults or this is for men, like something like that. So does Mark Davis feel like he's got it in him to stand up to Jim Harbaugh? I don't know if he does. I don't know if he does.
I don't know if he does either. I will say this. I thought just in general, like firing McDaniels and his GM, both with a lot of money left on their deals, was a much ballsier move than I thought Mark Davis had in him. I will say that.
He's fired, like, you don't know what the settlement with John Gruden was either.
Right.
I mean, John Gruden had a 10-year contract. Mm-hmm. McDaniels had a 6-year contract. These guys are entering Texans territory in terms of paying people who are no longer employed for your team.
Well, and the Raiders had always been one of those teams that would cry poor compared to other NFL teams. Like they're the business of the Davis family is football. It's not, they aren't tech billionaires that came in and bought a team.
But they've got a cushy deal with their stadium in Vegas, and they've got the highest ticket prices in the league.
Do they ever? Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I think it's probably it's a different scenario than it used to be, maybe,
no doubt.
for the Raiders. They're operating in a different,
in a different realm. That's why they moved there. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. We'll get to the top 8 stories at 8 o'clock, 8 at 8. The Ocho will do that at 8. Get you ready for your day. Up next, we heard Dabo Swinney basically going on what for him were tirades earlier this week. We'll listen to those again and ask ourselves, okay, which Houston coach, college or pro, is the most likely one or would be the best at replicating what Dabo Swinney did? Credit our friend Aaron Raybold with this question yesterday. That is next.
Let we go. Join the drive.
get to the 8 at 8 o'clock. Top 8 stories. Got a lot of stuff today, man. Dabo Swinney. He's been fun to watch operate for the last few days. Here was Dabo Swinney, if you recall, on his Dabo Swinney, head coach at Clemson. Team's struggling right now. They're 4-4. They got Notre Dame this weekend on Saturday. He was doing his coach's show on Monday, and a caller named Tyler from Spartanburg called in and asked him a very pointed question.
Why are we paying you $11.5 million to go 4-4? And it's not just this year. It's been, just the refusal to accept.
All right. Hey, what's his name?
Tyler.
Hey, Tyler. I've listened to enough of you, Tyler. Listen, you can have all your opinions that you want. All right. I don't know how old you are. Don't really care. All right. But let me tell you something. We won 11 games last year, and you're part of the problem, to be honest with you, because that is part of the problem. It's people like you that all you do is the appreciation, the expectation is greater than the appreciation. And that's the problem. And so, we've won 12 10-plus win seasons in a row. That's happened 3 times in 150 years. So if you want to know why, Clemson ain't sniffed a national championship for 35 years. We've won 2 in 7 years. And there's only 2 other teams that can say that, Georgia and Alabama. Okay? Is this a bad year? Yeah. And it's my responsibility. Take 100% responsibility for it. But all this bull crap you're thinking, all these narratives you read, listen, man, you can have your opinion all you want. And you can apply for the job. And good luck to you. All right?
All right, so that was Dabo Swinney. He's got a little bit of Mama Stoerner going right there, I think.
Oh yeah.
You know
the one thing about that, I haven't gotten tired of listening to that yet, because there's like a different element hits you every time.
Yeah.
The part, and I meant to bring this up yesterday. There is the part, the strategy of basically like shaming people for even questioning or what have, like, you're part of the problem. You are. That never really resonates with me. Even while I agree with him, like, I feel like that Tyler kid, I have a feeling I would hate that kid. Like, honestly, he was just insulting Dabo at that point. Yeah. It wasn't, whatever point he was making, that was going above and beyond and just venturing an insult for no good reason, especially if you do consider yourself a Clemson fan. And yet, in Dabo trying to, like, basically, point the finger at anybody's detractors and say that they're the problem, I think the appropriate strategy is like the same thing you're probably telling your kids, which is there's some fights you're just not going to win. Like, there's always going to be negative people out there. There's always going to be detractors. You are not all of a sudden going to turn the internet into a friendly and loving place. Yeah. So you got to just operate and worry and focus on the things that do matter. Now, like, as a front-facing football coach for a huge institution who does make $11 million a year, I guess he does have to manage the PR side of it. But I don't think that, like, basically accusing your most vocal fans or maybe your most negative fans of being part of the problem is necessarily the most mature thing to do.
No, it's probably even tougher nowadays, especially with college coaches as opposed to NFL coaches, because I'm assuming that a much higher percentage of Dabo Swinney's players hear the negativity and experience the negativity than the percentage of, say, DeMeco Ryans players do.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're having to manage that whole thing, too.
That's, right. Well, yeah, because in college it's just tenfold. Like, CJ's mentioned that about just how intense it is at Ohio State. And I 100% believe it. It's like anything involving college football, big-time college football, is way more intense than anything anybody's ever going to feel in the pros. Yeah. Because you're living in that environment. It's all around you. Yeah. It literally surrounds you. You're not driving off to a suburb, in your off time to spend time with your family. You're just in it and amongst it every single day. Like, these guys, an NFL player goes to, he gets in his car, he goes to the stadium, he meets with nothing but NFL players for most of the day. Maybe he sees some stuff on social media or what have you. Then he goes home, and usually just most guys are going home either to their empty apartments or to their families. Yeah. And that's pretty much it on any given day. A college kid is out there in it, man. He's out there seeing students. He's seeing alumni walking around. People are coming up to him. The amount of pressure is so much greater. So, yeah, I don't think that, like, lashing out against it, it's not the best example to set for your kids. Like, you just got to learn That's today's world. You got to learn to callous yourself to a certain amount of negativity.
I agree. Here was Dabo Swinney in his press conference on Tuesday when he was asked about that particular tirade on his coach's show.
With that measured perspective, I think there are many people wondering what triggered last night a great deal of emotion from you.
I mean, I had some idiot go Old Testament on me, and he got an Old Testament response.
Can you add what you just said?
What else is there to add? What else is there to add? I'm going to fight for this program.
Can I get some clarity?
That's why I know coaches take calls. That's why right there. Because people hijack the phone call. They get it, they want to themselves talk. That's why most coaches around the country don't take calls. That reason right there. They go to their, that's probably what we'll start doing next year. They go to the thing and they go, okay, Kathleen from Clemson, she wants to know, what's your favorite ice cream?
Yeah. Okay, so Dabo went on to do a whole lot more campaigning for literally another 25 minutes in this press conference.
Okay, the thing is, and again, I'm giving recommendations to Dabo for to do things. I'm a complete hypocrite about this because obviously I've succumbed to this multiple times in any given hour. I succumb to getting too sensitive about
documented. Yes.
Right. Yeah. So don't get me wrong here. I'm not sitting here saying that Dabo Swinney's an idiot or anything. Right. It's just it's a natural thing that happens. But I do think that I try to put myself in Dabo Swinney's shoes and be the guy that I would like to be if I were Dabo Swinney. That kid that called, it sounded like he was probably a college student, maybe a high school kid or something. He sounded like he was younger. It is a teaching moment, I think, where, okay, you've got your point, Tyler, but listen, just so you know, that ventures into insult territory when you start asking, why are you worth this money or what have you? And I'll explain to you why. In my ideal mind, I would break it down like that. Remember I told you about the time that we were living in that place on Allen Parkway when I was playing, and it was the year we went 2-14, and I walked in at 1:30 a.m. after we'd gotten destroyed on the road. So I'm walking in my suit because we had to wear suits, in my suitcase, and I'm walking through the lobby, and this valet, this nice kid who is from some former Soviet republic, that I knew a little bit, was like, dude, what happened? You guys suck. and I just clenched. In my mind, it went through all the things I was about to do to this kid because I was just so tired and I was so fed up and I was just we sucked. We were awful. And this kid, to my face, was like, you guys suck. And I just I swallowed it all down and I got in the elevator and I went upstairs and I sat at my kitchen table for a good 10 minutes. And I was like, all right, I'm going to go back because I like this kid.
Yeah.
And I went back down and I ended up having a 15-minute conversation with him about maybe differences in cultures or what have you. And listen, man, that's just, you got to know. I don't know what it was where you came from, but in this country, it's people are gonna get really upset when you talk to them like that.
Yeah.
And he understood. We had a good conversation about it eventually, and I still liked the kid, but he needed to learn that lesson. But it didn't need to be by me punching him.
No. Although that would have gotten the message across, I would say, just as well as whatever you said to him verbally. Of course, the night you would have spent in jail would have been a big story.
I'm so glad I didn't punch him. Yeah. Now they would have swept it under the rug. It was a fancy place.
Yeah.
They know how to deal with things like that.
They'd have made him disappear. Hey, why is there a new valet?
I told you, that was the place where there was some super rich dude that had rented out both penthouses. It was an apartment building at the time.
Yeah,
he rented out both penthouses and knocked the wall down between them for a rental. He did that. But it was his dad was down in the lobby one day, and I was talking to this guy's dad. He was a nice old guy, but he had his two little foofy dogs with him, a couple little tiny toy poodles, and one of them just squatted down and pooped on the floor right there, and the dad never missed a beat. Just kept talking, no big deal, then walked away.
Dude,
this is. I got what the hell? What did I just witness?
That is some serious rich man's lack of self-awareness, right?
That's
there.
wealth there. Yeah. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody that wealthy before that they just like no mind at all about the dog pooping inside, just walked right away.
It's not my problem. Yeah.
Actually, you know what? I see it in Walmart about like 10 times a visit now anymore. People act like their dog's like, oh yeah, or Whole Foods or anywhere else. Like, oh, of course my dog needs to put its anus all over this shopping cart. It's my dog.
I don't want to generalize about Walmart, but I don't think that's the same rich person energy that you witness.
No, that's what I'm saying. There's both ends of the spectrum. There's people at either end that just don't care about what others think.
Disregard for feces from animals is equal at both ends of the spectrum.
Yeah.
So the question is among the Houston coaches, college or pro.
Oh yeah.
Who do we feel is most likely to be able to deliver a Dabo Sweeney level rant? I would say that Sweeney level rant was a good 7.5. That was solid. Which of the coaches here in town do you think will be able to fire off the best one?
I would say, we haven't really gotten to know Udoka. I feel like Udoka has it in him, except he's very intimidating, like by being quiet. I think more so. I think Udoka would take somebody down with his stare. So I would say, I think Kelvin Sampson. He's the guy who scares me the most. There's another guy. He has that element to him of like your dad or your grandpa that just has that power over you. I feel like he could do it most effectively. Where he could have taken that Tyler kid and actually made him drop out of school.
Yeah,
he could have dressed him down to the point and hit all the right buttons to where that kid just would have just quit life, quit his track, and quit his academic track, all that. Yeah.
Yes, I think to me it's the two major college coaches here in town. I think Dana Holgerson's probably had one somewhere along the way that we've searched hard enough on Twitter or YouTube that he might have had a rant like that. I think Dana's got that in him for sure. I think Kelvin Sampson, with maybe a more different but measured delivery, gets the same message across. And in thinking it through, I almost feel like, you know what? This feels like more of a college thing than a pro thing, probably, when it comes to these rants. At least, here with those, Kelvin Sampson and Dana Holgerson. They would be my top two. The most jarring one would be if D'Amico Ryans ever did it. Because we've never seen that club come out of D'Amico's bag before,
No, yeah. D'Amico's default mode in high stress situations is to calm down. I think he's just got that ability. Yeah. Which I feel like young people need to really just go watch some highlights of D'Amico as a player to understand how big the difference is between his off-field personality and in his on-field actions. Yeah. It's really amazing that he's able to just channel all the energy to the appropriate places in his life. Because I think when things get dicey interpersonally, I think he calms down. Like, he's the coolest head in the room. He's the guy that would de-escalate things. Yeah. So I'd be really surprised if he ever had a situation like that. I've seen him. I went back and watched a lot of San Francisco press conferences when he was defensive coordinator. And I think even when after they played Kansas City last year, it was like they got destroyed versus Kansas City. Remember, Jimmy Ward had to come back from injury and play slot immediately.
Yep.
And Jimmy Ward had a tough game. And he had some tough questions. And I was looking for any little chink in the armor, and he never lost it. He just calm, cool, and collected the whole time.
Yeah. What about Matt Burke? Think Matt Burke's got one in him?
Matt Burke would. I think Matt Burke. I'll tell you one thing. If you're a reporter asking a question of Matt Burke, you better not just vaguely say something like, hey, you guys have struggled in this situation or something, because he'll be like, oh, yeah, how so? He wants evidence of, what you're saying, and people aren't always ready with that evidence, so you better know your stuff before you ask him a question like that. But I don't think he says it. He almost says it more in a kind of a fun way, like the way you might discuss a topic in a college discussion group or something like that. I don't think he's trying to be a jerk about it or anything. He's like, oh, yeah, how so? What do you mean? Or he is testing you? Yeah.
We've got a pretty friendly group of coaches here. Dusty Baker just retired. Dusty Baker never went on tirades, but he just
hated Chandler. I'm here to do three things: win a World Series, and then to hate Chaz McCormick and hate Chandler Rome.
That's right.
That's what I'm here to do. And I've already done.
And chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of bubble gum.
I've already done. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. No, I didn't. And he wasn't, he never really ranted or anything. He just would. Well, he asked, the closest he came was when he asked Chandler Rome if he ever read that philosopher. Camus.
Yeah.
The pessimistic philosopher.
Right.
He was afraid that Chandler was going down the pessimistic route, I suppose.
We haven't any good ranters and ravers. I'm trying to think, between Steven Silas wasn't one for the Rockets,
Bill O'Brien.
Oh my God, yeah. Bill
Bill
he was. You know why it's hard to remember? Because he was like 10 coaches ago. That's why. I'm going back chronologically. It takes 5 minutes to get to Bill O'Brien in my brain before I go through all the other coaches. Yeah.
Lovey got sarcastic and passive aggressive with his rhetorical questions.
Yeah.
He'd be like, I guess people said the offense wasn't doing so good. All I saw was they scored 3 touchdowns. Yeah, you were down by 7 touchdowns in the second half. Okay, that's what. Yeah, he scored 3 time touchdowns in the second half.
Well, why can't we talk?
Oh, that's it. Did somebody say something about Jonathan Grenard? I thought. Did somebody ask a question about Jonathan Grenard?
How about we talk about the positive, like O.J. Howard? Okay,
that's right. It was O.J. Howard.
O.J. Howard.
Everybody's out here wanting to talk about wins and losses. Yeah. Meanwhile, O.J. Howard's performance is going
unrecognized. All right, you're listening to KLT and KLT HD2 and Odyssey.
Speaking of O.J. Howard,
Tampa
coming up.
Yeah, Tampa coming up. Yeah, let's get to the 8 at 8. The Ocho. 8 stories you need to get your day going. Sound a little smarter. Here is number 1. Let's get to some Texans news off the top here. Get these out of the way. Dameon Pierce did not practice yesterday. Dealing with an ankle injury. Yeah, last year I would have been like, oh, okay, so we're going to see 20 touches for Rex Burkhead. This is going to be miserable. This year, Seth, and this is not a statement, this is not a derogatory statement about Dameon Pierce. Don't take this the wrong way, Dameon Pierce supporters. I'm one of you. I like Dameon Pierce. Given how in the mud this run game has been this year, if Dameon Pierce does not play, I'm a little intrigued to see what a Singletary, Mike Boone backfield looks like on Sunday.
Yeah. Then exactly how does the play calling adjust this week versus a Bucs defense that typically is way more aggressive than what they saw out of the Panthers. The Bucs blitz, and they blitz a lot. But the Bucs are also capable of, Todd Bowles is capable of dialing things back. Remember, versus the Chiefs, they went completely against type in the Super Bowl, Tampa Bay did, and played much more soft coverages, more passively, just to try to make things hard. That was kind of the start of everybody trying to test Pat Mahomes by playing cover 2 and just sitting back in coverage and making him find everything underneath. So I wonder, as CJ has started to show some frustration with that approach defensively, that maybe Todd Bowles goes against type and doesn't blitz a whole bunch this week.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Titus Howard, it looks like, is going to be, at least according to some of the practice footage that surfaced yesterday, if you're looking for Titus Howard to move back to right tackle, if we take what we've seen so far this week, it looks like he will spend another week at left guard. So I honestly, Seth, probably until they get somebody who can capably play left guard in the eyes of the coaching staff, it looks like this is what we're dealing with here.
Yeah, I think the plan is to keep Titus Howard at left guard for at least 4 full seasons until he learns who he's supposed to block when he pulls. And at that point, they'll consider a job done, and we can move on. As long as keep the main thing, which is, can we teach Titus Howard how to play guard? Yes.
Yeah, it's tough to watch, man. So we'll see what happens. We'll see who's back at practice today. Laramie Tunsil didn't practice yesterday at left tackle. That's normal. He's been kind of sporadically practicing since he had that knee issue a few games ago.
2.
Rockets win last night. First win of the Ime Udoka era, 128-119 over the Charlotte Hornets. Got to watch most of this game last night. Fred VanVleet, they're paying him for nights like this. They're paying Fred VanVleet to be the leader on the floor, to be the floor general, so that they can beat some bad teams for sure. 22 points, 11 assists. He was among the starters. He was the big difference maker, plus-minus wise. He was plus 14 on the floor last night. The best thing about this game last night, Seth, was they just they got a lead in the first half, the Rockets.
Yeah.
They were leading by double digits, and every time Charlotte kind of made a run at them, they were able to hold them off and make big baskets down the stretch. That was good to see.
They just they held the lesser team at bay.
Yeah.
That's right. The lesser team at bay.
Absolutely, yeah. Sacramento coming to town this weekend. Saturday game and Monday game. So that's how they're doing these West Coast things the last year or two, is they're coming in and they do kind of a, over 3 days, kind of a little doubleheader. So good team coming to town this weekend. De'Aaron Fox coming to town this weekend.
How do you feel about LaMelo Ball and him driving this Charlotte team to new heights?
I'm not a huge LaMelo Ball guy. Like, I think he's a good player. I think he's good. This is what I'm scared about with the Rockets, too, is that you got such a young core. You got to make decisions, like big, huge money decisions on some of these guys while they're still 21 or 22 years old. Charlotte may, and they may have maxed him out already. I have no idea what his contract situation is. They may have to decide, this is our guy, and they've won nothing of any substance. There's no proof that LaMelo Ball is a winning player at the NBA level.
The thing about last night in terms of just learning how to win, like Van Vliet had talked about learning how to win, and it's good to see guys that made key plays last night, like Jalen Green hit that three. You had Green had that layup right after LaMelo Ball's free throw, and then Şengün also. Şengün had a nice big dunk, right in the waning moments of the fourth quarter when you have to seal it, and they to keep up that healthy margin. Whereas you can think of multitudes of times over the past couple of years where they could have relinquished that.
Yeah, they're not even playing in close games in the fourth quarter. Absolutely, yeah. 3. World Series is over. The Texas Rangers are your champions of the baseball world. 5-0. They beat the Diamondbacks last night in Game 5 of the World Series in Phoenix. Our boss was there, Seth. Our boss Parker was at the game. He was at Game 5 last night in Phoenix, up there because he's a Dallas area guy. So he was up there.
Did he get? Does it? What do they do? I guess with the Rangers. I'm struggling to say anything positive about them right now, other than it was an impressive. Okay, all right.
Yeah. Look,
our boss was up there. I don't know. I'm trying not to. Yeah. Okay.
Try not to get fired. Right. Exactly.
Yeah. Thank you. I didn't know what you were trying to do to me there.
Nothing. No, nothing. I saw it was an interesting fact. I was happy for him. I'm happy for him. He got to see his team win. I hate the Rangers, but I was happy for him. Here's a text. Let's shift gears to the to something Astro related. See if you agree with this text. It's a good thing the Rangers won the World Series. Do you think this puts more pressure on Crane to go out and spend money, or at least give out contracts that are longer than 5 years? Do you think Jim Crane changes anything about how he operates based on the Rangers winning the World Series?
No. I don't think that all of a sudden the Rangers have uncovered the new method for winning in Major League Baseball, or that somehow they need to be the template for what the Astros do. Yeah. They went out, they got some good free agents, they've got some good homegrown talent as well, and it worked out for them. There you go.
Yep.
4.
All right.
But as far as payrolls go, I mean, Texas and Houston had basically identical payrolls in 2023.
Correct. Yeah.
So.
Yeah. The difference is Texas, they go balls to the wall for free agents, unlike the Astros. Story number 4.
Right, but okay. I mean, we can get a whole podcast episode about this, but there's reasons for that. I mean, the Astros have been in the opposite position of the Rangers the last few years. They've had to make decisions on letting awesome talent go that was homegrown versus what the Rangers have gone about it.
Yep. Bobby Knight passed away at the age of 83 yesterday. Here was Bobby Knight several years ago with preemptively 20, 25, 30 years before passing away. This was his dying request.
When my time on earth is gone and my activities here are past, I want they bury me upside down and my critics can kiss my...
Yep. So we'll find out, is Bobby Knight going to get buried upside down this week?
He was, he had Alzheimer's the last few years. That was, somebody earlier asked what happened, why he does. Well,
now I feel terrible.
What's that?
Now I feel terrible for making fun of that quote right now.
Well, being dead isn't great either.
No, that's true.
So, one way or the other. It does make you... Bobby Knight is a guy that was always going to be interesting as he got older. You want to be sure you keep a lid on him. And I feel like his family probably had to, it's hard. I've had, having had a few people with Alzheimer's in my family, you have to make hard decisions about what you can and can't let them do. And I'm trying to envision, it was hard enough doing it with my kindly and gentle old great-grandfather and great-grandmother and everything. Telling Bobby Knight that he can't drive the car anymore, that's a whole nother...
Tell him he can't do anything.
That's some familying right there. That's some family stuff.
Big time.
5.
Rest in peace, Bobby Knight. Story number 5. We know the James Harden trade got executed earlier this week, Seth. He is now a Los Angeles Clipper. I don't think he's played yet for the Clippers, but James Harden is a Clipper. The trade got done. I know when you and I were texting about the trade earlier this week, the one on the text I sent to you was Daryl Morey was the one who flinched. That's what you and I debated. Two of the most stubborn people that we've covered, Daryl Morey and James Harden, staring at each other. Who was going to move first? Morey flinched. And I think the Sixers did okay on the trade. Okay, not great. Reports now are that Josh Harris, the owner of the Sixers, who, if you're like, that sounds like a familiar name. Yeah, we just talked about him 2 segments ago. He's the owner of the Commanders, too, in the NFL. The reports are that Josh Harris just finally kind of reached wit's end with this thing and said, get the deal done, and that Harris and Steve Ballmer, the owner of the Clippers, ironed out the final details of this trade. According to Shams Charania of The Athletic, that the two owners got on the phone to, quote, iron out the final details of the trade because Josh Harris just wanted to get out from underneath this James Harden thing desperately.
Maybe this was a case where at some point somebody realized, okay, you're in a toxic relationship, all right? I should have spoken up earlier, but you know how this goes. You tell a guy that his girlfriend and or his favorite basketball player is no good for him, and what ends up happening? He doesn't like you anymore. Mm-hmm. So I feel like there are a lot of people in Daryl Morey's life where they're like, like when you tell your buddy, like, oh, man, I'll tell you what, she's just... Or God forbid, the worst is when your buddy breaks up with a girl, and you're like, oh, she was trash. Oh, she was I hated her. And then a week later, he's back with her. Like, oh, all right, well, okay.
That was almost us. That was almost Houston with James.
Yeah, no kidding.
Right?
So, I feel like somebody finally, Josh Harris had to be the guy that finally said, enough is enough.
Yeah.
This is not a good relationship you're in with James Harden, and you got to end it. It doesn't matter who gets what in the settlement, who keeps the dog, just whatever. There's no children here to battle custody over, so just let him go. Let him go out of your life.
New territory for Daryl Morey, though, because he was kind of given carte blanche by Les Alexander and Tillman Fertitta. They let Daryl do his. Honestly, the only person Daryl Morey ever really took orders from, ironically, was James Harden.
Yeah.
Hey, I need you to trade Chris Paul and go get Russell Westbrook. Yes, sir. Sure.
James Harden has been to Daryl Morey the same way LeBron James has been to Brian Windhorst. It's kind of like an NBA player put both those guys over.
Yeah.
They did. You know what? Those guys did for Morey and Windhorst what Taylor Swift has done for this Travis Kelce fella.
That's right. That's right.
She put him on the map.
Got the rub.
They're like now all of a sudden this Travis Kelce guy. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And now I know who he is. Yep.
So James Harden, Taylor Swift, LeBron James.
All the same. Yeah.
They're cartographers when it comes to putting people on the map.
They're kingmakers is what they are. Yes, absolutely.
6.
This is a little, I would say, unnerving maybe for some baseball people. Despite selling more tickets this season, this is from The Athletic, Evan Drellick, Ken Rosenthal, Dennis Lynn reporting that despite selling more tickets this season than all but one Major League Baseball team, the San Diego Padres had to take out a loan for almost $50 million in September to address short-term cash flow issues and meet their obligations, including player payroll. People briefed on the team's finances told The Athletic. Now, what this article goes on to say is that it's not uncommon for sports teams to tap into lines of credit, but apparently when it's the team doing it, not individual. The individual owner can run up his credit cards all he wants. When it's taken out in the name of the team, baseball does get involved and start to look at the balance sheet and everything else. And apparently there is some cause for concern right now with San Diego based on what they saw in the numbers and based on the fact that their main owner, got several minority owners, but their main owner, Peter Seidler, is in poor health right now.
Oh,
so that's a
okay.
variable in
Yeah.
this whole thing. But
right, that's where there's some things in the NFL that are kind of complicated, but that are along the lines of like when you ask why aren't there guaranteed contracts, like the NFL does a lot of things to be sure that their teams are super, super sound financially, including like whenever you make a guarantee, you have to keep that total guarantee in escrow. Like you just have to set that aside like Scrooge McDuck and sit it in a vault basically, because that's how much it matters to all the other teams and their value. Like if you have a couple houses on your block go up for foreclosure, it can hurt your property value. Yeah, that's how MLB teams are, and they don't like the looks of this Padres situation.
No, they don't. And the Padres have some big long-term commitments. I mean, they signed Manny Machado to a long deal. They signed Xander Bogaerts to an 11-year deal. They gutted their farm system to get Juan Soto, who they haven't even signed him yet to a contract. You know, he's got an arbitration year coming. I think his final year of arbitration is this coming season. He's going to make like $30 million.
You know what they got to hope for?
What's that?
Just more steroid suspensions.
Yes.
Just get those. Get everybody hopped up on PED. Those cross right over into TJ over there to Pharmacia. Get the guy some stuff and then that voids all those contracts.
That's true. That is a geographic advantage San Diego has. That's true. Access to steroids.
Pretty much whatever you want.
Yeah, that's true. It's true.
7.
Ryan Poles traded a second round. Ryan Poles, GM of the Chicago Bears, traded a second round pick to the Washington Commanders for Montez Sweat. Very talented edge rusher whose probably his production hasn't matched his talent level, but the Chicago Bears seem to like him. He's under contract for another half a season here. Then he becomes a free agent. According to Ben Devine, who covers the Bears, the Montez Sweat indicated that he's not currently ready to sign a contract extension. Quote, I just want to consider everything around me before I make a decision, end quote. This happens with players in trades, Seth, where teams trade draft capital and they come in. We're familiar with it here with Laramie Tunsil. Bill O'Brien traded 2 first-round picks for Laramie with no contract extension in place. Now, he still had Laramie under contract for a couple more seasons with his rookie deal. But you trade that much draft capital, and the idea is you're getting him for more than just a season or two. They've got Montez Sweat for basically about 8 more games. Jalen Ramsey, same thing with the Rams. They traded for him without a contract. Obviously, Tunsil and Ramsey both got done. I think the difference to me here and why Poles might end up getting some egg on his face in all this is that if you got to pay Montez Sweat top of market, like Montez Sweat ain't what Laramie Tunsil and Jalen Ramsey were to their positions when they got traded for.
Right,
he just gave leverage to a barely above average player according to stats right now.
He's been very, very consistent and good, and like as far as maybe like a Whitney Merciless type of guy. Different type of athlete, I think, but still just provides stuff. I mean, he's been more productive consistently on total number of sacks and what have you. Yeah. So maybe a Whitney Merciless plus, but not a guy that would get top of the market deal. And yeah, I think you framed this really well where you say that, look, you trade for Jalen Ramsey or Laramie Tunsil, and I know the Texans got crushed for Laramie Tunsil, but it was, in my mind, those are guys that are going to get top of the market deals, as you pointed out. So then it becomes quibbling about details really after that. And both sides are motivated. As long as when you trade for that guy, you know you're going to give him like top of the market deal, that's right. Then, all right, both sides have an incentive to get it done just because of the time value of money.
Yeah.
With this, you're right. Like Montez Sweat might realize, okay, well, you guys traded capital for me. Sure, you can franchise tag me, but I know you don't want to. And no, I want that Nick Bosa money. Yeah. I just want. And then the question just becomes, okay, like how willing is the guy to take it all the way? And how willing is Ryan Poles he's not a self-described genius, but he kind of talks like he thinks he's a genius. Yeah. How far does he want to push that out? Yep. It's always the person that is willing to go the furthest and just doesn't give a damn if it actually even hurts them financially. That person's got all the capacity to make the other person look bad in a situation. I feel like that's what Montez Sweat has right here.
Absolutely. 8. Last one, real quick, programming note. I saw this on Barrett Sports Media yesterday. Was I supposed to know about this? There's a Clint Stoerner documentary coming out on the SEC network. Did you hear about this?
No.
I just saw this on Barrett Sports Media yesterday. There's a Clint Stoerner documentary the latest installment in the SEC Storied documentary. So I'm guessing these are historical stories, documentaries about SEC things that happened in the SEC. We know Clint was a quarterback for a 1998 Arkansas Cinderella-level football team, and that was the year that they played Tennessee, and Clint had the fumble towards the end of the game where Arkansas had the game won. Clint fumbled. Tennessee goes on to win. I'm not throwing shade at my coworker by bringing this up. This is what the documentary is about, and Clint talks about it all the time. He's recovered from it. But it's a documentary about that team and the close relationship that Clint had with his late teammate, Brandon Burlsworth, who there was a movie made about him, also an offensive lineman who passed away. But it will air. It's called True Character, appropriately so, because Clint is a man of high character. Airs on November 14th at 9 p.m. on the SEC network. Maybe 9 p.m. Eastern, so maybe 8 p.m.
Does one Linda Stoerner make an appearance?
God, I hope so.
Oh, she's going to be a star unto herself after that.
Oh, my God. Does she? I'll text Clint and find out if they sat down. I guess if you didn't sit down, if you did a documentary about Clint Stoerner and you don't sit down and get 4 hours of Linda Stoerner footage, and you're just doing documentaries wrong.
You know
Come
what?
on, Sean.
That's right.
You know who needs to talk to Clint about getting over things that you might receive a lot of public criticism for over and over and over again? Dabo Swinney. I feel like Dabo could learn a thing or two from just kind of ignore certain. You're gonna get a certain amount of criticism for over things, and you can't get sensitive about it.
I mean, Clint, I don't know. I've never really dug deep with him. He probably got death threats from people, for the fumble.
Oh yeah, those have probably passed, or at least over time, like they're death threats for different reasons.
Yeah, no.
But in the heat of the moment, yeah.
He still gets
What's the nature of your death threats these days?
Still gets them, but now it's about his hot takes on Sports Radio 610.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Those are your 8 stories that you need to get your day started. Bobby Slowick was on the Adam Schefter podcast. Yeah, it dropped yesterday. Really good stuff on what Kyle Shanahan looks for in a coach and his story about following DeMeco Ryans from San Francisco to Houston. We've got that for you next. here, this Shanahan franchise here in Houston. Speaking of D'Amico, here was Bobby Slowick yesterday on Adam Schefter on the story of following D'Amico Ryans to Houston.
You have brief conversations that you just allude to things that you don't even know if they'll ever happen. But I would say until he hired me, who knows? And I've told D'Amico this before. I was like, man, the only way I was getting out of San Francisco is if you took a head job and you were convinced and sold and you wanted me with you, I'm with you. But I'm not leaving for anyone else, and that, like, me and D'Amico just have a really good relationship. We became really good friends. We have a lot of the same values on and off the field. So, San Francisco was a phenomenal place for me. It was a great fit. I can't say enough good things about Kyle and what he's built there and what he's done for me, and just allowed me to do in the NFL. So
it says a lot about D'Amico.
Sounds like two kids that are racing their BMX bikes around the backyard, and one of them says, "Someday when I'm the circuit, you're going to come with me."
Right.
And and then all of a sudden, 10 years later, Ricky Bobby, the motocross version,
yes,
the motocross version of Ricky Bobby, and whoever his sidekick is are there.
D'Amico and Bobby are shake and bake.
Yeah,
That's what they
shake
are.
and bake, but on the motocross course.
Yep, absolutely.
So Basically, D'Amico is to Bobby Slowick as James Harden was to Daryl Morey, and
hope it ends better than that.
as Taylor Swift is to Travis Kelce.
Here we go.
Yes. They just vault them up. They vault them up and lift them along with them.
Brian Windhorst and LeBron James. Let's keep going. Going.
Yes, yeah. Well, no, LeBron James to Brian Windhorst.
Yeah.
Because Windhorst is the vaultee. Like Daryl Morey is the vaultee. The vaulter is LeBron James to Brian Windhorst. Harden vaults Daryl Morey, and then
I got you. Just send me the map.
I need to explain it even more.
Yeah, please
thoroughly. I don't until you 100% understand it.
I'm good. Save it for the break. No, this is what I was going to say. Is I do wonder this, like Bobby Slowick, like before, evidently this conversation took place long before D'Amico started interviewing for head coaching jobs.
It feels like tampering to me, Sean.
And I wonder if tampering with his coworker. I wonder if when D'Amico started interviewing for jobs, Bobby Slowick's like, all right, well, I kind of pinky swore with D'Amico I'd go with him wherever he goes. And I say this fully acknowledging this is a different Texans franchise now than it was a year ago. But I do wonder if Bobby was like, does it have to be Houston, D'Amico? I know I said I was going with you. But Denver, Denver's got some really nice aspects to it,
they probably got, they share an ankle tattoo or something.
Right.
They've got because that's another Shanahan thing.
Yeah.
Remember Chris Sims and Kyle Shanahan and one of those other guys, one of those other receivers from Texas have ankle tattoos.
One of the Shipleys, probably. Yeah.
What are their tattoos? Are they little longhorns or something?
No,
I've
never been
Are they
curious.
dancing bears? Like, what are they?
I don't know. Clown
Is
faces.
it a fish tattoo?
Right.
I remember being there in 2006 and reading some article about Kyle Shanahan having this young receivers coach having this ankle tattoo with Chris Sims. I'm like, what the hell is going on this team anyway?
I like to think
what the hell? Where are they?
I like to think it's R.C. Slocum with a sad Jordan face on. That's what it is. Texas A&M coach with a crying Jordan face. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. We'll hear more from Bobby Slowick. We'll hear more from C.J. Stroud at the top of the hour. He spoke about, he was asked about his comments on Sunday about the offense being more explosive. Speaking of explosive, quarterback. What? Did you want to explain more analogies to me?
Chris Sims' initials.
Okay, that just
on his ankle.
Okay. Does Kyle Shanahan has Chris Sims' initials on his ankle?
Yeah, were these kids in juvie together or something? Like, what the hell? It was like, we were in Rikers Island for 3 years. It's pretty rough. I couldn't have made it out alive without my homie.
Little known story, Kyle Shanahan has to put makeup over the teardrop tattoo on his face before every NFL game. Yeah. We know the quarterback documentary on Netflix. Is there a quarterback jinx? We'll discuss next.
The Texans offense struggled again in Carolina. Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you. Good to be with you on a Thursday. Get to C.J. Stroud at the top of the hour. He was asked about his comments on Sunday about the offense being more explosive. We'll see what the Texans quarterback had to say. Do we know who's doing the quarterback documentary this year on Netflix?
No, we just keep getting updates about who's not doing it.
Yeah.
Various people have turned it down. I don't know if CJ has turned it down yet.
Well, I kind of hope he does because I'm looking at the three guys that did it last year, and I think it's fair to say I know that Patrick Mahomes is the quarterback of one of the best teams in football right now, but that's been one of the kind of underplayed stories this year, I guess, because the Chiefs are still a really good team. Like, Mahomes has looked at times this year like really out of sorts, like making – and especially this Sunday against the Broncos. Like, he was just bad against the Broncos. But even in games that they've won this year, like, he's making some strange throws. He's doing weird things out there, Patrick Mahomes, at times this season.
He's doing weird things. I struggle with this sometimes because he's set the bar so high that, like, he doesn't necessarily get credit for still playing really, really good football if he's not playing like the best that's ever been. But like the biggest thing by far though is just his touchdown interception ratio. Like, that's an easy one. 15 touchdowns to 8 interceptions.
He's got 8 already this year?
Yeah.
Jimmy Garoppolo has 9. You know, like, that's who he's bumping up against right now.
He's not good enough to play for the Raiders, Sean. The Raiders. He's the worst quarterback in the AFC right now.
Yeah.
What a bum.
Yep.
What a bum.
Yep.
No, but he's like, it's not like he's never been like Aaron Rodgers in terms of touchdown to interception ratio or anything. But, like, just by way of comparison, 41 touchdowns to 12 interceptions last year.
Okay.
Like, he's already on pace for twice that number of interceptions this year.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh no, he's played 8 games already, so he's on pace for more interceptions. But he's not. He's not producing as many touchdowns.
Yeah, well, the points. I mean, they scored 28 points in 2 games against the Broncos, who gave up 70 points to the Dolphins earlier this season. So Mahomes, I will say Mahomes has backslid a little bit just in terms of his performance. He's probably going to go win a Super Bowl again, so I don't think it's anything. They used to worry about Tom Brady at times too, and then you'd look up and Brady would have 4,500 yards and 35 touchdowns. Kirk Cousins, he was on quarterback.
Yeah.
I would say he might have gotten jinxed. Torn Achilles, done for the year. Not just done for the year, but done going into his free agency year. You know, like, Kirk Cousins was probably going to get
free agency when he's in his 30s, too.
With an
Achilles tendon in his 30s. It's, hey, well, Aaron Rodgers is throwing passes on the sideline. Right, yeah, that's different than coming all the way back.
Yes.
And he's older, but still. I do feel like Kirk Cousins, by virtue of just living probably like a pure as the driven snow life in terms of any kinds of chemicals he's put into his body, I feel like goes to bed, gets his 12 hours of sleep a night, all of that stuff. He might have an advantage at his age in coming back from Achilles tendon surgery. But he's also, right, he's still Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, he's still Kirk Cousins. Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's probably going to get a contract from somebody, maybe even Minnesota, who knows. But, yeah, torn Achilles.
And the Chiefs, by the way, they're sandwiched right between the Seahawks and the Browns in terms of scoring offense right now. The 12th in scoring offense, yeah.
I mean, that, for what was an historically explosive offense at times these last 5 years, like, that's backsliding for sure.
They've just, but they've figured they're a more balanced team in a lot of ways than they had been before. But you're right, yeah. I mean, the 12th in scoring offense is a marked difference from what they've been.
That's enough to be a jinx in my eyes. The quarterback documentary jinx: Mahomes, Cousins, and Marcus Mariota.
Mariota was already jinxed.
Yeah.
He had jinxed himself. Like you could see on that documentary, like, oh, this guy got jinxed before he got here. He arrived jinxed already. So, and I'm not even sure he even likes football. So, I can't lump him into it. Kirk Cousins and Pat Mahomes, I would say those are the more accurate ones. And they were having a hard time finding people to join it. Like, it's so
season,
I don't know. Yeah, I definitely don't want. I don't want C.J. Stroud to do it just because, like, part of it is that I don't think Pat Mahomes came off looking all that great. I was kind of disappointed in Pat Mahomes' ability and willingness to like talk about himself and bring attention to himself. Like he throws a touchdown pass, receiver makes a great catch in the end zone, and he's running down the field going, "That's what I do. Yeah. That's what I'm him." What? What in the Bobby Hill are you talking about? Like this is what the hell, man?
Yeah.
And then, like after one game, he was talking in the family waiting room to his buddies, and he's like, "I don't know what I'm too good to make those throws. Why was I? But I said to myself, I'm too good. I'm too good for that." Like, all right, pump the brakes, fella. Dude. Like a lot of people are saying nice things about you. You don't need to be promoting yourself to your buddies like this.
I just think he's super corny. That's all. Like I would probably, if I was a Chiefs fan, I'd probably love rooting for him because your franchise is doing things that it's never done before, and you deal with quirky personalities if it's winning football games. But my God.
Joe Burrow wisely turned it down.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts, it sounds like based on public comments that he's not going to do it. Lamar Jackson demurred on the topic, said he's focusing on ball right now. Jimmy Garoppolo, newsflash, Sean. This is an article from September 30th. Jimmy Garoppolo says quarterback is not for him. So...
He's right. And I'm not even talking about the documentary. I'm talking about the position of quarterback.
Hey, it's kind of Marcus Mariota role now.
Yeah,
you know?
Big time.
Geno Smith says he'll not do it. Geno Smith, I could imagine, like, is totally all about he's lived through that life of being the disappointing first-round pick, and he doesn't want anything to do with any kind of attention other than just playing football. Matthew Stafford said that he's not going to do it. Dak Prescott, not interested.
Yeah.
Josh Allen, at least a month ago, was open to appearing on quarterback season 2.
That's one I could see doing it. I could see Josh Allen doing it.
He's dating that actress now. Yeah. He's starting to get his mojo back, starting to look more like the Bills. The Bills might be getting back into looking like what the preseason prognosticators would say. Justin Fields, no. Tua Tagovailoa thinks it would be too much. Man, there's just a slew. I'm like, people like Sam Howell, dude, probably not.
That's what we're down to. Yeah, we're going to be doing 3 backups.
Trevor Lawrence says he's not going to be in it.
Yeah.
Boy, I feel bad for the Mannings. I feel Peyton's just getting stiff-armed by all these guys.
That was a Manning joint. I forgot about that.
Can you imagine Peyton Manning calling all these guys personally and them being like, no, Mr. Manning, I'm sorry, but it's not for me. I'm sorry. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm very flattered that I'm the 19th guy you've called. Thanks. Because now they're getting down to the bottom of the barrel where it's going to be like, hey, we asked 19 other people, but we really wanted you. So we're glad that you're available.
I feel like that's legwork he farms out to Eli. Hey, Eli, call all these guys, okay? Find out if he'll do it. Like, Peyton's got better things to do than call all these guys up on the phone.
And Eli lies and says that he did it. That might be what all of this is. People.
That'd be great. Matthew Stafford's reading these headlines. Matthew Stafford says no to quarterback, and Matthew Stafford's like, nobody even called me about it. What is this?
Do you think, let's see, if they did one with CJ and Bryce, who would come out looking better because of it?
CJ.
Yeah.
CJ. Yeah. Yeah, CJ.
I think those guys, anytime people see those two doing anything together, like the stuff from the Elite 11 or basketball in high school or anything, people just seem to love the dynamic of those two together.
Yeah.
They have a genuine friendship, but where they're also very competitive. It feels a little bit like those old McDonald's commercials between Magic Johnson and Larry Bird.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Well, I'll say this. To that point, I am a little disappointed that Bryce Young is in the NFC. Like that disappoints me, because I was thinking about that this weekend going into that game. We're not going to see, unless you get that quirky 17th game NFC thing happening with the Panthers, like it did a couple years ago with the Panthers when the Texans played them 2 years ago in David Culley's one season. Chances are we're not going to see these two guys go against each other anything but every 4 years,
Yeah.
Unless it's in a Super Bowl, which would be awesome.
Or if we see him playing cornhole on quarterback, season 2.
Right. But that was a great thing about Brady and Peyton Manning is they played each other every single year because they were winning their divisions every single year, and they
played each other in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Yep. No word yet on Sam Howell, if that's who you're wondering about.
Thanks. I was waiting for you to clarify Sam Howell's stance on being on
I got to tell you, man, people that put together these, some kid spent like 7 hours probably putting this article together, tracking down the various, he's got 18 quarterbacks listed here and what their quotes have been on.
No way. You found that in one article?
Yes.
Holy crap.
He went through and he addressed Desmond Ridder, Kyler Murray, Josh Allen, Bryce Young, Deshaun Watson, Russell Wilson, Jared Goff, Jordan Love. Look, that's only half the list.
Oh, my God. That's crazy. All right. Payne and Pendergast, heading into the 9 o'clock hour, C.J. Stroud had some interesting comments about the offense in the aftermath of Sunday's game against the Carolina Panthers, so much so that it had people talking. And the media asked CJ about those comments again yesterday. We'll hear from the Texans quarterback and what he had to say next.
You know who wants to hear from you? Mokaram Law. If you've been in an accident and it wasn't your fault, you deserve compensation. Mokaram Law wants to hear from you, and they want to hear from you whichever time, day or night, that you've got time to call, because they know you're under a lot of stress after you've been in an accident. You've got work stoppages, health care costs, child care, all of those things to worry about, while also getting that compensation you deserve. Mokaram Law makes it as simple as possible. They are not about flashy cars and commercials showing you and promising you all kinds of things. They just want to get you into the process, get it started with as little stress to you as possible. So they make the onboarding process very, very simple and easy. You can call them 24 hours a day.
you. Good to be with you. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. C.J. Stroud, here were his comments on Sunday. The Texans losing 15-13 to the Carolina Panthers. And it wasn't just Sunday. I mean, it's been 3 straight games of the offense kind of struggling. Certainly 6 straight quarters going back to the second half of the New Orleans game. 16 points in 6 quarters. Not going to cut it. Here was C.J. Stroud after Sunday's game on the offense needing to be more explosive.
You can point the finger everywhere, but I mean, me personally, I point the thumb. I'm not saying that I'm playing terrible, but I'm not making the plays I want to make. And sometimes, I mean, it's just I have to take what's there. A lot of teams are being smart and playing back. And even when I do take the check down, and this team was knocking it down, and I thought we could have got some first from that. But I mean, it is what it is. But I mean, I feel like the talent we have, man, we got to use it. And we got to be explosive like we want to be, and that starts up front running the ball. I think those guys did a good job there, but on top of that, we got to take some shots. We got to be more explosive and do some things down the field. We can't just let people dictate what we do just because we're not throwing the ball short. And I mean, that's me getting more trust from the coaches and the guys getting their depth in their routes. And so it's a whole team thing. But man, I definitely think we have the talent to be explosive, and I think we've shown, man, we're, if not a top 5 defense, top 5 offense, top 10 offense. I mean, we've showed it, and we can do it. We just got to go out there and call it and run it and execute. So, I mean, I feel like that's why we haven't been consistent. Just too many nickel and taking the ball short and not having enough explosives, and it's hard to play on third down too. So, but I think Bobby's doing a great job calling it, trying to be better with us and getting used to how we like calls and things like that. So hopefully, I mean, we start being a little more explosive.
We'll get to CJ's comments in a second. You pointed this out earlier, Seth. I was wondering, I knew when he said dinkle, he was beginning to say dink and dunk, but I think you're right. I think he was combining dink and dunk with nickel and dime, but hitting pause before he said any of it.
right, yeah. He was trying to be careful and respectful. I think, okay, it's tough because when you look at average air yards per attempt, it's been really high for most of the season. So it's not like this has been a season-long thing where the Texans don't push the ball downfield. CJ's got a high yards per attempt. The air yards, so basically how far is the attempt? How far does it go in the air? For most of the season, have been up over 8 yards per attempt, which is high. He was amongst the top guys. But this last week, it was 5 yards in the air per attempt. Mm-hmm. So, it's this strategy that teams are starting to employ of just sitting back and playing conservatively, taking away the deep ball. It's going to happen. I do worry if CJ feels like, no, you just got to keep pressing it downfield. That's not the route that a lot of quarterbacks who have come before him have employed. You can't stubbornly push the ball downfield, especially when your offensive line isn't all that awesome, because that's not that consistent either. It's not fun to be in 3rd and 7, but it's also not fun to not convert all those deep attempts and it's not fun for your defense. So it's got to be some kind of balance. I mean, they went deep early in that game and he misfired.
Yep.
He didn't make the throw. All right? Nico Collins was open. You didn't make the throw. So it's not so simple to just waste those shots downfield. I think that part of the issue, though, and where they might find the balance is that you also don't have to run all the time on 1st and 2nd down. The Texans aren't good at running the football, and yet they insist on being an old school team that passes less frequently on 1st and 2nd down than every other team in the league, save one, the Arizona Cardinals. So, that's the part where Slowick's got to redistribute some things a little bit and use I think what CJ needs to understand is that, listen, the nickel and dime, the dink and dunk can be your friend. That can be what sets up those deep shots.
Sure.
If you want to be a true NFL quarterback, you got to understand that it's not always just bullheadedly pushing the ball downfield, because you will get your comeuppance. You will throw a bunch of interceptions. It will be miserable, or you will stall out on 3rd downs a bunch. It's got to be some kind of balance.
Well, I think as a substitute for the running game, I think it can be a great thing for C.J. Stroud. He's brought up 3rd down and being in 3rd and long multiple times this year. He brings it up. And I think appropriately so. This team's in third and long, way too many situations in a game for a young quarterback. I think as a substitute for the running game, the short passing game is something that they can deploy. So yeah, well, let's hear from CJ. CJ got asked about those comments yesterday at his press conference on how the coaches feel about his desire to push the ball down the field.
They are right on board, and Bobby has done a great job of doing things like that, and half of that, we got to get our running game together. You can't do it without running the ball. We got to be able to run the ball better, but at the same time, we're really special in a lot of areas too, and Bobby and D'Amico are the first people to stand up and say that. That's the thing about like this league, man. You can't let one game define like who people think we are. Like y'all might have an idea, but we're the players, man. You know what I'm saying? So they're the coaches. We're gonna figure out as the Texans. I don't really think like it was taken to heart from anybody, and they know how much I want this. Like, and as a team, they know how bad we want to be successful. This is a accountability-based business, and I think everybody is looking in the mirror like, how can we fix these issues and do things the right way? And we're excited to get that done. So D'Amico and Bobby have been really the forefront of that. And for me, I'm just I'm the coach on the field doing the same thing. So
my whole thing, I like attacking downfield, like it's it's a more exciting brand of football to watch, but you don't do it just to do it. I think just the main thing for me, Seth, is I don't care if it's downfield or if it's in the medium part of the field, over the middle, whatever. They need to put more on C.J. Stroud. This team does, I think. Not, and I'm not saying like they need to turn into an air raid offense and he's throwing the ball 60 times, but there needs to be a shift. There needs to be a shift where they're putting more on him on the early downs.
Yeah.
The running on first and second down is the one thing that feels very O'Brien-like to me, and that's.
And it especially the whole like the old school. Oh, incomplete pass on first down, 2nd and 10 is going to be a run. Like that's the old. Like that's almost like the indicator that your offensive coordinator is just way too much following his gut instead of like actually living a lot of the things that he's learned and known. There's just as a play caller, there's some kind of an innate urge after an incomplete pass on first down to say like, all right, well listen, we can't have 2 incomplete passes in a row and be 3rd and 10. So we got to do something, anything. And where in their mind it becomes like, oh, it's going to be 3rd and 5 after we run the ball this time. Mm-hmm. Instead of understanding like, no, with this rushing offense, there's a good chance that it's 3rd and 8. You got a better chance of having a better set of downs if you pass on 2nd down. So like that's where the balance has to change a little bit, is acknowledging and understanding that you're not running the ball as often as you are is probably doing more harm than good in terms of getting better at running the ball, because you got to mix it up and run more a more diverse group of plays as your offensive line still doesn't know what the hell they're doing from one given play to the next. Like it feels too much Bill O'Brien-ish in this. O'Brien thought that just simply running the ball, it was going to make you better at running the ball instead of actually like coaching it well and having guys know what the hell they're doing. I can't watch these guys trip over each other, wander around aimlessly like they're lost in the desert, just staring at the guy they're supposed to block, making a tackle while they stand around with their thumbs up their butts. Mm-hmm. I can't watch that anymore. That's Bill O'Brien stuff. That's thinking that you think you're smart because of what you're putting up on the whiteboard versus actually coaching it on the football field. That's what the rushing attack looks right now. Yeah. Like right now. It looks like a bunch of like whiteboard heroes that you're just, all right, hey, it looks good on the whiteboard. We're going to hand the ball off to Tank Dell, and then there we go. No, how about getting Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil to know who to block? Yep. That's what I'd like to see.
Yep. C.J. Stroud yesterday was asked about teams. It looks like since the Atlanta game, teams have figured a few things out about C.J. Stroud. How does he respond to teams playing to his tendencies?
I don't think people have been just taking it away. I think a lot of teams, like, of course, they watch them. They're aware of what's going on. But it's up to us to, even when that happens, like, have to just be good in our second, third, fourth progressions. And that's somewhere I can grow and be better at. And as an offense, we can take the next step.
Yeah, I think as far as that, like you noticed, you could just tell just watching the TV copy, it was like the windows are a lot tighter. The windows are a lot tighter over the middle. I mean, sometimes he was thrown into a sea of people. Dude. I felt like that was the game where, too, like, man, that was an awesome pass he made to Noah Brown. But he was really threading the needle there in a lot of ways. And honestly, versus a better defense, it could have been a multiple interception game. Like, that's where I get nervous about when he comes up against some of the better defenses. He's gonna learn exactly like how much he can try to impose his will on a defense. And it's gonna have to happen at some point. It's just that you gotta, like, that's where the balance between the dink and dunk versus like pushing the ball downfield comes. Is you are taking more risks when you're thrown into that kind of coverage.
Did you think that on his very first pass of the game, the one that got knocked down on third down, that Derek Brown knocked down? Did you think that Derek Brown did him a favor by knocking that down? It looked like there was going to be at least one, if not two guys jumping that route. Not in the flat, but sort of like it looked like one of those slants, those Nico slants coming in from the right.
Yeah,
I went back and watched it. I'm like, man, they were all over this on third down.
Well, and that is where it's. I know people get frustrated, and I'm sitting here advocating running less, but you do, like, you have to be able to run the ball when teams play those types of coverages, and that's what's frustrating is. It shouldn't even be that hard. When teams play soft coverages like that, when they're playing light boxes, you should be able to run at will if you're just competent. That's how bad it is right now. Like, I can't explain how bad it is that they only got 3.7 yards per attempt against that defense playing the way they were, because that's a bad run defense to begin with. The Panthers were, and they were playing extremely conservative, and you could only muster up 3.7 yards per attempt from your running backs. I think it was even less for the running backs themselves, right?
Yeah, probably.
It's really, really bad, and there's no excuse for it. There's just no excuse. Like, there's no, and I hope. I think Bobby Slowick understands how bad it is. I don't know if the offensive line does or does not. But it's really, really bad. Like, it's not. This is alarming how bad they are at running the football. There's no excuse for those guys to be as physically talented as they are, and I'm talking about the group that's out there right now. I'm not even talking about like, well, the injuries or this or that. Like, there's no reason or excuse for them to be as bad at running the football as they are right now. So, like, between Slowick, the offensive line, the tight ends, my God, well, there's only one tight end remaining on the roster. Like that, it's just got to get better. They're not going to make any progress at all this year.
Dude, you just brought up a great point. Who the hell plays tight end for them this weekend?
None of the blocking ones.
Well, no, but Catoriano is on IR. Brevin Jordan, I think, still is not practicing. And, I mean, Dalton Schultz is going to play. As you point out, he doesn't really seem all that hepped up about blocking. I guess they have Dalton Keene on the practice squad.
Yeah.
So we're going with the double Daltons.
So he'll be in elevation. Yeah.
He'll be in elevation. I guess maybe Beck's played some tight end before. I guess maybe he moves to
Eric Sobert, right?
Oh, that's right. They signed Sobert. Yeah. Oh, okay. Problem solved. They got Sobert.
Good.
We're good.
Finally.
Yeah.
You got a Drake man on the.
You went to Drake?
He went to Drake. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Is he a converted basketball player?
I don't know. Drake's a good basketball school though, for sure. Here's C.J. Stroud. We talked about the batted passes. He had so many passes batted down against the Panthers. I felt like I was watching Bryce Young, like watching a quarterback who was not 6'3". Here was C.J. Stroud on how to avoid batted passes.
No, I mean it's football. Those guys, some guys know that the rushing isn't very great, and they just sit around and just jump around and play volleyball. So. And really, I mean, you can, for me, I mean, it's going to be hard for me to kind of see that because I'm looking down the field. So our linemen, and they know this, they're going to do a better job of just getting hands on guys and trying to get to them because like, if you watch the film, they're literally like retreating and running back. So as an O-lineman, you don't want to be caught going downfield. It's just like an easy area. But that's football. Like, it's going to happen.
Okay, let me just say, I love CJ's honesty. That was by far the most dismissive thing he's ever said as a Houston Texan.
Yeah, they're not. I'll be honest. I'm starting to get a little bit nervous. Like, I feel like there might be a course correction coming. I feel like CJ's starting to feel maybe a little too comfortable in some aspects of like he remains very humble in many ways, and he knows there's a lot of stuff he doesn't even know he doesn't know. You know, like he realizes, okay, I've got a lot to learn and everything, but there is a little Okay. All right. It's
excellent.
Basically, those guys.
It feels
those
like
guys got to. The offensive line's got to hit the defensive line
for sure.
Yeah. And when they try to jump, you got to get kicked in the nuts.
My assessment of your assessment of CJ is that the old defensive lineman Seth Payne was showing up right there. You're sticking up for your people. He was very dismissive of defensive linemen in that cut. Like they're just.
I mean, it's like
backtracking and playing volleyball. These
it's like,
guys.
okay, dude, if they're not rushing the passer, then maybe just hang out a little bit. Like don't get so scared once 3 seconds have elapsed. I don't throw it. I don't throw the ball. Why'd you throw it so fast? Those guys weren't rushing. They weren't rushing. I had to throw. But if they're not rushing, how is that a problem? I just had to throw it. I mean, they're not even rushing. So why'd you throw it directly into their hands? Because they weren't rushing.
Chris,
what a bunch of losers.
Chris, play not the whole cut again. Just the part up through where CJ starts talking about them playing volleyball. It's the beginning.
I mean, it's football. Those guys, some guys know that the rushing isn't very great, and they just sit around and just jump around and play volleyball. So
that's good. That's enough. Some guys aren't that great at rushing, so they just play volleyball.
I remember it reminds me of the Immaculate Reception. I remember one of the defenders on that play talking about Franco Harris and how he was just Franco Harris just lazily watching the play, picks up the ball and runs it in. Like he was so dismissive of Franco Harris because he was just being lazy.
Yep,
yeah,
that's that.
That's good from now on, apparently. So anybody that intercepts a CJ Stroud pass to is just some guy that was just sitting there lazy in a zone.
Just lazy.
Just sitting there. He's just sitting there, just trying to play catcher. Yeah.
Some guys can't play man, so they just sit back there and play catch. That's all they do.
Remember when JJ had all those batted balls, and it was just because he was not much of a rusher?
Yeah, right. That's what everybody was saying back when JJ was knocking down 18 passes a season. Yeah, lazy JJ Watt. Speaking of JJ Watt, do the Texans as a roster need to father more children? That is the question. JJ Watt answers it next. But first, West Point Link. I know that was a weird tease.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
That promo is true. Not necessarily the part where we're the handsomest guys in the world. That's an opinion. That's up for debate. Fierce debate, but debate nonetheless. But people are enjoying being able to watch us do the show. Text message, after listening to you guys forever, it's entertaining seeing you guys on YouTube. Love seeing Seth and his antics instead of just hearing them.
I've got antics?
You've got antics. According to at least one texter, you've got antics, my friend.
I thought once I got off the Adderall, I thought my tics left me, but apparently
No. I think the antics they may have been referring to that's an antic?
That's what I used to do when I was a kid. I was I was a mess. But I used to I had these nervous tics. And it was like blinking really hard. It was awful. God, oh boy. I probably shouldn't talk about it too much because it'll come back. I would blink really hard.
Okay.
And there was nothing I could do to stop it.
Well, let me quickly change the subject so you don't think about it. I think the antics they may have been referring to, you were shaking the mic fiercely when you were, kind of mock jousting with C.J. Stroud in the previous
Getting worked up about C.J. Stroud belittling the defensive lineman that batted.
I feel like battle lines have been drawn with you and C.J. Stroud, I feel like, Seth.
He belittled the very defensive lineman that made him lose the game. He belittled the guys who batted his passes down. Why'd you throw it? Oh, I don't know. They weren't rushing. They weren't rushing well enough, so they resorted to apparently the cowardly act of batting his balls down.
Cowards.
And yet it begs the question: if they weren't rushing very well, why did you throw the ball? Had plenty of time. Just go ahead and explore the room a little bit,
C.J. Stroud calls defensive linemen volleyball playing cowards.
Lazy cowards.
Story
is what he
at
said.
6. Yeah.
Then he made fun of my tick.
Yeah. I mean, not directly, but you could hear it in his voice for sure.
It is, though. Honestly, some guys just, as far as defensive linemen and the batting of balls goes, it does it takes a certain level of hand-eye coordination. Some guys just have a knack for it, to just get your hand right in the right passing lane.
For sure.
And those guys, the Panthers are really good at it. It's not just the Texans; they've done it too.
You know who else was good at it? Justin James Watt. He was very, very good. One of the best. J.J. Watt was really good at it. He's very good on Pat McAfee's show as a weekly guest. He was asked by one of Pat McAfee's minions, one of the producer types, the one with the mullet. If anybody watches the show on YouTube, he had a chance to ask J.J. Watt about one of his former teammates who is now performing at a very high level for the Houston Texans.
I believe his name is John Greenard. Might be Greenard, not exactly sure. Is this guy out of nowhere? I mean, everyone's focused on Will Anderson. Is Johnny Greenard the new face of that Texans D-line, or what, JJ?
Or what?
First off, it's Jonathan Grenard.
No!
But I
Damn
appreciate
it! No!
You were so close. You were so close.
Can't trust that.
Gosh.
Translate, said Greenard.
Well, it's spelled.
But he had a great game. 2.5 sacks. He's been playing really, really good football. I mean, here, just go ahead. Just knock the guy straight on his right into a sack. I mean, what a great feeling that is. And but the thing I say about Jonathan Grenard, he's a great guy. He was down there when I was playing, and just continues to get better, continues to work. And he just had a baby a couple weeks ago. And the thing that I've learned about dad strength is you turn into a monster on the field, because there's a new sense of purpose, there's a new sense of, and he turned into a monster. He's got 2.5 sacks this past game alone, and he's just throwing grown men to the ground. So shout out John Grenard. I love giving shine to guys that don't necessarily always get it, and we're giving it to John Grenard today.
There you go. There you go. All right, so Texans, you heard J.J. Watt. Go forth and procreate. We need a lot more dads on the team, especially on the offensive line. Maybe that would be good. Laramie, Titus, Shaq, if you guys are listening, go get somebody pregnant, all right, so we can have a good offensive line in 2024, all right? We need some of that dad strength. More dad strength on the offensive line.
You know what's interesting is I always wondered about this because you do, after childbirth, whether you're a man or a woman, if there's a new baby in the home, you do kind of some superhuman things when it comes to sleep deprivation.
Yeah.
You operate through a different level of fatigue than you've ever had before because your sleep is so disrupted, or at least some people do. So I always wondered about that, whether something kicks in. Apparently, most men, your testosterone actually drops after childbirth, after your partner has a child. So whatever it is that's providing the dad strength, it doesn't apparently seem to be Doesn't seem to be testosterone.
Okay.
Oh, it does release oxytocin and dopamine. So it turns you into a happy dope fiend. You're all hopped up on dopamine and oxytocin, and that's what makes you go out and play a team sport. Oxytocin is kind of the love chemical.
Yeah.
The trust chemical.
Okay.
You're feeling good. Your dopamine is it's goal driven. You know, like if you tend to have a lot of dopamine, helps drive you towards goals. So that's what it is. It's not the testosterone. It's the oxytocin and the dopamine helping John Grenard right now.
Well, this feels like a very simple solution to get the offensive line playing better.
Get my career back on track. Brandy, if you're listening, get ready. We're about to procreate.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes. And this
9 months from now, I'm going to become the best radio host who ever lived. I'll be mainlining oxytocin and dopamine.
Yeah.
And Brandy will be taking care of a child, which I know she's dreaming of doing right now.
That's exactly what she wants at this stage of her life.
I see it in her eyes all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Is that extreme fatigue? Like, oh no, you need more fatigue.
You need more kids. Yeah.
Yes.
And we need a 10
child.
share. And we need a 10 share. Yeah. So get to work, Seth. All right. I got to go get my vasectomy reversed before we before I
I know
before I do my part in this whole thing.
The fun part's going to be like waiting for 9 months for this for these damn kids to show up so we can be
we get put on a performance plan and our boss is like, tell us, here's where you need to improve. Like, boss, it's all going to be fine in 4 months. Brandy's due. Yeah, it'll be all good.
Your brain undergoes structural changes too.
JJ was right though. Like JJ, what did Koa came along like a month and a half in the last season, wound up like 12 sacks last year. Like he had a really good final act as a player.
Well, Bregman, right? Bregman had his kid, and it kind of knocked him out of his slump.
It did, big time. Yeah, like a 900 OPS the rest of the year.
This is tricky. Like, how do you do this? Like, I mean, maybe Stafford would have sucked. Or not, wait, no, not Stafford, Rivers. Maybe Rivers would have sucked if he hadn't had so many kids.
Oh, yeah, no, if he didn't have all those kids, like, he's J.P. Lossman, basically, yeah.
He had so much dopamine and oxytocin with all those kids.
Well, and you can tell.
Would you get the same effect from adopting a kid? If any listeners want a better radio show, let me know if your pregnant wife wants to give up the kid, just for the good of the show.
Right.
If you're not selfish enough, and as long as let me know too. Like, give me a little rundown of just why I should want this child. Is this child worthy of the Payne household?
And to be clear, when Seth and I retire, we're giving it back to you. Okay, just so you know. So just know that's going to be part of the contract.
This is just my performance enhancement infant.
Right, that's
my
it.
My PEI.
PEI, yes. PEI. Next year's Texan slogan, #SpreadYourSeed.
That's right. You need all these kids out there. Now, this is the thing, though. I would imagine these will only kick in if you're, you can't be a deadbeat. You got to be there helping with the kid and everything.
Right.
You got to your body is only responding to it if your body is thinking, this guy needs to be a father now. We better respond accordingly. If you're still out gallivanting about like a male whore, you're not going to get the benefits of it.
Bingo.
So help out with the kid. Get sacks. Get stacks.
Yes.
Get sacks, get baby, get sacks, get stacks.
That's it. Can we fit that on a T-shirt? All right, and put repeat at the bottom of it. Right. Hey, speaking of good dads, I think Ron Hughley's a good dad. You
need to tell me this.
Yeah. So we got the full scoop on his Halloween saga yesterday. All we knew was that at some point, from reading the text page from the night before, that's what Seth and I do. We come in, we're like, I wonder what went on last night on the station. Someone texted about Ron Hughley's big candy bowl they put in front of their house for people to take one. Somebody stole it. They dumped it in their pillowcase, and they left. All right, that happens a lot. Landry Locker even admitted he's done that to people before. I guess here's the whole story, though, Seth. When it happened this year, it's the second time that it's happened. And last year,
so 2 years in a row.
2 years in a row it's happened. But what happened last year in 2022 was that they put the candy out there in like a really nice jack-o'-lantern pot that is like a family heirloom. And
somebody took the pot?
Took the whole thing. Not only, okay, this part's kind of funny a little to me. Not only took the whole thing, but left behind the candies that they didn't want.
What the hell?
Yeah.
So they went through and they sorted out. They left the Smarties and whatnot.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's how tight the security was at the Hughley household. Yeah, the Smarties and the candy corns.
I'll eat your peppermint patties. I've gotten so sick on peppermint patties before because they're so available the day after Halloween.
Okay, but here's the rest of the story, and this is where I need to get your ruling on this.
Okay, so wait. Okay,
so 2 years ago,
all right. Somebody took the pot. Okay.
Yep. And that was and Courtney's Ron's wife. She was very disappointed. Like, it was a family heirloom. She was going to hand it down to their youngest. Yeah. So then this year they leave the candy out again, but in what was not nearly as sentimental an apparatus.
It was the family heirloom Tupperware.
Right.
Yeah.
So this year they just turned the lights off on the house. Didn't give any candy out to anybody in the neighborhood. They just said no.
Oh, okay. This was the third year. Okay.
Third year, yeah. Sorry.
But the second year, the same thing happened. Like did they steal the pot too?
Yeah, I don't know if they stole the pot the second year, but yeah.
Okay.
So sorry.
But they took all the candy.
Yeah, I got the calendar on. 2021, they stole the heirloom and the candy. 2022, they just dumped the candy, possibly left the Tupperware. This year, Ron said, "Screw it. I'm not giving any candy out to anybody." They turned the lights off, but they did take their kids trick or treating throughout the neighborhood. So. Is that a violation of like the symbiosis of a neighborhood where you got
etiquette of it? I think I don't know. Like there's enough. It's not like there's a candy shortage in neighborhoods. Okay. You know, like oh no, the kids are screwed because I think if you're taking your kids out and both parents want to go, then bring them on out.
Okay.
Yeah, I always struggle with like what time of night to stop handing it out.
Yeah.
Like it's always like okay, I don't want to. And there's always a part of me, even though the whole trick part seems to have fallen by the wayside. At least, like I've never gotten tricked on. I'm always nervous that if I don't give candy out at like 9:30 p.m., I'm gonna get TP'd or something.
Okay.
So I tend to stay up pretty late.
Man.
I know.
Yeah.
We lived in one neighborhood that was famous for being really, really good for trick-or-treating, and that sucked. That was a pain in the ass. Because we had, like, you get people truck in from all over the city. Like, there's people double parked and everything to take their kids. Like, you had to, like, borrow against your 401k to buy candy for Halloween.
Dude, JJ used to give out candy in his neighborhood in Pearland. And they had to tell him to stop because it got like
because there's so many people going.
He's doing it when he's a rookie and nobody knew who he was, and then he gets to 2014, he's still giving out candy in this Pearland neighborhood. They're like, JJ, it's nice of you to do this, but yeah.
The one in the expansion year in 2002, we were living in Bel Air, and like people, the Texans were kind of a big deal at that point, and like it was a novelty that there was this new Texans player in the neighborhood. So I got like a boatload of kids, and they all knew who I was. Mm-hmm. But the one that was like, it was just cool. That was fine. But the one that still freaks me out to this day were these two girls that were like, I don't know, like 12 or 13 or so. But they're dressed up as Hooters girls.
Yeah.
And like their moms were with them, like waiting at the gate. And these girls were like, they asked me to sign. They wanted me to sign their like Hooters T-shirts or their Hooters.
Yeah.
And I'm
Chris
like
is
looking
shaking
around,
his head.
I'm like looking for cameras and stuff. Like, what the hell is going on here? And I'm like, like I'm trying as hell to be polite as possible, like saying, like, young lady, I'm sorry, I cannot do that. Like, it was because I was signing a lot of autographs and everything.
Sure.
And it was weird. It was really weird.
Yeah, boy, if it was 2023 and you actually said, okay, I guess, like, dude, there'd have been 10 people there filming it with their phones.
It was one of those things where you almost start thinking, like, wait, are people going to call me a jerk for not doing what all this kid wanted was an autograph. Yep. That story gets retold, like, all the kid wanted was an autograph and this jerk wouldn't give it. And I'm like, I got to be a jerk here. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. We get texts from the Kansas City 610. People accidentally text our station. Let's take a guess at who they're talking to. This text from a Chiefs fan. Chiefs stood by his ungrateful ass through his controversy. All right, we're going to guess who they're talking about. We'll see if we can get an answer, too. I texted this texter. That's next. sister station in Kansas City is 610 Sports. We are Sports Radio 610, but for some reason there's Kansas City people that text our station. And I don't know, like, do they have to put in 713-572-4610, or is there some sort of online apparatus where you don't have to put a phone number in? Because I would think if I were living in Kansas City, I would know not to, or I were from Kansas City, I would know not to text a 713 number, a thought. But it happens quite a bit, actually, and we get very confused by it sometimes. Like, why is this person texting us about George Brett? Why are they texting us about Len Dawson, or Pat Mahomes or whatever?
Yeah. And every time it gets us every time. We're
time.
like, wow. Oh, yeah, okay.
We're very agitated by it. But sometimes it's fun to play the guessing game. Like, I wonder what they're talking about up in Kansas City. Like, sometimes we'll get a slew of texts. It's just a bunch of candies, Snickers, Milk Duds, blah, blah, blah. And they're all 816 and 913 numbers. Like, they must be talking about Halloween candy. And
sounds like they're having more fun than us.
Well, not until these last couple segments. The last couple segments, we've had a good time, evidently, according to the text page. This text came in from Kansas City. This is the fun part, too, playing the guessing game. The Chiefs stood by his ungrateful ass through his controversy. That's the whole text. All right, so who do we think they are talking about up in Kansas? Who is controversial?
My first thought was Travis Kelce, and then I remembered it wasn't as much controversy with Travis Kelce as it seemed like he was maybe immature his first year or two.
Yeah.
So then immediately I remembered, Tyreek Hill. Yeah, controversy.
Hill had controversy.
Yeah.
Hill would be the chalk. I guess any other controversies with the Chiefs? Now, the Chiefs are a team that has, straddled that line of, good and bad from time to time. They're not afraid to take some character issues onto the roster, as we know. Frank Clark had his issues before he got to Kansas City.
He had his issues before he got drafted by Seattle, but he fell to where he did in the draft because of some of his issues.
Now, Andy Reid has had some controversy relative to his son was on the staff, remember, and was drinking and driving, got into a lot of trouble doing
but there wasn't any there wasn't like an Andy Reid controversy per se.
I'm spitballing right now because it feels like Tyreek Hill was the chalk. Here comes text from the Kansas City texter.
Could it be John Dorsey? No?
John Dorsey? The guy who decided to bring all these people in, maybe?
Yeah, probably not. Yeah. He was never linked to anything other than obnoxious gum chewing.
Here's the answer. LOL. So, because I texted back, hey, this is 610 in Houston, actually, but we're really curious whose ungrateful ass you're talking about right now. LOL, sorry, wrong number, but I was referring to Tyreek Hill from a conversation on 610 in Kansas City.
Yeah.
So it wasn't.
So is Tyreek Hill spouting off right now ahead of the matchup with Kansas City?
I saw a clip from Tyreek Hill on Twitter yesterday. I think it was yesterday, but it was more him talking about his negotiations with the Chiefs that led to the trade to the Dolphins. It was more, he wasn't throwing shade at the Chiefs or anything. Now, he did disclose that the Chiefs offered far less guaranteed money to him than the Dolphins and the Jets did. The Chiefs offered somewhere in the 50 million guaranteed range.
Yeah.
Dolphins and Jets. The Jets actually offered more guaranteed money, but no state income tax in Miami was the difference maker for him in that one.
Okay, tell me if any of these comments from Tyreek Hill about the Chiefs should be giving offense to Chiefs fans. Let's see. When asked about playing in Germany, he said, "I've never been to Germany. I'm looking forward to it. Obviously, we're playing against the Chiefs, so it's going to be a fun game to see some old faces. And just get after it. Talk trash to my old quarterback."
Okay.
So that's nothing, right?
No. We know that said quarterback enjoys talking trash himself on field.
I'm just excited to play against my old brothers. It's just like if you're in high school and you move to a different city, it's still ball. At the end of the day, my job is to go out there and do what I've been doing all year, and that's have fun, help lead this team, and create opportunities for whoever. I'm still going to be the same old cheetah, baby.
Yeah.
So apparently that's enough to make angry, irate Kansas City Chiefs fans, as he's talking about peace, love, and happiness, bring up old memories about sordid affairs.
He is having a monster year. Like, he's on pace to break the record for receiving. He's got 1,000 yards already this season.
Yeah.
He's having a monster year.
The one thing is the way the headlines treated it. The way the headlines treated it, they almost made it sound like Tyreek Hill wanted to go back to Arrowhead so he could stick it in their face, like right in front of all those Chiefs fans. That's almost how the headlines read.
Okay.
When in reality, he was just upset about not going back to Arrowhead. He said, I was kind of pissed off about it, man, because obviously I've got so many friends. I've got family there. One of my sons is there. Just the energy, man, feeling that energy in Arrowhead would have been next level. So, yeah. Everything I've seen is pretty complimentary towards the Chiefs.
Yeah. Sorry, 816. I think you're being a little thin-skinned. Without knowing full well what you guys are talking about up in Kansas City, I declare not just you, but all the Kansas City fans thin-skinned. All right.
Somebody also points out that they might also be talking about Jackson Mahomes. So it could be. Did anybody? Here's the thing. Nobody stood by Jackson Mahomes through his controversy. No. I feel like there's never been a quicker divorce, including when you watch quarterback on Netflix. There's like, you see a couple, you might see Jackson Mahomes' elbow here and there. Every now and then you see him kind of standing off to the side of the frame. Right. But Jackson Mahomes, I don't remember seeing him at all, like, speak in that documentary.
No, you're right. He's in the shot sometimes, but if you didn't know who he was, you wouldn't even know if he spoke English. You know what I mean?
Like Stalin painted him out of all the pictures of the family household.
Good. Yeah, good. Okay, this goes back to us talking about Ron Hughley's Halloween candy getting not the candy, the bowl of candy that the Hughleys put in front of their house for trick-or-treaters getting stolen 2 years in a row. So they just shut it down this year and didn't give out any candy. This is an interesting solution. Show, if you're listening, you should do this, I think. This is from 6275, I think, on the text page. I created a bowl with a false bottom. Underneath the bottom, I put milk. On top, I put the candy with a sign that says "Take one," so that if someone dumps the bowl into their bag, all this milk comes out. So they put like a mini container of milk underneath. That's a good.
That is the opposite of candy for sure.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Big bag full of spoiled milk.
Take a milk.
Yeah. You know what though? That's a just punishment for somebody who's trying to steal an entire pot full of candy in front of somebody's house. You should smell like rotted milk for the rest of the night. And your candy.
Is that guy a magician? I feel like it takes a certain amount of skill to just pull that off. A false bottom on something.
I know. Did this guy do special effects for the Star Wars movies? Seriously.
If you only take one piece, a dove flies out. In acknowledgement of your active piece.
Jumps out from around the corner and he's pulling hankies out of his lapel, like 100 of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
This guy says, it was me who took Ron's candy and pumpkin in your face. LOL, suck it. I don't think. Okay, you listened to the show and you took the candy.
Taking the whole bowl, where I was hoping that story was going to go when they took the family heirloom bowl was that it was one of those things where somebody like takes something from your lawn and then sends you pictures of that thing in places. Have you ever remember that old deal? I don't know if people still do that or not. Like, I remember my defensive line coach in college. Like, this was before the social media or anything. Somebody stole like a little figurine from their yard, and like for the next 7 years, they were getting pictures of like this figurine sitting in an airplane on its way to Europe, like in front of the Eiffel Tower in Egypt, like going all over the world. Whoever it was like living living the life, and they would send actual, photographs. They're not sending them via social media. They would send photographs to their house of this little figurine all over the world. It was pretty funny.
That's funny. Okay, so I guess how you would react to that if it was your thing that got stolen probably is proportional to the sentimentality of it. Like, my guess is Ron's wife, Courtney, would be super pissed off getting all these pictures of a family heirloom at Disney World, at the Rock and Roll Museum in Cleveland, at some frat party, in the Grove at Ole Miss, all those things. But if it's something like, this, hey, why would somebody steal this? And then you're getting, but I would look forward to getting those pictures if it was something insignificant. I would look forward to it like almost like a something of the month subscription, like, oh, my monthly figurine picture is coming. I can't wait to see where the little guy went.
We were trying to figure out how to, like, some of the defensive linemen on the team at the time were trying to figure out, like, what could we do, like, different than that, like the exact opposite. If we steal one of these other lawn figures and just keep sending pictures of it, like this little Christmas elf with seedy women for the next, and the trashiest woman you can in every bar you go to, and just keep sending the pictures back. And eventually one day, the the figure did show back up on their lawn and they never got an explanation.
Really?
I'm gonna have to ask Coach DiStefano about that this afternoon and find out if they ever got an explanation. We figured it was like he coached defensive line for like 25 years at that school, so I think it was an older guy.
Yep. Landry Locker jumping in. No, John Lopez coming in a little late today, right? Coming in. Is Landry's mic on, Chris? There we go. Oh. Why am I not hearing Landry? There we go. Okay, that's better.
He'll be in at noon, and B Scott will be in at 11. So we got plenty.
Okay, gotcha. Does the Rangers winning the World Series add more juice to next year with the Astros for you?
Yeah, I would say it does, but I'll be honest. Like yesterday, that just seemed kind of blah to me. The
whole thing's been blah.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that maybe it hit a little bit harder. I mean, it's not good when your rival wins a World Series, especially with the dialogue that goes on with the Astros, the natural dialogue about minimizing, their 2017 and really all their World Series, if you depending on who you listen to. But it didn't really hit, man. It just felt kind of blah, like very blah.
Yeah. I've not seen much Ranger chatter on my timeline or anything like that.
Well, I mean, they're focused on John Smoltz, and I think that's the most embarrassing thing about it.
Are they really?
Yeah, what is that all about? Why are they so obsessed with John Smoltz?
Dude, so they put a post up at 105.3 The Fan. Shout out to Gavin Spittle and shout out to all my friends up 45. But I just figured it was like one little blogger or something like that. Dude, there were 6 or 7 segments on there about them just bitching about John Smoltz. And I know that Astros fans complained about Joe Buck for a long time, but I did not feel like John Smoltz was like carrying the water for the Arizona Diamondbacks in this game. And I don't know, like I wouldn't be shocked if they started their shows today at 105.3 The Fan talking about John Smoltz, which is just crazy.
Seriously? They just won the World Series?
I think there's something that runs through the veins of Dallas fans in general where they want acknowledgement for things like they demand acknowledgement for things that happened decades ago. And they're so ingrained in that as Cowboys fans that when something happens very recently, like they feel like they should get 10 times the acknowledgement for something that actually just happened. So there's like a perceived disrespect that you're not genuflecting in front of them as the lords of baseball or something.
That to me is like an act like you've been there before thing. Like they just I feel like most Astro fans don't get worked up about the national broadcast in the playoffs anymore because you think most do? I know some do, but
I guess Buck's retirement kind of helped.
Maybe.
I think Buck's retirement might have helped a little bit.
But I think once you go to the playoffs enough times, complaining about Joe Buck by the time the Astros were in their 3rd World Series or whatever, if he was still doing it at that point, is like complaining about the humidity outside in Houston to people. Yeah, we get it. It's hot outside. We get it. You hate Joe Buck. You go to the playoffs enough times and complaining about the announcers becomes passé. They just haven't been there enough times.
It is like full segments. I mean, you should
like
check it out. Yeah, check out I think he's one of the best best analysts in his sport.
Yeah.
Smoltz, this is what happens with Smoltz. Smoltz is genuinely knowledgeable and actually does his homework. So because he knows about the opponent, people get really upset that all of a sudden, because they're used to watching local broadcasts all year long in baseball, when they get to the national broadcast and this guy actually knows something about the other team and they're spending equal time on it, they feel like they're being neglected. And especially because Smoltz does know the both teams really well. They'll get over it if they end up maintaining this. If Scherzer doesn't, evaporate into dust by next year. Yeah. If Adolis Garcia or anybody else on the team doesn't get caught with things in their satchel, and then they'll get used to it.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. That was Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and all of the love and respect to John Smoltz.
Yes.
The best Rangers hater I know.
Indeed. All right, Football Friday tomorrow. We're back at 6 a.m. In the Loop starts now.
Yeah, I don't know what the obsession is with John Smoltz, Vicky. I am watching. I'm looking. Like there's gifts. Sean Sharif, the morning host. There's like a picture of Adolis Garcia punching John Smoltz, like the Rugnetto door. I couldn't imagine a world where a championship is won, the first one in franchise history after half a century, and I'm focused on John Smoltz. I cannot.
Yeah, I don't get it either, man.
We were Joe Buck defenders.
Yeah.
Like, I had no problem with Joe Buck.
I don't even give a damn about who's announcing the game. If I won, I won.
Yeah, and from a Texans perspective, like, we've sucked. Like, we've been the worst franchise in sports the last few years. So, I mean, I think James Lofton lived here. So it's one thing when you're following the Texans and James Lofton has probably a timeshare here because he's calling every damn game, or we have to hear Mark Schlereth or Robert Smith or something like that. Like, that's the time to complain. You're sitting there at 2-15 or whatever, and you're talking about the broadcaster, but you're winning a World Series and you're worried about John Smoltz?
I don't get it.
It's
man.
wild. It's wild.
I don't get it.
It's really weird. It's actually really, really strange.
And like you said earlier, why would he be carrying the water for the Diamondbacks?
I don't know.
Like, did he play for the Diamondbacks?
No. In fact, I think one of his best friends is Mike Maddox, who's the pitching coach. I think he was probably a little bit happy for him, but that is what that is. Maybe the rivalry with the Astros kind of intensifies, but I really do not understand it at all. But I'm sure it's going to be the development of something else. I'm going to confess something right now, and I don't want this to be taken the wrong way, which means it'll probably be taken the wrong way.
Yeah.
I kind of want to see the Texans play without Dameon Pierce on Sunday. And I'm not – I love Dameon Pierce.
Keep doing it.
The one thing about Dameon Pierce is that he's going – he wanted to play last year when he got hurt. He's a tough SOB. He's country tough, all that. But all this talk about, running back by committee and maybe we can see a little bit more Mike Boone. I would like to see what it looks like for just one game without Dameon Pierce.
Keep criticizing Dameon Pierce.
I'm not criticizing him. I just want to see what it looks like. And hell, maybe it looks even worse. And maybe that's kind of the wake-up call that we need. But for this Sunday, Texans versus Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. 713-572-4610 if you want to get in. I want to see the Texans without Dameon Pierce and what that looks like. Maybe it makes you throw the ball a little bit more. Maybe there's a little bit more Mike Boone. Maybe you're trying to get a little bit creative. Hopefully you're not putting Tank Dell in the backfield and turning him into a gimmicky gadget player. That's what I want to see. I just want to get a look at what that looks like without Dameon Pierce.
I'm kind of intrigued too, man, because look, this ain't a guy we picked in the first round. So I don't understand why you got to be so committed to Dameon Pierce like this. But I'm kind of intrigued too, man. I think, man, if Singletary go out there and ball out, if Boone go out there and ball out, it's gonna be looking real funny in the locker room, man.
It's gonna be a different role.
It's gonna be feeling a little funny.
Now we will see today. Practice today. We didn't have Laramie Tunsil practice yesterday. By the way, the Texans 2-1 without Laramie Tunsil, 1-3 with.
And what is he again?
He is the two-time highest paid offensive lineman in NFL history. Just ask him; he will make sure that you clarify that. So we'll get the practice report. Friday is the end-all, be-all, but we'll get the practice report, and we'll get an idea of whether or not Laramie Tunsil and or Dameon Pierce is going to play. The 281 on the text line. By the way, straight off the practice field today, we're talking that cash-ish. Blake Cashman joining the show straight off the practice field. We'll talk to him. Been one of the bright spots of this Texans defense. Actually started the game with a sack the other day. Blake Cashman. Been wanting to talk to him for a while, actually. I actually wanted him last year. Didn't get him, so we'll get him straight off the practice field. Another exclusive interview here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. The 281 on the text line. And shout out to all the people on Twitch and on YouTube. 281 says, we have an offensive line problem more than a running back problem. I don't think it's going to matter as much about who's running until we can block. Now, here's my question. What does until we can block mean? Because I'm not even disagreeing with you, 281. The offensive line, there could be a problem on the offensive line. Like, there could be a problem. But right now, you have three guys that are playing. Now, Titus Howard is not playing the right position. He's playing freaking guard instead of tackle. But you have three guys playing who are among the highest paid offensive linemen at their position. We're sitting here calling for Juice Scruggs, who we've never even seen step on a football field in the NFL. We saw him at training camp, and that was it. It wasn't phenomenal. It was okay. And we're talking about Jared Patterson going down. If there's an offensive line problem, that's the biggest problem the Texans could possibly have. Because those guys aren't going anywhere. And I brought this up yesterday. We talk about Dameon Pierce, and we talk about perhaps not being a system fit. We talk a lot about this system, the offensive system, the system. We hear D'Amico Ryans, we hear Bobby Slowick speak. We see it around the league. You need to run the ball in this system. But then even the biggest Laramie Tunsil fans, and by the way, Laramie Tunsil, I saw DJ Bieniemy, the great DJ Bieniemy at ESPN tweeted this out. I guess he's third in the league in pass block win percentage or whatever. He's third in the league, so he's an elite pass blocker. No one disputes that. But even the biggest Laramie Tunsil defender will just say, like in passing, oh yeah, he's not a good run blocker. Heard John McClain say it the other day. Oh yeah, he's not a good run blocker. What? So we're talking about Dameon Pierce not being a system fit, but a system in which you need to run the ball. Hey, he's not a good run blocker. That doesn't sound like a system fit to me.
Yeah.
Like I know that he's elite at something, but that doesn't sound like a system fit to me. And if Laramie Tunsil doesn't play, we've seen this team. They're 2-1 without him. Two pretty good teams, 1-3 with him. You'd rather have him than not have him, but they have found ways to win. But he's not a good run blocker. Just like it's almost like something small. Like it's like Barry Sanders, he's not a good receiver. Okay, well, you don't really need to throw when you're that good. Deion Sanders, he couldn't tackle. Okay, well, they're not even going his way, and other guys can help him tackle. He's not a good run blocker. Okay.
Yeah, that's hard for me to hear when I got to hear that this offensive lineman is a two-time, I guess, the biggest paid offensive lineman in history, and he can't he can't help run block.
Yeah.
That don't sit right with me, man. Just give me somebody average at that point.
Yeah. I mean,
give me somebody who could pass block average and average run blocker.
I watched C.J. Stroud play with a depleted offensive line and win 2 games. I saw it twice. Now, I would love to have Laramie Tunsil on the field again, more so than I wouldn't want to have him out there. But that just seems like that doesn't seem like a bullet point to me. I mean, that seems kind of concerning. That's like,
yeah, I would get it if it was like Noah Fant over there, and it was like, oh, he's not a good run blocker. It's like, all right, we ain't paying him that much.
It's like me and you saying, hey, let's go have some ice cream after, and you saying, all right, I really want to eat some ice cream, but I'm lactose intolerant. By the way, it just doesn't. It seems kind of weird for that to just be like a small bullet point. Let's go out to Jersey. Let's talk to Dominic. Dominic, you're on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Go ahead, my friend.
I waited a few days, boys. I let the dust settle. Yet I'm still sick to my stomach over the performance from last week. I haven't slept since Sunday. You want to know why? It's because I have nightmares of Frankie Louvu. He is haunting me. I never want to hear that guy's name ever again. The Texans are no longer a feel-good story. I've said this time and time again. So with that being said, performances like that are unacceptable. At the end of the season, we're going to be talking about games against Carolina and Atlanta as to why we missed the playoffs. Finally, Titus Howard, get off Twitter. We're tired of the act. Enough with the ticket drops. Enough with promising the fans you guys are going to be better this Sunday. How about you work on pull blocking and becoming a better run blocker? Because right now you look like a big waste of money. With that being said, let's swarm these boys on Sunday. Bobby Slowick, don't overthink it. Throw that ball early and often. Let's go Texans.
There you go. It's Dominic out there in Jersey. Titus Howard got into it on Twitter this week. He said the Texans are going to shut down Baker Mayfield. Well, guess what? You allowed 15 points to the Carolina Panthers because y'all couldn't run block. Y'all didn't win the game.
Yeah.
I got to see a little bit more from Titus, who, by the way, lining up at guard right now.
What's up with that, man?
I don't know. You would think that if Tunsil's not out there, you just put him at left tackle and see what's going on. I have no idea. Best 5 is what they say. Best 5. So, okay. Titus Howard.
I know he got that contract as a right tackle, then a guard.
Yeah, now he's just a very, very high paid guard at this point. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. OG going to be in at noon. He's taking care of some business. Now, Dominic said that he hadn't been able to sleep since the Texans loss last week. I'm ready to move on. I'm ready to move on, and I actually think tonight is a big opportunity. I actually think this week is a big opportunity for Texans fans and for the Texans football team because you have a winnable game against Tampa Bay. You're a 2.5-point favorite in that. Right now, you're sitting at 3-4. The final playoff spot, the race for the final playoff spot. Yes, I'm already looking at the standings. That's kind of where I'm at right now. You have a bunch of teams that are at 4-3. One of those teams plays tonight. The Pittsburgh Steelers. They take on the Tennessee Titans. Should be a close game. 2-point line right now. Pittsburgh's favorite. If Pittsburgh goes down, and you're also going to get a look at Will Levis, so that's a big deal as well. You're getting a look at the rookie quarterback coming off one of the best debuts that we've seen in NFL history. You're going to get a look at him on a short week against a good defense. If the Pittsburgh Steelers fall to the Titans, who you still have on the schedule twice, they fall to 4-4, which would mean that you would have a chance with a win against Tampa Bay to be tied with the team that you beat, Pittsburgh, in the playoff standings. Elsewhere in the NFL, you have the Bills taking on the Bengals. Seems like a good game. Like I could see the Bengals losing that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're a 2-point favorite.
It was going back and forth in the playoffs and all that.
If the Bills beat the Bengals, which could very well happen, the Bengals fall to 4-4. And you face the Bengals next week. So if you take care of business and the Bengals fall, next week will be for a playoff spot. You will be playing for a playoff spot, and you will also have a cushion to where if you fall to 4-5 and you lose to the Bengals, you got Arizona coming in, so you're set up nicely. You need to win the Tampa Bay game. Chargers are playing the Jets. Chargers are sitting at 3-4. Jets are another team that's sitting at 4-3. Do you think the Chargers can beat the Jets?
Yes.
I do too. As bad as things are for the Chargers, and I don't think they're great, they can beat the Jets.
That might be easy money for them.
So the Jets would fall to 4-4, who you also face. So then you're sitting there. If you're the Texans, there's a chance that you are in the playoff picture with a win over Tampa Bay based on everything else going on in the NFL. So as bad as last week sucked, and I thought last week was the worst week of C.J. Stroud's career. By the way, C.J. Stroud, did he or didn't he call out his offensive coordinator? We'll hear C.J. Stroud's alleged call out, and we'll hear what he had to say yesterday on the aftermath of said alleged call out of Bobby Slowick. We'll hear that in about 10 minutes. But you got a big opportunity right now if you're the Texans. I think you got to take advantage of it. I also think, and you know I'm a big vibe buzz guy, I don't want to get like Seth Payne must win here, but I don't think you can afford to fall to 3-5 with the Bengals, with the trip to Cincinnati in front of you. I think the Texans need to win this game. You've already wet the bed when the stage was yours. The Astros got out of the way. They lost. The stage was yours. You fall to Carolina, give them their first win. Buzz killed. And now you got a home game on Sunday against the Tampa Bay team that many people feel you should win. I don't want to throw out the must-win thing, but you win this, you got a major opportunity in front of you. You got to take this. And, oh, by the way, I guess traffic's going to be a little bit more heavy than usual. I guess that's what the Texans are sending out. There's some construction going on. Is that what we're hearing?
It is. It is.
So what exactly are we saying there?
Try to get there early, pretty much.
How early?
Early as possible, man.
So they're going to have construction at 610-288 on West Ridge. This affects fans who park in the blue and green lot primarily, but it really impacts anyone that exits Kirby and or uses 288 north and south. Fans need to give themselves extra time to deal with it. So you're telling me there's going to be less people in their seat when the game starts? Is that possible?
Or what if this was like a little conspiracy trying to get people there early? so they could be in their seats.
And they're just saying this just to say it?
Yeah.
Just to get you there early?
Hey, guys, the traffic going to be crazy. There's a lot of construction, so make sure you leave out early. I would do it.
I would say that would be that'd be a pretty weak theory or a weak attempt by them to do that. I do think though there is a big opportunity here for the Texans, and they need to take advantage of it. I'm not going to sit here and say season over, but I'm evaluating this team, and I might be getting ahead of myself. I'm evaluating this team like a team that I want to get into the playoffs and compete. If that's what your expectations are, and why would they not be? Unless you're just one of these people that's just going to expect the worst no matter what. If that's what your expectations are, then this is a big-ass game against a team in Tampa Bay. They have a quarterback who, when you don't expect him to do things, he does things. When you expect him to do things, he does it. Baker Mayfield.
He's an up-and-down quarterback, man.
And then you have a coach in Todd Bowles. Say what you want about Todd Bowles. I'm a big Todd Bowles fan. He can make a quarterback's life hell on any given Sunday because very few defensive coordinators blitz as much as Todd Bowles. And sometimes blitzes can throw off rookie quarterbacks. So we'll see what happens. We'll keep an eye on what's going on out there. Laramie Tunsil, Damian Pierce, will they or won't they practice? We'll give you the update there. We'll also talk to Blake Cashman. We'll also hear from you, 713-572-4610. It is In the Loop on a very, very big day round here. Coming up, did he or didn't he? C.J. Stroud, did he call out Bobby Slowick, and how did he respond to the potential call-out? We'll hear from him next.
All right, got a lot going on with the weather these days after the heat and the drought and the cold. Take care of your trees. My son texted me the other day. He says, hey, do you have Lewis's number? Yeah, I do. It's easy to remember. Lewis Flory and Ability Trees, 281-441-4179. Take care of those trees. Make them beautiful and safe and help you sleep better at night. Because with all this weather and the heat and everything else, drought that we've had, you need basically like an IV for your trees, and that's what he does. He can expertly diagnose the problem, feed your ailing trees. Even if they don't look all that bad, you got to make sure that they're healthy and well trimmed and pruned, because that makes them less susceptible to wind and storm damage. It's complete tree care. Spraying for insects and diseases, deep root feeding, well, you need that right now. Pruning and manicuring your trees, and he's got more than 40 years as a licensed arborist in the greater Houston area. All you have to do is pick up the phone and call that number, 281-441-4179, 281-441-4179, abilitytrees.com, Houston's leading tree care professional.
Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley, live from Texas Tailgate on Atacus Fiber Internet Football Friday. Tomorrow from 2 to 6, we'll be getting you ready for the battle with the Bucs. Stop by, hang out with the guys, and enter for your chance to win the ultimate tailgate prize pack. It's Atacus Fiber Internet Football Friday, presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. So much for LeBron James' minutes limit. LeBron played 42 minutes in an overtime win over the Clippers last night. He was brilliant, scoring 35 points. But this is Game 5 of a very long season. Can he keep this up at 38 years old? The Lakers came into the season saying the right things. This win feels great in November, of course, beating your hometown rival. But check back in June, when the Lakers tried to make one more run and give LeBron that elusive fifth ring. I'm Andrew Perloff.
With your choice of select sandwich, nugs, fries, and a drink, Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is your go-to. Your nugget wingman. Your hot and crispy fried co-pilot.
Just like us. We're like the bag boys.
What?
Bag boys. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
For a deal you can count on, bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of JBC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
Get big savings and big rewards now during Provember at Lowe's.
Right now, save $80 on the DeWalt 20-volt 2-tool combo kit and earn 3 times the bonus points. Redeem those points for offers like NFL tickets to regular season games, a Super Bowl 58 experience for 2, and more rewards. Because Lowe's knows savings, Lowe's knows pros. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid through 11/22, subject to change.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
After a big dinner, my nighttime heartburn would keep me up. I'd be taking antacid after antacid all night long. But then I tried Prilosec OTC. Just 1 pill a day blocks my frequent heartburn for a full 24 hours, giving me one-and-done heartburn relief. Without heartburn keeping me up, I could have a restful night's sleep.
Prilosec OTC. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
We know you're excited because Texans football is back. With the free Odyssey app, you can jump back and listen to the moments that matter, even if you missed it live. Catch former Texans D lineman Seth Payne on Payne and Pendergast and hear from players and coaches straight off the practice field each week during In the Loop on SportsRadio610.
What do you think of C.J. Stroud? C.J.'s got a bunch of confidence for a young guy. You feel it when he walks into a room.
Stay close to the Texans wherever you are this season. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, shortness of breath, stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any of those seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist and get the full picture. They may add up to transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTRCM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor soon. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
With Black Friday appliance savings all month long at the Home Depot, we're making the holidays merrier by making holiday hosting easier with our lowest prices of the year on Whirlpool kitchen appliances. Get everything you need to store all your holiday favorites.
Dinner's ready.
And the leftovers. With top brand kitchen appliances at a great value. Save up to $2,300 on select kitchen packages, including top brands like Whirlpool with Black Friday savings at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Protect your engine better with Syntec Full Synthetic High Mileage Motor Oil, only at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec High Mileage is formulated for today's engines with over 75,000 miles. Now get 5 parts of Syntec High Mileage and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $34.99. Limit supply. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Looking for a quick recap of everything you missed in the NFL this week? The best football show with Brian Baldinger is just what you need. Baldy breaks down the most exciting moments and biggest performances around the league, all in the time it takes you to drive to the office. Just follow the best football show in the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
What we do, I mean, that's me getting more trust from the coaches and the guys getting their depth in their routes, and so it's a whole team thing. Definitely think we have the talent to be explosive, and I think we've shown, man, we've showed it, and we can do it. We just got to go out there and call it and run it and execute. So I mean, I feel like that's why we haven't been consistent. Just too many nickel and taking the ball short and not having enough explosives, and it's hard to play on third down too. So Bobby's doing a great job calling it, trying to be better with us and getting used to how we like calls and things like that. I'll sit down with those guys. I always do. So it's not. I'm not talking about Bobby. I'm not talking about anybody specific. I'm just saying as a whole offense to reward our defense for getting stops and things like that. We have to be explosive and make plays. You can't live on third down, but we'll learn from this.
That was a call out of Bobby Slowick. Now, a lot of times when you say call out, a lot of times it's, a lack of accountability. But I think it was accountability, and it was also a call out. It was a team thing. Like it was a we're all in this together. Bobby needs to do better. I need to do better. We need to do better. So, I saw I think it was DJ as well. Shout out to DJ Beam. He said, well, he's not calling out Bobby Slowick. Well, yeah, he is. But he's not doing so maliciously. He's not. It's not a call out like, "Hey, he needs to be fired." What is we doing? Well, it's not a call out like he's the problem. It's a we're the problem. We got to do it. We got to execute it. So it was absolutely a call out, but I think it was a healthy call out. And quite frankly, I would rather have this than Deshaun Watson going up there playing like crap and Bill O'Brien peeing his pants against Kansas City, and then Bill O'Brien. That's my coach. Deshaun Watson going up there and saying that's my coach. I mean, I think there's a certain level of care when there is a call-out. Like a healthy call-out is okay. And I thought this was a healthy call-out by C.J. Stroud. He said, we got to do this. He said, Bobby's got to do this. I had no problem with what C.J. Stroud said and what he's done up to this point. Now, the only thing that I do question that C.J. Stroud said, and I think this is something that we need to keep a close eye on, is he said we have the talent to do this. I don't know if they do. I don't know if this really is a talented offense. I do want to see Tank Dell lined up at receiver more. I don't want to see him in the backfield. I don't want to see that gimmicky stuff. But I think heading into this season, we thought that there were limitations from a talent perspective on offense. Feels like they've somewhat, I don't want to say maxed out the potential that they can get from those guys, but it's been a pleasant surprise what Nico Collins, what Tank Dell, and most importantly, what C.J. Stroud have done. So I do think there's a balancing when it comes to expectations that I have for this offense, but make no mistake about it, that was a call-out. It was a healthy call-out. It wasn't a point the finger and blame everyone else call-out. It was a call-out. Let's hear from C.J. Stroud, though. And we'll hear Matt Musil, the great Matt Musil, the local legend. He asked CJ about this call-out. That will be at the end of this brief media session. But here's C.J. Stroud's media availability yesterday with the media types. And he starts by answering the question about what he's had to do most to maintain a level of professionalism as an NFL quarterback.
I mean, it's been a battle every week of just not only trying to get the footwork down and trying to get this offense better, like in tune with my mind, just trying to get it down pat to where I can just remember and go play fast. Honestly, I would just say just being more of a pro as a quarterback, being smarter with the ball, smarter not taking hits, just getting down, getting the ball out, taking the completions. I would say that was probably the biggest step I've taken from college to OTAs to training camp to now, just being a better pro when it comes to just quarterback play and just being veteran-minded of getting my guys in the right position to make plays and things like that.
Playing with swag, maintaining your confidence. How do you do that when things maybe aren't going exactly the way you want them to go to carry that confidence from game?
I don't really feel like, for me at least, I don't think it's going to go anywhere. It has to go anywhere. I am who I am. It's just it's in me. It's not something that I wear. It's not something that I can buy. It's just kind of how God prepared me and God wired me as a man. So I don't really see it going anywhere anytime soon, God willing. So I think I'll just have that edge and that swag, or whatever you want to call it, kind of just how I am. And I'm not trying to sound like I'm just a cool guy or anything, but nah, it's just kind of just how God made me. So I mean, as this year goes on, I mean, I feel like it gets a little harder, but I mean, if it was easy, everybody would do it. And that's something I just keep reminding myself, man. Like the trials, the tribulations, the hard losses, whatever you want to name it, it prepares you for things that come on in the long run. Like God doesn't just give you stuff right away. You have to be prepared and you have to build those calluses, and that's something that I think this team we're getting. Of course, it's not lovely and you don't love it, but it's kind of like what you need. You get what you need, and I hope that we learn our lessons, because that's the only time you won't get what you need if you don't learn your lesson from things like that. So I mean, my job is to keep the mojo on the team up, and I feel like I'm trying to do my best with that, and we're taking steps in that direction. So, I don't think it really would go anywhere.
CJ, how frustrating are the batted passes at the line of scrimmage? Is there something that you guys can do schematically to avoid those popping up?
No, I mean, it's football. Those guys, some guys know that the rushing isn't very great, and they just sit around and just jump around and play volleyball. So, and really, I mean, for me, I mean, it's going to be hard for me to kind of see that because I'm looking down the field. So our linemen, and they know this, they're going to do a better job of just getting hands on guys and trying to get to them because if you watch the film, they're literally retreating and running back. So as an old lineman, you don't want to be caught going downfield. It's just like an easy area. But nah, that's football. It's going to happen.
CJ, you were adamant after the game talking about, look, we need to push the ball downfield. We need to, push it, throw long passes. And talking to Nico and the guys were like, yeah, that's our guy, man. Yeah, we need to. But what were the coaching staff reacting to that? What did Bobby and Nico say? Were they happy that you were saying that, or how did they react to that?
They are right on board, and I think Bobby has done a great job of doing things like that, and half of that we got to get our running game together. You can't do it without running the ball, so we got to be able to run the ball better. But at the same time, we're really special in a lot of areas too, and Bobby and D'Amico are the first people to stand up and say that. So, and I know that's the thing about this league, man. You can't let one game define who people think we are. Y'all might have an idea, but we're the players, man. You know what I'm saying? So they're the coaches. We're gonna figure out as the Texans. I don't really think it was taken to heart from anybody, and they know how much I want this. And as a team, they know how bad we want to be successful. So I mean, this is a accountability-based business, and I think everybody is looking in the mirror how can we fix these issues and do things the right way, and we're excited to get that done. So D'Amico and Bobby have been really the forefront of that, and for me, I'm just I'm the coach on the field doing the same thing. So.
And there you go. That's C.J. Stroud. I thought he explained it very well. It was a healthy call out, nonetheless. We'll hear what Scott has to say about it. He has some thoughts on it, as well as the notion that maybe life without Dameon Pierce on Sunday, while no guarantees that it would be good, it would be a good observation to have and a good case study to diagnose where exactly this Texans offense is. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Coming up, how did the other team in Texas winning a championship, really taking the Astros championship, how did that sit with you? How did it make you feel? Plus, we lost a legend, and it seems like people were acting awkward about it. We'll discuss that.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, so the Rangers won the World Series. Team that took down the Astros in the ALCS, the team up 45, the team that's been a non-factor since the Astros were good, before the Astros were a non-factor, when the Rangers were good, when before that they weren't even in the same damn league. So it seems like a rivalry is finally developing, a needed rivalry of substance between the Texas Rangers and the Houston Astros. Sometimes another team's, even another person's success, it doesn't sit well with you. Whether it's because you think they're slime balls, whether you think because it minimizes your accomplishments, and in a fan's perspective, because sometimes you know they're just going to be obnoxious as hell and even more obnoxious than they are. Sometimes, like, different successes by other teams, it hits different ways. I watched that World Series yesterday. Rangers 11-0 on the road. Hell of a story. Bruce Bochy, by the way, I want to give him his damn flowers, because Bruce Bochy now has more managerial wins in the World Series than Tony La Russa and Sparky Anderson. He has as many World Series rings as Joe Torre. Man. So Bruce Bochy is an absolute baseball legend, and he deserves his flowers. Rangers deserve their flowers as well. But I'm watching that yesterday, and I'm sure over time it's going to hit a little bit harder here. It's kind of blah.
Yeah.
It's kind of blah. I mean, it happened, and it was like, okay, they won the World Series. All right. Nobody's going to remember this one. Like, okay, Rangers won the World Series. Congratulations. Yeah. Y'all can brag about that. Hang the banner, etc. It just, maybe it's a baseball thing. Maybe it has more to do with the sport. But for some reason, it wasn't like a knife in the heart. Like, if the Indianapolis Colts win a Super Bowl, if the Jags win a Super Bowl, if the Titans, win a Super Bowl.
That might be worse.
Hell, even if the Yankees had won a World Series, it would kind of hit. Even the Dodgers in the COVID year, when they won that raggedy-ass World Series, that hit a little bit harder than the Rangers. I don't know if it's because they've just been such a non-factor for a long time. I have no idea. But I anticipated that would be a lot more painful to watch than it actually was. Didn't hit.
Yeah, it didn't hit for me either.
Didn't hit. Even the celebration was awkward. It didn't hit. Maybe it was just anticlimactic because they had a 5-0 lead. Just didn't hit.
Yeah, I feel like it would hit next season whenever we start fresh, and it's like the world champions, Texas Rangers. That's when it would hit for me, because it's like, oh, God, you got to hear from these Ranger fans all year how they the champs, how they came in here, they stepped on your couch, a.k.a. beat your ass at home.
Four times.
4 times, yeah. And that's the only way it would hit for me. Them actually winning the World Series, I kind of like, I don't even care.
On the text line, 713, Rangers winning, horrible outcome, threw up in my mouth. Also from the 832, they won a World Series, and we took them to Game 7 on our off year. I would disagree with that. Now, I do, like, with all this said, like, if the Rangers start to pile up success in the division, I think that kind of hits a little bit hard. I don't think this was like an off year for the Astros. I actually think this could have been foreshadowing of things being much more different than they've been recently. Like, I don't think the Rangers are going anywhere. They have young talent. They have veteran talent. They have one of the best managers to do it. And quite frankly, they're a flawed baseball team that I think is going to address those flaws. I don't know how aggressive the Astros are going to be this offseason when it comes to what they're going to do. They're going to have to fix the bullpen. But I think the Rangers are actually – I don't think they look at this team as a, man, this is – we don't need to fill in some holes. I think they look at it that way. And I actually think they were ahead of schedule. So from a long-term perspective, I don't think this is like some sort of fluke where the Astros had an off year and the Rangers are just kind of like one of those fluky, like Washington National type 2019 teams. I don't look at it that way. But it just didn't hit. I thought it would hit a little bit more. It did not hit. 713-572-4610. Brandon Scott's going to be in here for his weekly visit at 11 o'clock. But big news yesterday, and SportsCenter got hijacked by this, and I mean, rightfully so. It was one of the big stories in sports, and you've seen a lot of talk about it. Bob Knight passed away at the age of 83. One of the most polarizing coaches in the history of sports, one of the most successful coaches in the history of sports, and one of the most controversial in the history of sports. And it seems like people are just like hesitant to just admit he was crazy. You can say he's great and you can say he was a crazy SOB, right? I mean, like if you would have asked me 24 hours ago, Landry, what's the first thing that comes to your mind when you talk about Bob Knight? I would say, man, that's a crazy SOB. And he was a good coach. He's nuts. He's borderline insane. And quite frankly, if he would have started his career 10 years ago instead of 40 years ago or whatever, Bob Knight might have never existed. So Bob Knight is a crazy SOB. I don't know why it's so hard for people to say. I interacted with Bob Knight a little bit. I thought Bob Knight was an interesting dude. Now, I will say this, and this is the other extreme of it. I think some people looked at Bob Knight and almost said, man, this guy's the worst thing ever, and in today's day and age, that would never work. You might be right. But I also think where Bob Knight used to be able to do what he did and what happens now in basketball, I do wish there was some kind of middle ground. Because Bob Knight being able to be kind of a bully and be a little bit polarizing in the 80s, 70s, whatever. And James Harden, like players like James Harden now, and I know it's NBA and college, but you see it in college basketball as well, be able to wind their way out of town and play the extreme player empowerment. I do think that there is a healthy balance there that I wish basketball would find, because I think it's gone from what it was like when Bob Knight coached, where it was one extreme, to now an extreme where these guys don't even play back-to-backs anymore. I mean, if you don't want to play, you force your way out of town. So I do think there's a healthy balance of it, and I think it's okay when someone passes away to acknowledge their greatness and acknowledge their flaws. I think that's actually the right way to honor a guy like Bob Knight. Like, am I supposed to not say that Bob Knight was crazy now?
Did SportsCenter ever show the video of him throwing the chair?
Oh, of course.
Did they? Oh, okay,
I was
because I ain't see it.
Oh, of course.
I ain't see it. I was wondering, like, why they ain't showing that video of him blowing up?
Oh, of course. Yeah. They showed him throwing the chair. I remember, like, one of my favorite Bob Knight stories, and this has nothing to do with his coaching or anything like that. But I was hooping with someone in the summer, and they were in town. They were getting their cardio in before they went back. It was Cliff Kingsbury. Okay, Cliff Kingsbury was hooping, and he said he had golfed at the golf course in Lubbock. It was Rawls. It's a really nice golf course, one of the most underrated golf courses in the country. And Kingsbury was talking about how he was on the green with his buddies playing golf, and Bob Knight was in the group behind him. And Bob Knight was just hitting balls onto the damn fairway when they were there, telling them to get their slow asses off the damn green, just hitting golf balls into it. And Kingsbury was basically like, yeah, I didn't really know what to do there, but I mean, I think that's Bob Knight. Crazy, great, legend. And someone says it on the text line, nowadays the players choke the coach. probably right. We need to just stop choking people. Bob Knight, don't choke players. Players, don't choke coaches. Let's meet in the middle somewhere. Let's get it.
Good luck with that, meeting in the middle.
Yeah, that's kind of tough these days. Coming up, Brandon Scott's weekly visits. Would the Texans being shorthanded in one of their biggest areas of concern actually be intriguing? My answer is yes. Can't wait to hear what B. Scott has to say next.
The Texans offense struggled again.
right, Brandon Scott in the building for his weekly visit. NFL Week 9 begins today. Titans versus the Steelers. So it's a big start to a very big week for the Houston Texans. I want to jump right into this. I can't believe I'm saying this, and I can't wait to hear your reaction to it, but I find myself almost wanting to see the Texans shorthanded in an area where we are most concerned about this football team. I want to see what it looks like without Dameon Pierce. I'm not saying that I don't want Dameon Pierce to be a part of this football team moving forward, but I just want to see, for better or worse, it could go out there and the run game could look even worse than it's been. And right now they're averaging 91 yards a game. They're 22nd in the league, which I actually think that kind of surprises me. But I guess when you're committed to the run, you're going to stock up the yards. I want to see the Texans on Sunday. I want Dameon Pierce to get some rest that foot, and I just want to see what it looks like without Dameon Pierce, which is crazy to say because the run game is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, concern about this football team that we watch on a weekly basis.
And it sounds kind of crazy, right? Because, even though Dameon Pierce is not having the same kind of year that he had as a rookie, he hasn't been as good in this scheme and this season as he was last year, but he's still probably one of your better offensive players and one of your better offensive weapons. So it feels kind of silly and kind of crazy to be like, hey, I'd rather one of their better players not be there. But
I just want to see what it looks like.
But
I just want to see it.
It feels like it's going to kind of force their hand and be addition by subtraction. The reality of it is he's still your best running back. I still believe that, despite the struggles and the fact that they haven't run the ball well. Dameon Pierce is still your best running back, but you haven't run the ball well anyway, even with your best running back. So you hope the math just dictates that without your best running back, don't do this. Don't just give Dameon Pierce's carries to somebody else and just run the ball the same amount and just, hey, Devin Singletary will be Dameon Pierce today, or Daria Gumbawale or Mike Boone will be will be Dameon Pierce today. Don't do that. You hope the math dictates that without your best running back means fewer running plays, which means more passing plays, which is, I think, the sole criticism that we have of the offense. Like you were talking about this, maybe it was on your stream that I was watching on the Locker Room. Landry Locker on the Locker Room, subscribe to that. But you were saying, you don't have a big problem with the way Bobby Slowick is planning out the games, but it does feel like, and the nerds have pointed this out, that they're a little bit too predictable on the early downs. And that's not just predictability, but inefficient run plays with Dameon Pierce and Devin Singletary getting 2 and 3 yards and C.J. Stroud's having to make miracles happen on third down. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. So I feel like it could be addition by subtraction, even though I still acknowledge that Dameon Pierce is one of the better players on this football team.
Yeah, and I look, I don't think that Dameon Pierce is a guy who doesn't have value to this team for the next 2+ years. I don't question that. I do wonder about the system fit, and I do wonder about, because of the respect that he demands, and because of the attention that the coaching staff gives him, I almost want them to be forced. And this is sad because I'm not trying to insult Bobby Slowick, but I want him to be forced to at least let me see more Mike Boone. And that's sad. That's kind of pathetic. That kind of speaks to where we are as an offense, to where I'm asking for more Mike Boone. But based on what I've seen, 16 yards on 2 carries the last couple of weeks, an 11-yard catch that extended the best drive of the year, and we didn't see him touch the rock again. He had an 11-yard catch. He had a 5-yard carry the other day. We didn't see him touch the rock again. I almost want to see what it looks like. And then when Dameon Pierce comes back, we can see what the committee looks like. Hell, maybe we want Dameon Pierce to touch the ball 40 times after this week. It is a for better or worse type of thing.
But I do think that the math, like I was saying, what the math dictates. Look, I don't want them to run the ball as much as they have, and I'm hoping that without Dameon Pierce that is the case. But whatever amount of running the ball that they do, it is going to be some type of split. I would have to assume that it's going to be some type of split between Devin Singletary and Mike Boone. So I feel like all of these things are happening. These things that you want to happen if Dameon Pierce doesn't play. And again, Dameon Pierce, one of their better players, but in a weird way, this could work.
About Dameon Pierce is that country SOB would probably play with 1 foot if you let him. So if Dameon Pierce isn't playing, it's because he cannot play. He wanted to play last year when there was nothing to play for.
Yeah.
He was foaming at the mouth to play. So Dameon Pierce wants to play, and we'll see what that looks like. Landry Locker, Figgy Fig, B. Scott here with you on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
But I also think, Landry, that timing is everything too. Like, not just everything that we just talked about, right? So put a pin in that. On top of that, you got the timing element of what you've been talking about on the show already. C.J. Stroud calling out in the most classy and polite way that you possibly could the play calling. So 2 things are happening here. Dameon Pierce, your top running back, in a rushing attack that has not been efficient or good this year, might not be available to you during the same week in which your quarterback, who you trust, has publicly acknowledged and said, we want to be a more explosive offense. And what is one of the reasons why you're not as explosive of an offense as you'd like to be, aside from just talent, is that you're probably running the ball a little bit too much on those early downs. And the running game, even when you are running it, is just not that good. So these things happening at the same time, to me, is like, it's just, to me, perfect timing.
Yeah. So Dameon Pierce didn't practice yesterday. We will await the announcement as to whether or not he practices today. Laramie Tunsil also didn't practice. And I want to connect Laramie Tunsil to Dameon Pierce because Dameon Pierce, at the end of the day, is a 4th-round pick. He's a 4th-round pick. If he is a rotational running back, then that's a draft pick well spent. Laramie Tunsil is the highest paid, Laramie, 2-time highest paid offensive lineman in NFL history.
Got to get that hello drop. Hello.
And Laramie Tunsil is a guy who the Texans so far this year, these are just stats. This is not facts. I would rather have Laramie Tunsil than not, but they're 2-1 without him. They're 1-3 with him. Those are just numbers. Even the biggest Laramie Tunsil fan, you often hear, and the pass blocking is elite. It's among the best in the league. I think it's top 3 right now with the advanced stats. If you put them all together, top 3 in the league, Laramie Tunsil, pass blocking. But you constantly hear, hey, he's just not a good run blocker. If Dameon Pierce isn't a good fit in this system because of his running style, and Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans acknowledge that in this offense, even if it's not working, you need to be able to run the ball. And we see this system around the league. The most successful run teams in the league, they run this system. Why is Laramie Tunsil not being a run blocker not a bigger deal? And maybe he's a better run blocker than I'm giving him credit for, but I hear it constantly from people who are pretty smart. Yeah, he's just not a very good run blocker. Wouldn't that not be a system fit then in this system if a guy's not a good run blocker? And it'd be one thing if it were just, you drafted this guy and, he's a decently paid offensive lineman or he's a first-round pick. This is the highest paid offensive lineman in the league. This is a system that we acknowledge you need a certain skill set at times to figure out. How is it just like a bullet point and not a bigger deal? Well, he might not be a very good run blocker. Is that not crazy to you?
A little bit, but he's so damn good at the other thing.
Okay.
And so that's where it balances out.
Would you rather have
No, I get it.
Would you rather have an an average pass blocker and an average run blocker, or do you want him just so good at that? And then that's what I'm asking.
I'll tell you what I would rather. I would rather the guy who was highly paid to be elite at a thing that he is elite at, pass blocking or pass protection, to do the thing that offensive linemen will tell you they prefer to do and it's easier for them to do, which is to go forward as opposed to backward. Like, to me, if he's that damn good at pass protection, and y'all seen, we've all been close to Laramie Tunsil. That's a big dude.
Big dude.
I've got
dude, man.
I've got
Cool
a
dude.
hard time understanding that if he really wants to. So what I'm saying is,
one thing?
I would rather just somebody that same kick in the ass that C.J. Stroud gave the offense overall as a whole. Bobby Slowick, the run game, the offensive linemen need to get their hands on the defensive linemen who are batting passes down and all of that. I need somebody to do that with the highest paid, 2-time highest paid left tackle. And it's not to say that, Laramie Tunsil is a dud or anything, but to your point on the run blocking, like that's obviously got to be better. And I don't think it's a coincidence. I will point out, how many times do we watch this offense running the ball hard-headedly to the right side? You notice that? They run the ball to the right side, and I feel like that's on purpose because they're trying to play either to a strength or maybe mask a weakness. So yeah, no, it's got to be better. I'm not trying to excuse it, but I do think that there's something to, hey, this guy can be better at this and should be better at this. And so therefore will be better at this. If you just kind of somebody, who is it that is able to check Laramie Tunsil? Because I don't know if that person actually exists. I'm not saying that it's even necessary. Like if somebody can just go up and say, hey, can we try a little bit harder here? Can we push a little, can we be bigger? Can we be more physical?
The thing for me is, I'm trying to make like some sort of analogy. Like if like let's say we go to a bar and there's a special shot and it costs $2. Like there's a $2 shot. You take the $2 shot, it sucks, whatever. You're just like, it was a $2 shot and whatever. Then all of a sudden you buy like a top shelf drink and there's something wrong with it. You're probably going to say something, right? Like it's probably going to bother you a little bit. Like when Deshaun Watson was playing in 2018 and Julian Davenport was the starting left tackle or whatever it was. Like I wasn't bitching about Julian Davenport. It's Julian Davenport, man. Like what am I supposed to expect from Julian Davenport? But when Laramie Tunsil, Titus Howard, and Shaq Mason are out there and the offensive line is the problem, that's a much bigger problem than just having a bad offensive line. Like what you've invested in this offensive line, we should not be sitting here saying, because it's so weird now, because now all of a sudden Juice Scruggs is getting talked about like he's Larry Allen. I don't know what Juice Scruggs is. I know he's a rookie. I know he's never played in the NFL. I know that I like Juice Scruggs. I enjoy talking to Juice Scruggs, but he shouldn't be your savior.
All of it is rooted in him potentially being the solution to an obvious problem.
Yeah, but but shouldn't a solution be when you have 60% of your offensive line out there?
Yeah.
And they're highly paid offensive linemen. Like, shouldn't the solution be that those guys are not your weakness? Like, of all the things that we're talking about with this team, it should, and it's on the text line. It's all over the text line. It's the thing that you hear the most often. Offensive line shouldn't even be being discussed right now as a weakness. They've won 2 games with. Matter of fact, they've won 2 games without these guys. They've won 2 games without Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard. So
the wild thing is too, like, is it the offensive line or is it the running back?
Because it's damn sure not the system. Like that's the one thing I don't want to hear is like when it comes to the like it's not that like there was a system change. Yeah, you know what the system change was? It's what the Miami Dolphins run. I think they're averaging, last time I checked, like over 6 yards a carry. It's what San Francisco runs. Yes, they have Christian McCaffrey, but it's not like this system. You're supposed to be able to run the ball in this system.
But what also makes that part or another part of that discussion that's hard to take to kind of just drive this point home? Yeah, Laramie Tunsil, Titus Howard, Shaq Mason, the highest paid guys are out there. What's the other side of the offensive line narrative, though? Man, that Jared Patterson sure has been damn good for a rookie 6th-round pick.
Exactly.
Man, Kendrick Green, they talked about how he couldn't play, and they moved him to fullback.
Exactly.
But he sure did look good at guard.
This is a good point. This is the best point.
And then George Fant apparently is so damn good at right tackle that they can't even move Titus Howard back to his natural spot.
Preach.
So
that's the crazy thing. Like all the guys that we talk about we're pleased with
so
are
what
guys
is it?
that don't get paid.
Yeah. It is a conundrum.
Yeah.
What you might call.
And the offensive line pretty good without Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard.
I mean, they may do.
Yeah.
They beat two playoff teams.
And we thought they was going to be awful.
They beat two playoff teams. Andre Ware wanted to bench CJ. I'm not trying to call him out or anything like that. I mean, I know him and Lopez already have their smoke about Dameon Pierce, but
y'all are funny.
I remember. I'm just telling you, Andre Ware, Texans pregame show against the Colts. I heard it. I think it was 8:15 a.m. whenever he was on. CJ had the hurt shoulder. I think they should bench him because Laramie Tunsil's out. CJ plays. They beat the Jags. They beat the Steelers.
And he ain't even get sacked.
He didn't get
That's
sacked.
the crazy part. He didn't even get sacked.
He did not get sacked.
Yeah, no, we've said this. It's the highest paid offensive line in all of football. Shaq Mason, I remember when we talked the first time that we talked to him, first media availability, he said this absolutely should be a strength of the team, the offensive line. Now, it doesn't look exactly the way we thought it was going to look, but it's got the three main guys on it, so it's like, okay, why doesn't this work better? Maybe it's one of those things that just takes some time. But hey, man, we're how many games? 7 games? So how much time is it supposed to take, especially with guys that are paid like that?
And it can be multiple things. Like I don't like getting in this like either or crap that it seems like a lot of people like to get into. Like Bobby Slowick can't call a bad game and CJ Stroud play a bad game. Like it can be a running back thing too.
Yeah.
But the problem I have is if your offensive line is a problem and these guys and you're paying these three guys what you're paying them, it's not about getting in their pockets. It's about the piece of pie that is the salary cap, because you're putting guys out there that, first of all, you've shown you can beat really, and you're unable to do something that you insist that you should be able to do. That is a problem. Like that is a problem when it comes to dividing out this pie. And that was one of the biggest problems with Deshaun Watson. Like we were talking about Deshaun Watson and we were saying, man, it feels like this team's going to be competing for a long, long time. It feels like this team is going to be able to get where they want to get. We're finally going to get to a conference championship game. But you know a big reason why they were not supposed to, and it had nothing to do with him not being able to keep his wee-wee in his pants when he went and got massages, or Jack Easterby. A lot of it was because you could not the money that you spent when you had a quarterback on his rookie deal, it was terrible.
Yep.
Like you did not get a true return on investment. And if you're going to pay the highest paid offensive line in the NFL and you're not going to be able to run the ball, I mean, this might be deja effing vu. Hopefully not real deja vu, but it feels a lot it feels very similar if this is going to be a problem.
Hey.
And you're always going to be without players too. Like you're not going to have a full strength squad. Like if we're relying on Juice Scruggs right now, like look around the league. Like we're sitting here saying Juice comes back, it's going to be great.
But hold on though. How about the fact that we've spent all of this time talking about the offensive line and we ain't even got to the fact that they spent a first-round pick on a left guard that we're not sure can play, and it's not even available to them this year, and is the reason why the highly paid right tackle is out of position, and is also another reason why prior to Jared Patterson getting hurt, I think people were also really excited about Juice Scruggs because they felt good about Patterson and thought, hey, you've got some kind of center and guard combination there. And why do you need that? Why is that so damn important? Because the 15th overall pick from last year is MIA, and when he did play, wasn't necessarily that good. So, like, you've got all of those issues going on.
Coming up, did C.J. Stroud call out Bobby Slowick? And if he did, is it a big deal? More with B. Scott next.
Let we go. Join
All right, so was it a call-out or was it not? This is what C.J. Stroud said on Sunday after the Texans failed to win a game in which they held the opponent to 15 points. By the way, 7th best scoring defense in the league, the Houston Texans. This was what C.J. Stroud said afterwards.
You can point the finger everywhere, but I mean, me personally, I point the thumb. I'm not saying that I'm playing terrible, but I'm not making the plays I want to make. I have to take what's there. A lot of teams are being smart and playing back. I mean, it is what it is, but I mean, I feel like the talent we have, man, we got to use it. Like, be explosive like we want to be. That starts up front running the ball. On top of that, we got to take some shots. We got to be more explosive and do some things down the field. We can't just let people dictate what we do. I mean, that's me getting more trust from the coaches and the guys getting their depth in the routes. So it's a whole team thing. Definitely think we have the talent to be explosive, and I think we've shown, man, we've showed it, and we can do it. We just got to go out there and call it and run it and execute. So I mean, I feel like that's why we haven't been consistent. Just too many nickel and taking the ball short and not having enough explosives, and it's hard to play on third down too. So Bobby's doing a great job calling it, trying to be better with us and getting used to how we like calls and things like that. I'll sit down with those guys. I always do. So and it's not. I'm not talking about Bobby. I'm not talking about anybody specific. I'm just saying as a whole offense to reward our defense for getting stops and things like that. We have to be explosive and make plays. You can't live on third down, but we'll learn from this.
Did you think that was a call out?
Yeah, I thought it was very clear. I mean, he literally said it's about me getting the trust from the coaches, and then at the end there, he says, the whole clip says we have to call it. We have to call it and we have to execute it. Like, that's an exact quote. So he's not just I thought overall, see, we focus so much on the calling out of the coaches because that's the sort of incendiary part of it, or the part that's kind of like the headline grabber. But he's calling out everybody. He's calling out himself.
Yeah, I think it's a healthy call out.
But he's calling. He says, "Hey, I point the thumb," and then he says, "I'm not playing well enough. I'm not making the plays that I would like to make." He calls out the running game. Hey, we need to be able to run the ball better. It starts with us being able to run the ball. Then we need to take shots downfield. Okay, so now he's calling out both the play calling and if he's being honest with himself, he's calling out himself for missing the shots that they did call, right? Because you got the Nico shot that he didn't hit. So that's a Stroud/Slowick problem of maybe not calling enough. Hey, why don't you feel like you've got the trust of the coaches? Why would you say that? Well, because the shot that they gave you didn't hit it. So I think it's a combination of, hey, I wasn't good enough today. The running game is not good enough overall. And yeah, we need to be more aggressive. We need to challenge defenses more down the field because, well, for one thing, we don't run the ball very well, and we like if we could, that would help it. But like this seems to be a strength that we have. You've got a quarterback that can actually do it.
Yeah, I think it was a healthy call out.
Yeah,
I think it was a healthy call out, and I think Bobby Slowick, when he speaks today, will say the same thing.
Yeah.
And I had no problem with it. I thought it was great.
But that's the best part about it, though, Landry. It's like I don't feel like we're dealing with a bunch of sensitive characters around here.
No, I don't, and I don't think we're dealing with a guy who's gonna. I really do think he points the thumb. I don't look at CJ as a guy who is trying to blame others. I think he's taking the blame himself as well. And I think the best thing that he said is he showed that he acknowledged that the defensive effort was good and the offensive effort wasn't good enough. This is what C.J. Stroud said yesterday. Great Matt Musil. You know he's going to go in there and ask this question. Matt Musil asked C.J. about how the coaching staff took the, quote, call out from their franchise quarterback. This is what C.J. had to say yesterday with the media types.
They are right on board. I think Bobby has done a great job of doing things like that, and half of that we got to get our running game together. You can't do it without running the ball. So we got to be able to run the ball better. But at the same time, we're really special in a lot of areas too. And Bobby and D'Amico are the first people to stand up and say that. So, and I know that's the thing about this league, man. You can't let one game define who people think we are. Y'all might have an idea, but we're the players, man. You know what I'm saying? So they're the coaches. We're gonna figure out as the Texans. I don't really think it was taken to heart from anybody, and they know how much I want this. And as a team, they know how bad we want to be successful. So I mean, this is a accountability-based business, and I think everybody is looking in the mirror like, how can we fix these issues and do things the right way, and we're excited to get that done. So D'Amico and Bobby have been really the forefront of that, and for me, I'm just I'm the coach on the field doing the same thing. So.
All right, there you go. That was C.J. Stroud there. He said something there that I kind of want to shift to. He said we're special in some areas. Where? Like, if they're special anywhere on offense, I think maybe it's quarterback. Maybe it's quarterback. Other than that, where are they special?
Well, that was the quarterback talking.
Yeah, well, where else are they special, though?
I feel like he's speaking for himself. I think he's speaking for himself. He's saying, like, remember last year when that reporter asked Joe Burrow how long do you feel like y'all Super Bowl window is? And, I mean, they're the Bengals, right? So, like, Joe Burrow gets there, and now all of a sudden they're a thing, and he's like, hey, for as long as I'm here. I mean, so to me, it's that same type of energy. Like, hey, man, we're special in some areas. That's him saying that. Like, that's another way of him saying I'm the ball placement specialist or whatever he called himself at the combine. Like, that is him showing you his own self-confidence. And I do think that, like, this is what leadership looks like. He does and should have more confidence in his weapons and in his teammates than the rest of us do, right? Like, even if it's irrational, even if it's not, like, logical or, like, based in fact, he should believe in John Mechie in ways more than anybody else does, in Nico Collins and Tank Dell. He should look at those guys in ways that the rest of us don't, because he's the one that got to throw them the ball. They're the ones that got to catch his passes and help his completion percentage and his numbers. So he's got to have a level of confidence in them dudes that the rest of us, quite frankly, do not have to have. So I think that that's okay. But, man, all of that is good, man. Again, that's what leadership looked like. Hey, I'm pointing the finger at myself, but it wasn't just that. It's like, hey, I'm looking around and I'm saying, look, offensive line got to be better, running got to be better. Like, you should be able to require of others the same that you require of yourself. And I feel like that's what's going on here.
The balance between, what we thought heading into the season to what we see right now, and in this short sample size, 7 games.
Yeah.
Like, do you think there's going to be, like, some leveling out? Because the way that the Texans performed the first 6 games specifically to now, do you think that maybe you could be like a victim of success where maybe we're expecting too much from Bobby Slowick, we're expecting too much from this receiving core, this running back group? Like, where do we balance out so that we, like, for our own sanity, and obviously it's going to play out, and sports are a fluid process, but, like, for our own sanity, like, what should we realistically expect from this offense given what we thought before the season and what we've seen 7 games in?
See, for me, they had been a prisoner of their own success up until this point, up until losing to a winless team, a winless Carolina team that really didn't do much of anything very well. So, like, I felt like I had an I don't think I went into that game even considering that they might lose it. Like, I was that confident and that sure of the Texans just being flat out better than the Panthers. Now I don't feel like there's a game that I can go in and just be like, hey, they can't lose to them. They can't lose to the Buccaneers or the Jets or whoever else is on the schedule. Like, yeah, they can, because we've seen it. They went out there to Carolina and lost to them guys, so they can lose to pretty much anybody. I think you do have to kind of temper the expectations a little bit. I will say, though, that's what worries me now about the Tampa Bay game. Like, I'm like, okay, they can't win ugly games. They can't win games that are muddy, that come down to, possession at the end and coming up with a stop at the end of the game and, coming up with a key play even offensively, not going 3 and out or, not taking a sack or whatever it is. Like, they don't execute well at the end of close games. And I feel like the way that these two teams are designed, both really good defenses. I think
it's even at the beginning, though, because if you look at the 2 losses, for me, I think it's a lot to ask your defense, especially with where they were in Atlanta, to get a stop on the final drive when the team only needs a field goal to win, because it's automatically 4-down territory, and you're already asking them to do a lot. Like, if the Texans, like, let's say instead of getting that delay game, if they would have kicked a field goal against Carolina, or they would have gotten a touchdown instead of the first 4 scores were field goals against Atlanta. Is that right?
Yeah. Well, is that right? I
think Fairbairn had 4 field goals early on. 4.
Yeah, that was the Fairbairn game.
So I I think it's as much as like early on. I just don't think there's a margin for error very high for this team. Like the Chiefs have a margin for error. Like even the Jags have a margin for error. Buffalo has a margin for error where Josh Allen can just, piss away the red zone opportunities. I don't think this team has like a margin for error. And I know we focus on like the late. I think it could be as simple as getting an extra 3 or 4 points early on. Yeah. With this team. Yeah. It truly is a game of inches with the Texans. I don't think it's a game of inches with the Chiefs.
Yeah. Well,
yeah. And I think part of it, too, it's a rookie head coach. You got a rookie quarterback and a rookie play caller.
But the one thing I say about it, though, is that the fact that they do have the quarterback, like we've also seen them blow teams out now. So, like that, and that's what I'm getting at with this close game stuff. Like, I can see scenarios where they go out and blow teams out because they got a quarterback. They got a quarterback and an offensive coordinator that I think we do overall like. So they got some good things going for them. But when I look at these two teams, this specific game that we're about to cover, that we're about to watch on Sunday, I look at two defenses that don't give up a lot of points. And we just came off of a 15-13 game. The game before that, or the loss before that against a same team in that division, close game comes down to a field goal at the end. Like that is what I'm worried about is can they win close? Whether it happens early or happens late, the math is the same. Yeah. Like I just need you to get it together.
Got to. C.J. Stroud, he might have had a call out. He also expressed his confidence. Plus, the Astros was the Rangers winning a World Series a nightmare, and an exciting start to Week 9 begins in a few hours. The hits are lit next.
Yeah, you know this question. You hear it all the time when you're looking for a new vehicle.
minutes. In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I'm pumped.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
I want to gamble tonight. There's some good opportunity to do so. We'll talk to Michael Jenkins, Daily Tip, here shortly, as we do every Thursday. Also going to talk to Blake Cashman straight off the practice field, so keep it locked here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. So we heard the call-out from C.J. Stroud, a healthy call-out, if you will, about the confidence. Greg Bailey was at the press conference yesterday. Shout out to Greg Bailey. Greg Bailey asked TJ about maintaining his swagger. Here's what C.J. Stroud had to say about maintaining his swagger.
I don't really feel like, for me at least, I don't think it's going to go anywhere. It has to go anywhere. I am who I am. It's just kind of, it's in me. It's not something that I wear. It's not something that I can buy. It's just kind of how God prepared me and God wired me as a man. So I don't really see it going anywhere anytime soon, God willing. So I think I'll just have that edge and that swag, or whatever you want to call it, kind of just how I am. And I'm not trying to sound like I'm just a cool guy or anything, but nah, it's just kind of just how God made me. So, I mean, as this year goes on, I mean, I feel like, it gets a little harder, but I mean, if it was easy, everybody would do it. And that's something I just keep reminding myself, man, like the trials, the tribulations, the hard losses, whatever you want to name it, it prepares you for things that come on in the long run. Like, God doesn't just give you stuff right away. You have to be prepared, and you have to build those calluses, and that's something that I think this team we're getting. Of course, it's not lovely and you don't love it, but it's kind of like what you need. You get what you need, and I hope that we learn our lessons, because that's the only time you won't get what you need, if you don't learn your lesson from things like that. So, I mean, my job is to keep the mojo on the team up, and I feel like I'm trying to do my best with that, and we're taking steps in that direction. So, I don't think it really will go anywhere.
All right, there you go. He's got the confidence, man. And I don't think it is going anywhere. I don't think it should go anywhere. And that is your hope right now. That's it. That's it. That's your hope. C.J. Stroud right there. Long-term hope, short-term hope. C.J. Stroud's your hope.
Yeah, good day for the TV guys, too. You had Matt Musil getting the question about the Bobby Slowick call-out. And then you got Greg Bailey getting that quote right there with C.J. Stroud's.
If you guys know how to ask the questions,
swagger,
man.
Him and his swagger.
They asked the questions that are very important. TV guys, they need to get out there more often.
Yeah, no, I liked it. I dig it. And with C.J. Stroud, I would just reiterate, man, this is what leadership looks like. I think you and I agree. And I was listening to you the other day. I think it was Reaction Monday, when you were like, or maybe it was Tuesday, you're like, man, why can't we just admit that C.J. Stroud had a bad game? I enjoyed that discussion that y'all were having, because I felt like y'all were grading him on different standards. But that's, to me, is just him being the same, whether it's a good game, bad game. He's still going to go out there with the confidence of somebody that views himself as a franchise quarterback, as an elite quarterback. Like, I do think a key part of greatness is thinking and realizing that you're that before you actually are it, but also carrying yourself with some level of humility that, allows you to still do the work, But I think that's important, man, and he's got it. He's got all of those intangibles.
No doubt. Titans at Steelers tonight. I'm excited for this, man. I'm really excited for it. I want to see what Will Levis is about. I'm a little more intrigued now than I was before.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah, not loving it, but we'll see how it goes. We're also going to get to see him on primetime, something C.J. Stroud is not going to be able to do. Will Levis on primetime. And really, the whole week is pretty sick from a Texans point of view. You have the Titans taking on the Steelers. Steelers are 4-4. They're a game ahead of the Texans. You have the Bills versus the Bengals. Bengals are 4-3. Yep. They're ahead of the Texans. And then you have Chargers, Jets. Jets are 4-3. They're ahead of the Texans. And, oh, by the way, you got the Bengals next, and then you're going to play the Jets a little bit later on.
Right.
They're in good damn shape. If you win this game, there's a chance we're talking about the Texans being on the inside of the playoff picture.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah, I think that the stars are aligning for now. I am a little bit nervous about this game, again, because I feel like it's going to be a close one. But if you can figure out a way to win this game, like you're right there in it. Now, I do feel like if we get later on into the season and this turns out to be a 7-win team, 8-win team, we are going to look back at those Atlanta and Carolina games and go like, man, what a missed opportunity.
I'm not going to do it because I feel like they could have easily lost the Saints game. I feel like it kind of cancels out. They could have lost the Saints game. The kicker missed 2 field goals. Like, they would have just needed to kick a chip shot on the way back.
Yeah, I guess
they easily lost that Saints game.
I guess I never felt like they would, like they were going to, though. Like, they felt in control. Like, they felt like the better team for the most part throughout that game. I don't know. I mean,
kicker missed 2 field goals.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I hear you. I get it. I mean, they still won by, what, 7?
Yeah.
So,
but I get
it.
Saints wouldn't have had to get in the end zone.
I got you. I got you.
You always look back and say, yeah, coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Look, I do think this is a prime opportunity because the Bucs are not that good. Like, we've been talking about this schedule for weeks now. Like, it's perfectly laid out for you, and then the parity across the league too. Like, we're realizing that teams that we thought were really good aren't necessarily as good as we thought. Like, we still think the Bengals are pretty good, but there's some shine off of that a little bit with Burrow being hurt early. Like, I don't feel like that's as an impossible game to win now as you probably felt like it was when the schedule came out or even when the season started. So, yeah, you got to feel a lot better about your opportunity. I do got to ask you about Will Levis, though, real quick, man.
What about him?
I hate to do this. Did he not look the part?
I did not watch the game.
I felt like he looked the part.
I mean,
I hate to use the cliche.
He's always looked the part.
But
I'll
in
watch
the NFL,
him. I'm going to watch the whole game today.
He looked the part, as they say.
Brandon, shut up. What are you saying?
He did.
What do you mean he looked the part? What does that mean? Hit the damn bell 6 times. What do you mean he looked the part?
That's why I hate to do it.
He always looked the part.
But not in an NFL game. He looked the part.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying he looks the part. He does.
Will he look the part tonight?
I hope not. I don't want him to. But he damn sure looked like it in them Oilers uniforms the other day. He looked the part.
Did that kind of make you nervous?
I will say this. He kind of sounded the part. This makes me a little bit nervous as a podium critic. He told the fans to come correct. He literally said, come correct. Don't boo our players. Come correct.
Hey.
You know who loved him? You know who was loving up on him?
Who?
Jeffrey Simmons. Jeffrey Simmons mic'd up. Jeffrey Simmons was loving up on him.
Yeah. DeAndre looked like he was loving up on him too, catching the touchdown.
Well, he should.
Hey.
You get 3 touchdowns, you should love up on him.
Talk about swagger, as Greg Bailey would call it. Yeah, man, he did. I don't love to say it, but yeah, he's big, strong, throws the ball really far. Look the part.
Will Damian Pierce and Laramie Tunsil practice? We'll keep an eye on that. Practice is going to begin today. We'll talk to Blake Cashman straight off of the practice field. Rangers won the World Series yesterday. They were up 5-0 in the 9th, ended up winning the game 5-0. They were 11-0 on the road this season. Bruce Bochy, my guy. Gotta love Bruce Bochy. What a beast he is. He now has as many World Series wins as Joe Torre, and he has more than Sparky Anderson and Tony La Russa. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Man, it's so hard to argue with. Like, you're like, man, Bruce Bochy, like, does the dude fail? Like, he steps on the scene, and because, mind you, the Rangers started spending this money the year before.
Dude,
this is year 2.
You're not one of these people. Like, I've seen, and there it was on the text line. Rangers just bought their World Series. The Rangers, I mean, they have some pretty. I mean, they paid.
No, that's awesome though. Like, I don't.
Yeah, but they also got some young guys.
But also,
they also got some pretty young guys and some guys that like.
I am entirely dismissive of the built not bought or bought not built notion. I don't give a damn. If you're a fan of a team, we need a Adam Spillane drop too. Because that's what time I'm on.
Not my money.
It damn sure ain't my money. If you win, think about it. If you're a fan of a losing team, does it matter? Like, it's worse if they're spending a lot of money, but do you care how much they spend? Like, bottom line, are you winning or not?
Like, are the Astros Moneyball or something?
No.
I mean, I know that there's a lot of homegrown talent. You did trade for Justin Verlander. You did trade for Zach Greinke and inherit that money. You paid Jose Abreu $18 million. You gave Rafael Montero $11 million. So
hell, they traded for Justin Verlander twice.
Moneyball, yes.
They just traded for him again, and this time to inherit his $40 million salary at the age of 40.
B. Scott, before I get you out of here, I'm going to talk to Michael Jenkins, little money making. John Lopez is going to join me at the top of the hour at noon. I want you to hear the corniest celebration interview of all time. This is Nathaniel Lowe yesterday after the Rangers won the World Series. He was one of the guys that was there when it was bad. Listen to this line. I don't know what was going on here.
11-0 on the road this postseason. Nathaniel, how do you explain that?
We just got a group of winners. When the bus drivers driving slow, we tell them, hey, man, you're driving a group of winners. So we believe it through and through.
What?
Get your
When the bus drivers what?
Lord. That guy,
the Magic School Bus. What's going on? I'm very confused.
That guy's definitely celebrating with O'Doul's in the locker room. B. Scott, appreciate you for coming through.
Yes, sir.
It's Brandon Scott, SportsRadio610.com. Coming up, let's get John Lopez in here at noon. Let's talk to Michael Jenkins, though. On the line, host of the Daily Tip and Odyssey Sports Betting Insider, Michael Jenkins. These calls are presented by BetMGM. Michael, I want to gamble tonight. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I want to gamble tonight. Titans getting 2.5 against the Steelers. Now, Pickett's a little bit banged up. He's not the best quarterback. Will Levis right now, he's kind of taking C.J. Stroud's thunder. Where the hell are we going here? I don't know where to go. I almost want to flip a coin.
That's pretty much what you should.
I want to ask for your pick, and if it doesn't hit, I'm going to blame you.
Okay, this is what you did. Here's what I like: the under in this game a lot. Just because when you don't know what's going to happen and it is a coin flip, I think this is going to be one of those games. This is an absolute slugfest is what this looks to be. And it doesn't matter to me if Trubisky plays. Doesn't matter if it's Kenny Pickett and he's back from injury. It doesn't matter because the Steelers, regardless, are bad on offense, Landry. They average 16 points per game. And I think this is a good sell-high spot on Will Levis. Yeah, he had that good game last week, but it's a lot different playing in front of your home crowd against Atlanta. That's much different than going on the road in Pittsburgh, in the Steel City against the Mike Tomlin defense with T.J. Watt, and also it looks like they're going to get Cameron Hayward back on that defensive line. So if the Titans want to win this game, they need to feed Derrick Henry. That's going to take time off the clock. Titans defense isn't good regardless, so I would go under. It's going to be tight, though.
Okay, so it's going to be tight. So right there, we're going to go. We're thinking under there. Before that, I want to dip my toe in the water. I told you I want to gamble tonight. Texas Tech versus TCU. TCU's getting 3 points. Texas Tech has looked lost all year. I think they're down to their third quarterback. I actually like this new TCU quarterback. Now, he ran into Kansas State. We'll get into that in a sec, by the way. I'm not feeling good about this weekend.
I'm not either.
At all. But where are we leaning with this Texas Tech TCU game, or should I just stay away with it and not be a degenerate lowlife with the 60-point over-under and the TCU getting 3?
You didn't steal the handicap. I think you just had the right handicap. And so, look, it looks like they're going to get back, I think, their second-string quarterback tonight, maybe. But it really – I'm not quite sure that it matters. I think this is going to be a really close game. I would try to find, if you can, Landry, another game on the board. And this is why. This just screams TCU to me. I think Texas Tech is a bad football team. They've proven that. Maybe they get an upgrade because of their second-string quarterback. But the line doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. It screams slam TCU, just hammer TCU. And when I see that, I mean, maybe it's the right. I would be on TCU as well. I'm just a little nervous because it seems too easy just because Tech has looked so bad.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go TCU, dip my toe in that water, but,
do it.
I'm not like confident, but, you don't have to be confident to gamble. Gamble responsibly, by the way. Texas versus Kansas State. I said this the other day, and my co-host John Lopez and Figgy, they were kind of making fun of me just thinking I was like being dramatic. That was one of the worst wins I've ever watched a Texas team have the other day against BYU. That was ugly, and if they play that way against Kansas State, I would recommend just taking Kansas State and saying screw the points. Am I irrationally nervous about this game?
No.
From the point of view of someone who wants Texas to win.
I want Texas to win more than anything. However, Malik Murphy I don't think he's ready for this spot. And Kansas, the one thing about Kansas State that you can always count on, they're going to be well coached. There's no question about that. And now you have a Wildcats team that has a little more tape on Malik Murphy, who was okay. But what really bothers me about this game more than anything, you were talking about strength versus strength or strength versus weakness. You've seen it. I don't know what gets into Sark's brain when he gets into the red zone or what's going on. I mean, these 4 downs on the one where he can't punch it in, that was a problem against the Sooners. It was a problem against Houston. Twice last week they could have gotten field goals. Analytics aside, even if they're doing the right thing via the analytics, they can't punch it in. They're having huge problems in the red zone. And guess what? Kansas State is a top 10 team defense in the red zone. So they're going to have to hit some shots from the quarterback position, some deep balls, because I'm not confident in Sark and that Longhorns offense inside the 20. And are they prepared to do that with a backup quarterback? I'm like you. I would take Kansas State in the points. I'm very nervous about a Kansas State outright win.
Well, the line keeps going down. Last time I saw it, it was down to 4. Started out at 6. I'm just looking at that. Let's get one more game real quick. Ole Miss versus Texas A&M. Lane Kiffin's talking crap. Ole Miss is favored by 3. Texas A&M, we can't figure them out. What is going on here?
I'm going to hammer Ole Miss at -3, and you can't really put a number on what Lane is saying, but the hate factor is a real thing. He just keeps trolling Jimbo very, very subtly, so clearly he doesn't like Jimbo. So I say that because if he has a chance to run it up or at least add some points there at the end, he will do that. And also, A&M has lost 8 straight true road games. Until I see otherwise, you got to be on Ole Miss.
There you go. Michael, appreciate you. Hopefully we make some money tonight, take it into the weekend. I'm with you on that Texas K-State thing. I'm not looking forward to waking up.
Thanks, Landry.
There you go. It's my guy, Michael Jenkins, host of the Daily Tip and Odyssey Sports Betting Insider. Insider calls presented by BetMGM. Go check out the latest lines today on the BetMGM app. Coming up, well, this might be the hottest take that we've had this year. We are 11 months into 2023. And John Lopez, when it comes to C.J. Stroud, he's coming with maybe one of the hottest takes that we've had this year. Let you hear it next.
All right, guys, a lot of people talking about testosterone.
All right, Lopez. You said something about C.J. Stroud.
I did.
And I got to tell you, we might need to get some NBA Jam in here.
No, man.
Because this is fire.
He's heating up.
Lay out what you said. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy with you. By the way, we're keeping a close eye on practice. Will Laramie Tunsil and Dameon Pierce practice? We know who will practice, Blake Cashman. We're going to be talking that cash-ish soon. And by the way, one of them is practicing. One of them is not practicing.
Wonderful.
Let's give you some breaking news here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610. Houston Texans breaking news.
Laramie Tunsil.
Is he diving for it?
He's practicing.
Yeah.
So Veterans Day off yesterday for Laramie Tunsil. He is practicing. Looking good. Dameon Pierce. Not practicing.
Yeah.
Why you look so excited, man?
I said it
you look
earlier.
super excited.
Not practicing.
No, I want Dameon Pierce to be fine. And also, if Dameon Pierce can't play, that means he's hurt because that's a tough SOB that always wants to play. I want to see what the run game looks like without Dameon Pierce.
And
for
it's
better
an
or
ankle.
worse.
That's why I mentioned that. An ankle on a cut run, presuming you do that.
Keep criticizing Dameon Pierce.
I want to see what the run game looks like without Dameon Pierce. I just want to see it. Now,
keep doing it.
It could be wait till you have to live without me type of thing.
It could.
Could be. But I want to see what it looks like without Dameon Pierce. I want to see it.
Look, it's an ankle. And the reason I'm saying that is, number one, he's running back. That's relatively important. Number two, in this offense, when you have to sort of bide your time as the blocks develop and then cut hard and go upfield, that's problematic. Yesterday, D'Amico Ryan said that they were going to watch it. Well, Thursday's key. Wednesday and Thursday are generally, and I'm not out there, the more padded practices, the more hitting, the more actual live action in the game plan type stuff. So they're important. Friday is the most important. If he doesn't practice on Friday, he's not playing. And frankly, I'm with you.
I just added Dameon Pierce to my fantasy team.
Why?
Why not?
You did not.
I did.
Why?
No, I meant Devin Singletary.
Oh,
yeah, Devin
I was like,
Singletary.
why?
No, Devin Singletary. I added Devin Singletary.
Yeah, no, that's.
Sorry to offend you.
I was like, what?
No, I just want to see what it looks like. See what it looks like.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Better or worse?
I absolutely do. It's not blessing in disguise, but it is sort of, it's going to be a good gauge. It's going to be a good gauge for life with Devin Singletary getting 18, 19 carries probably. Hopefully. That means they're going to be controlling the offense.
All right. Back to business.
Yeah.
You said what about C.J. Stroud?
I'm going to tell you what I said, and then I'm going to tell you how it came about and why. What I said was that the case right now, in this era of Houston sports, the case can be made that C.J. Stroud is the most important football player this city has ever seen. That sounds pretty drastic, right? That sounds pretty bold. Well, let me lay it out for you.
Johnny Drama.
No. Let me lay it out for you. And this came as a result of the Rangers winning the World Series. Because everybody was talking about, well, there's now only 4 teams in Major League Baseball that have never won a World Series. Padres, Rockies, Mariners, 5. Padres, Rockies, Mariners, Rays, and Brewers. Never won a World Series. So I started looking, obviously, about the NFL. Only 4 organizations never have played in a Super Bowl. Browns, Jaguars, Lions, and Texans. Only one team, not counting the current Browns, because even though this current Browns has never played in a conference championship game, the Browns have, and they have their history. So only one team never has played in a conference championship game. We know that team quite well. That's the Houston Texans. Landry, that's embarrassing. Like of all the things that the Texans are going to be talking, that people are going to be talking about the Texans over, that's going to be one. That's going to be one in the next 2, 3, 4 years until they can get to a conference championship game. That's embarrassing, man. It's only the Texans. So the Lions and Jaguars have never been to a Super Bowl. They got to feel pretty good about things, right? Lions and Jaguars?
Yeah, they're feeling pretty good about themselves. 2 first-place ball clubs.
Yeah. The Browns, who knows, but they have Deshaun for what it's worth. So the Texans are going to be the team that everyone is like, Texans, never even been to a conference championship game. That's embarrassing. And the reason I think that he's now that led me to think he might be the most important player this football city, the football in this city has ever seen. because of that. Because that's
Is that a lot to ask, though?
Yes. Yes, it is. But that's what a quarterback can do for you. And let me lay out why also. Like J.J. Watt and Andre Johnson, they were more important. Well, yes, they've proven to be Hall of Famers. But neither one of those guys was going to be the reason that your team got to a Super Bowl or a conference championship game. They were going to be big parts of it. But they weren't going to be the reason. It's generally a quarterback, you know? And now the organization is finally stable. You have the head coach. And for the first time probably ever in the history of this organization, you have the combination of head coach, quarterback, and stability in the organization. No pressure, CJ, but I mean that's where my mind went. Like he's that important to keep this team from embarrassment, this organization from embarrassment, this city, and to maybe get it done finally. It sounds like you're kind of leaning toward this side.
I don't really want to put that much pressure on
nobody
the young
does.
Man. I mean, I don't want to put that much pressure on the young man. I feel like I want to see how this season plays out. Because my question would be this: What if we're approaching a rough stretch for CJ Stroud? Not necessarily his own doing, and I don't like this like back and forth, like it's this fault, this fault. No. What if we're going to see a rough stretch? What if the best ball that C.J. Stroud is going to play this year has already been played?
Yeah.
I want to channel expectations for the young man because I don't think that his surroundings, specifically on offense, are such to where I should put that much pressure on him just yet. I'll get there. I'm just not there yet.
I don't want to either, to be honest. I don't think it's fair, to be honest. All I'm telling you is I think he is the most important player this football in this city's ever seen.
What do you make of this traffic talk that they got going on right now? And I mean, I saw the memo. Good God, there was about. I mean, I thought it was a CVS receipt or Walgreens receipt with how much direction they're giving me about being in your seats early.
Yeah,
come on, man,
dude. I would absolutely heed their warning. We live in Houston. In fact, my son and daughter and their spouses are going, and that reminds me, I need to send them a text. Get there early.
Your son and daughter and their spouses. Yeah. What are they, from Utah? The hell is that?
My son and his spouse. My daughter and her spouse.
Okay.
My son and daughter and their spouses.
Yeah. What am I thinking? I thought you were thinking. I thought you said son, daughter-in-law, and their spouses. And I said it out loud. Yeah. All right. Son and daughter. And their spouses.
I would absolutely heed the warning. This is
that area rough, man. They just tearing up streets.
By the way, is 610 open? I never have stuff.
It is.
It is.
It is. Yeah. I went that way the last 2 days.
It sucks. It's awkward. It's bad, but it sucks.
So it's good to go.
Not for me,
but it's
because
good to go.
I'm going south.
Oh, for you, it's great.
Yeah.
No, but here's the problem.
There's still a little construction.
It's still 2 lanes for your side.
One.
No, it's 2 lanes.
Well, going towards driving. What are you driving? A Hot Wheels?
No, it's 2 lanes. 2 lanes going towards the Galleria and 2 lanes going towards south.
Nah, it's one.
South.
It's one.
See, it used to be just one south.
It's 1 and 2.
Yeah,
I think it's 1 and 2.
So there's still some construction.
Well, the problem is people are used to it sucking, so they're driving bad.
Yeah.
So people are like still kind of
they're like forcing
might be right. I just saw one. They still got that one.
Hey, it's better for me.
Yeah.
I can't speak for it. It's better for me. I could take the freeway home finally.
Yeah. It's. I was wondering about that because I still haven't gone that.
Are they expecting a big crowd on Sunday?
I don't see why not. I mean, I haven't seen otherwise. I can certainly look at.
I mean, they need to go get that dub. I will say that.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know that people being early in there. At least you have an excuse now. If they're not,
get there.
Traffic, man.
Halftime.
See that traffic?
Yeah, sorry, not my fault.
About 2 weeks ago.
Not my fault at all.
Oh, what about 4 weeks ago? How about that?
Yeah.
Traffic, man.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad 610 is open, and I do, as I mentioned earlier, I want him to have a smooth, easy ride, CJ Stroud. I don't want to put that kind of pressure on him.
But you are.
But that's what it is.
You are a slime ball.
In my view.
That's a lot of pressure, man.
Well, let me ask you this. The case for him to be, that important with the organization and a head coach and a quarterback, is that not true? I think it is. But this is the best environment that the Texans have been in order to make a run.
I don't know.
If they obviously get the draft picks and the
we'll see
players and the free agents, etc.
Got to win Sunday.
I think so.
Yeah.
I agree with that part. Yeah.
Got to win Sunday.
Yeah.
Got to win Sunday. You want to pour one out for Bob Knight?
I do. I've got a lot of Bob Knight stories.
Okay.
Covered a lot of, as you know, NCAA basketball back in the day. A lot of tournaments. I've dealt with him both in a media perspective and in a recruiting perspective. One of my former players, this was really just a fascinating, great life experience. One of my former players, Mike Singletary, ended up going to Texas Tech when Bob Knight was there.
Yeah, I knew Mike.
Yeah, and so, he was a single parent, so he often asked me, to kind of hang out and filter through some of this stuff and all that.
I don't think Mike loved it as much as one would think.
I can't say.
I can. I don't think Mike loved it as much as some would think.
Let's just say I had a couple of phone conversations with his mom.
I hooped with Mike Singletary at the Rec, and he said, I think it was the most fun he had playing basketball at Texas Tech.
I can't say. I can't say. But anyway, so I got kind of invited into that little domain when he was being recruited. Bob Knight, the reason I say that is for this reason. He is the most charismatic person. He can be the most charismatic, engaging person you will ever meet, as in ever. I mean, ever. He just has something.
I mean, there's a natural aura that comes with it, for better or worse.
It's real, man.
No, it's probably one of the biggest that I've ever imagined.
It's real.
I've been around MJ. I mean, you've been around more than me, but it's like, oh, that's Bob Knight.
And just and having a conversation with him, it's like, man, I want to stay here forever.
Yeah, I don't feel that.
No, I did. And also, I amateur wannabe, below average coach that I am, I've always loved that X's and O's.
Big of you to finally admit that.
Well, below average on that level.
Mark that figure.
Below average on that level.
Mark that figure.
I will say we went to 4 straight Final Fours into a championship. So anyway.
Rolled the ball out.
That's on our level. I was great. Anyway, he's the best X's and O's coach I've ever seen in my life. Like, you can talk about Coach K. John Wooden was before my time, but I can't imagine.
He knew how to teach guys how to tie shoes.
Yeah, exactly. Like, just name a coach. Bob Knight was the best X's and O's coach. He was freaking brilliant. So I say all that to also add the reality of everything. No, here's the reality. I got to know him a little bit, not like buddies, but, talk to him. He could alternately wow you. He could intimidate you. He made me worry about him and those people that were around him, including people that I knew, as I just mentioned. So I'm just saying, I'll put it this way.
It's okay to say he was a slime ball.
I'll put it this way.
It's okay.
He's the best, most engaging, could be the best, most engaging, captivating person I ever met, but I never would have let my kids play for him.
That's fair.
Ever.
Yeah. And I also think...
How could you say something like that?
My thing was, I think he could coach a team of white stiffs to a Sweet 16, but I think if you gave him all modern-day McDonald's All-Americans, they might not win a game because he might lose his damn mind.
I don't know about that, man. That 84 college team that won the gold medal, whew, they destroyed fools.
That was hard.
Well, yeah, it was college against the pros.
Oh, MJ and Charles Barkley. Oh, he cut Barkley, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he cut Barkley.
Said he was fat.
Yeah. There you go. Put a bow on things.
I think he called him a fat ass or something like that. Coming up, lunchtime confessions. I've been doing something that I'm kind of embarrassed about, but I think I might get you guys in my mindset. Plus, I got to give some flowers to someone, man. I know you might not like it, but I got to give him the flowers. He deserves it. Next.
Let we go. Join the
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sin to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports. We're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. By the way, Damian Pierce not at practice. Laramie Tunsil at practice. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right. I have an unorthodox strategy that I'm going to do tonight.
Okay.
Today.
Okay.
So I'm actually after the show today going to drive to Oxford, Mississippi. I'm going to be going to the Aggies game on Saturday. So I've decided, I'm not 100%, so I need some advice on this too. I've decided that when I drive through Lake Charles this evening, I'm going to place a $100 bet on Ole Miss. And here's my thinking behind it. If the Aggies win, I'm going to drive back on Sunday with a smile on my face and gladly pass the casino in Lake Charles. If the Aggies lose, then at least I get $100 out of the deal on the drive home. Is that a yay or a nay? That's a yay, Tyler? Tyler's already given me the thumbs up.
You are a slime ball.
Yeah, I think that works.
Right?
Yeah, why not?
I'll gladly pay $100 for an Aggie win.
Why the hell not?
An extra 100. not counting tickets and hotel. I'll gladly pay an extra 100 for an Aggie win.
Yeah, why the hell not?
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Support that.
I'm in.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So the internet ruins everything for me. Not everything, but a lot of things.
Oftentimes.
There are two really, really awesome things that I think have been kind of ruined on the internet.
Like?
The raw reaction of a team, a fan, when their team wins a championship. I feel like a lot of these are so scripted, it's ridiculous. And quite frankly, I think Tyler's, when the Astros won, was planned too. The one that he keeps using as a GIF, I feel like he knew the camera was on him and he was like, hey, record me.
And now he's shaking his head.
Yeah.
And
so those and plain outrage. Yesterday, there was one making the rounds where this attractive woman, go figure, is yelling at someone because she put her seat back. And it seems like she might be jealous of the hot chick that got in trouble for whatever.
Oh, the airplane.
Yeah.
The airplane. And I feel like these things are getting reacted. And I don't like calling Tyler out on this. It just did. I wasn't really feeling his joy there. It felt like some bad porn acting.
I had a really good buddy. That
Tyler.
Like final out. I guess his wife was videotaping him and his kid.
Did you check the DVR?
It was the worst acting.
I bet the DVR was rewound. Hey, hold on. Hey, get me watching this final play.
I'm not gonna say his name. No, I'm not gonna say his name. But he was like, he turned to his son and he's like,
oh my God.
So said the kid's name and says,
my God,
you're gonna remember
our
this
best memory
Yes, that's
ever.
he said, you're gonna remember this the rest of your life.
We
They
won
finally
the whole
did it.
thing.
And I'm like, I think you already were celebrating 10 minutes ago.
We won the whole thing.
It was a friend of mine. That's a Rangers fan.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which leads to my next confession has to do with the Rangers.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I know this is blasphemous. I know this is awful.
Don't do this.
I really do.
Don't do this.
But I've got a lot of friends that are Rangers fans, like big-time Rangers fans, not the bandwagoners. Like my sister's lived in Arlington for 35 years, and a lot of friends. This buddy of mine that posted the fake video, and I have a lot of friends that are Rangers fans.
Video.
I was actually kind of happy for them. I was. I'm sorry. We've all been there. We've all known the long-suffering, experience of following a team and living and die with them. Hell, I'm betting $100 on Ole Miss. That's how long-suffering I've been with the Aggies and certainly the Astros, etc. I was kind of happy for some of my friends that are Rangers fans. I think it's cool. Is that bad?
I mean,
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I'm not really happy for him. My best friend works for him. I didn't even want his ass to get a ring, to be honest with you.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
With that said, I do love me some Bruce Bochy, man.
Oh, wow.
I do love me some Bruce Bochy. I know we talk about Dusty Baker, and it was nice to see Dusty Baker get his first. I was happy for Bruce Bochy to get his fourth because now he has
three different teams?
Two.
3
with the Giants.
Oh, that's.
But he went to the World Series with the Pods.
Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah, and they
Okay,
lost. They lost to the Yankees.
Yeah.
So he's been with 3 teams. He's won with 2. He has as many as Joe Torre. He has more. I'll be honest. The reason that I'm most happy for Bruce Bochy, number one, I think he seems like a really swell OG, old school baseball guy.
Yeah.
But number 2, he has more than the Crypt Keeper, Tony La Russa now.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah. So I was glad that the Crypt Keeper.
Yeah.
Kind of got dismissed a little bit.
Yeah. You got to give them their due. Plus 42 run differential in the postseason.
Dude, 11-0 on the road.
11-0 on the road, plus 42 run differential just in the postseason.
And they didn't even have Garcia the last 2. And he has the record for RBI.
Jankowski played well.
He has the record for RBI in the playoffs.
He still does.
Jesus.
These are my confessions.
Rocket City Connect uniforms just don't do it for me. And you know why?
Did they drop those?
Yeah.
They're just dropping uniforms and court designs like crazy.
They give me Clippers vibes.
Yeah, those are Bulls.
It's kind of like
those are old school Bulls jerseys.
It reminds me of a Clippers uniform. And
Bulls or Bullets?
Maybe Bullets.
They look like the Bullets.
Yeah, the old Washington Bullets. Yeah, that's a good observation there, Figgy. I mean, I don't have anything against going for your City Connect uniform and all that, but I mean that looks like Clippers.
What the hell that
is? They say it's a tribute kind of to U of H.
Okay.
I don't see it.
Where?
I don't see it. The old U of H even. They're talking about like Clyde and Draymond.
Say hopefully Amy Adams don't see it.
Maybe if you squint.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I've been thinking about my lunch after the show for like probably 48 hours now.
Must be a hell of a lunch.
Yeah, so I'm going to a place. It just arrived.
You're dressed up.
It just arrived in Houston. Hudson House.
That's why you dressed up a little bit?
Yeah. It's a nice spot. Probably the best happy hour in town. It's come from DFW area to here. Hudson House.
So you're familiar.
Oh, I'm very familiar. I think it's the best burger in town now.
Wow, and you haven't even eaten there yet.
No, I've eaten there. I've had it.
Here, though, I'm talking about.
No. Yeah. But yeah, it's the best burger in town. Already.
Why?
It's just great, dude.
I'm looking at their menu.
It's phenomenal, man.
Got a Hudson House in Houston.
$3 oysters, man. $3 oysters.
Ooh, sushi bar.
And they have multiple oysters.
World's coldest martinis. Can they back that up?
Yes. And by the way, they're half price for lunch. 3 to 6, half price.
Oh wow.
Half price martinis.
Oh man.
Yeah.
They got a vodka martini with the blue cheese.
Half price.
Olives.
Half price. Best happy hour in town. It's fancy. But it is a spot to go to.
Where is it?
It's in River Oaks.
Man, I'd go just for that blue and gold martini.
Yeah, half price, 3 to 6 at the bar only. Just go to the bar. Gotta get the reservations.
I'll be driving with my wife, probably vomiting the whole way, but that's all right.
That's all good. That happens.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Sometimes, the Rockets try too hard.
You're just going in on them today.
They try too hard. You know what? It is. That's my second Rockets confession. That is kind of strange. Nothing against the
Why are you
Rockets.
picking on them. They just won a game yesterday.
All right. So look at this move by Alperen Sengun. Okay. Then I'm going to read the caption for you.
Mm-hmm.
That the Rockets.
It's a nice little half shoulder dip and hook.
Yeah.
I have honestly done that same move probably 700.
I've done that move in 1975. I mean, come on. But the Rockets posted that move and said, "Does that shake look familiar?"
Yeah.
As in Dream Shake.
I don't think they were talking about Dream. I think y'all are all missing the boat.
It's the Houston Rockets thing. Does that shake look familiar?
I think they were talking about Dante's Montejunas because that is vintage Dante. Tell me that isn't Dante Montejunas' move. That's his go-to move. I think that's what they were talking about. I think everybody just assumed it was Akeem, but I think they were talking about Dante Montejunas. Tell me that ain't Demo's move.
It is.
Left hand and everything.
Again, like I did that in the late 70s.
Yeah, I think they were talking about Montejunas.
Does that shake look familiar?
Dante Montejunas, right there. That's his move.
Oh, my God.
Shout out to Demo.
Yeah, that dude look like a milkshake.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I want to see The Texans without Dameon Pierce.
Yeah.
I just want to see it.
Mm-hmm.
It could be bad. I don't think it's going to be the worst thing in the world. I just want to see, for all the chatter, but by me and you, guilty as charged, we might end up looking like fools. They might have minus 20 yards rushing, and Andre Ware can tell us.
I want every radio host in the city to hear me and hear me well.
To stick it. But I want to see them forced to give Mike Boone more action. I want to see how Devin Singletary looks when he's the lead back. I want to see if they get creative. Maybe they're throwing the ball to the backs a little bit more out of the backfield. I want to see what it looks like. And I'll take it a step further. Next year, I want to see the Texans not only draft a running back, I want to see them sign an elite running back.
Keep criticizing
Dameon
Pierce.
Whether it's Austin Eckler, whether it's Saquon Barkley, whether it's Derrick Henry, Tony
Keep saying
Pollard.
that he's not the same guy he was a year ago.
I want to see them figure that out. I just want to see what it looks like. I'm sorry, Andre. I just want to see what it looks like, okay?
Keep doing it.
All right. I just want to see what it looks like. That's it. I apologize.
I don't disagree. I mean, whether it's by chance or misfortune or whatever, it appears as of today anyway, we'll see tomorrow, that it's going to be Devin Singletary and Mike Boone.
That's what I want to see.
I kind of hope he play so Dameon Pierce could break off like a 15-yard run so he could call us out.
We're still not sure it's us, though.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I actually love that Lane Kiffin is jabbing and jabbing and jabbing at Jimbo. I love it.
Are they even jabs anymore?
Oh, they're not.
These are kind of like more uppercuts.
Michael Jenkins said like thinly veiled or whatever. It's like, how are they thinly veiled?
Like if there's 20 of them, are they thinly veiled?
Yes, these guys are absolutely loaded. It's mind blowing the collection of talent they have. A&M's done a great job collecting players. I don't know how you could do much better. Jimbo's been on the hot seat since last year. I don't know that the rally around him thing worked. I mean, just jab after jab after jab. Because it's one of two things is going to happen. It's going to definitely, if the Aggies lose, get Jimbo pushed a little further toward collecting the money to get a buyout, which would be, incredibly evident at that point. Or they're going to stick it to Lane Kiffin. So like the Aggies can't, like Aggie fans can't really lose here.
Yeah, because I feel like a lot of them want Jimbo out.
Yeah, but if they win, all of a sudden run the rest of the way, then you're Lane Kiffin, you're out of the top 10. Can't lose if you're an Aggie fan.
Did Tyler admit that was a scripted celebration yet? Has he admitted that?
No, he was shaking his head.
Oh, yeah, and admitted it. Like up or down?
Like as in no.
Oh, okay.
Nodding is up and down. Shaking
I'm going to have to look at the tape.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to check the tape.
Yeah.
Coming up, the Pixie Dust meter. We said D'Amico Ryans was going to have a positive impact on a lot of guys. Has he? Let's look at the Pixie Dust meter with the OG John Lopez next.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Pixie dust. Pixie dust. The D'Amico Ryans pixie dust. Who has he sprinkled it on? One of the guys that you can maybe make a case he sprinkled it on is going to join the show today.
Oh, easy.
Talking that cash-ish. Blake Cashman. Best linebacker on the team. Right?
Yeah.
Him and Perriman. Perriman had a hell of a game the other day, too.
Well, put a pin in that.
Who has D'Amico Ryan sprinkled the magic pixie dust on? Let's go through John Lopez's list.
Yeah, who is benefiting from that one characteristic that D'Amico has shown repeatedly in San Francisco, that there's a guy that otherwise, obviously good players, but takes it another step once he gets in D'Amico's system. And this is the second part, and who are the candidates to benefit the rest of the way? I'm going to start with the pixie dust meter of who's benefiting the most right now. Agree, disagree, add to it, however you feel fit. Jonathan Grenard. It's weird.
Falling.
He's leading the team.
We talked about that. Like, it's kind of wild how good he's playing.
It's wild, and it's also wild as much, we have talked about him, but I feel like we still haven't given him all his due. Do you realize he's on pace for 14 sacks?
It's a lot.
14 sacks.
That's
I felt like we've been a little disrespectful too.
A little bit, not disrespectful.
We were talking about bringing in Chase Young and all this other stuff.
Yeah, but you could still have Grenard in the mix.
In the mix.
You could still have him in the mix.
Oh, in the mix.
But my thing is,
balling out right now, man.
That's
he is the mix.
We're not disrespectful, I don't think, Figgy, but I don't think we've talked to him enough. Like, 14 sacks? You kidding me? And then, of course, JJ was raving about him on the McAfee show, too. Another one that's benefiting from the pixie dust, the D'Amico pixie dust. You just mentioned his name, Blake Cashman. We've mentioned him a bunch this year. I mean, I'm talking about since training camp. Since training camp, we were like, whoa, look at him. He's probably going to start. He might start. Well, he is going to start. And, of course, playing his ass off. So Cashman has benefited from the pixie dust. And I think Henry To'oTo'o. I don't know how you feel about that. Because a rookie, he might just have come in anyway, and been a stud.
Yeah.
But you can't deny what he's doing. He's been able to do a lot.
Yeah, I'd say he's doing about what I expected.
5th-round pick?
Yeah, I mean, he's serviceable linebacker.
I think he's better than
job.
I think he's having a good year.
Friend of the show.
Friend of the show.
He kind of crapped on Texas Mexican food, so I'm not really going to say too many nice things. I'm not going to say too many nice things about him.
But he said it with his chest out.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to say too many nice things about him.
Now, the candidates, the rest of the way. Or am I missing anybody that's benefiting from the pixie dust already?
I mean, does Malik Collins count?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say Malik Collins is.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that perhaps C.J. Stroud. I mean, I know that.
Well, more so with the defense, though.
Yeah, I know that the defense is the D'Amico specialty, but I do think that C.J.'s calmness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe
I think that could be
attributed,
kind of attributed to D'Amico.
So I have 3 candidates that I think could be maybe a delayed effect, and the rest of the way these next games we'll see the pixie dust at work. And one of them had the game of his season last week. Denzel Perryman.
He's playing well.
Well, see,
he played really well last game.
Yeah, because he was kind of uneven before that.
Yeah, coverage kind of got to him.
Yeah, but if he can play like he did Sunday the rest of the way, that might be a pixie dust candidate, and that's one that we mentioned before the season that might thrive under D'Amico. And then I got another couple here, and this one, he's been very good already, but he hasn't gotten to the ball a lot on blitzes, hadn't gotten to the quarterback, hadn't gotten his hands on the ball a lot, which we thought he would get more turnovers, and that's Jalen Petrie. He's been active, but he hasn't made those big plays yet.
You saying he got the pixie dust?
I said the rest of the way he might be a good candidate to thrive.
He is the king of right place
and
nothing happening.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Like that blitz the other day where Bryce Young spun off. I want to say good job being there, and that was just a good play by Bryce.
Yeah.
And then there's been a couple times where he's been there, and it's been like, oh, is he going to intercept it? He doesn't.
Yeah. That's why I'm putting him as a
need more from Petrie.
Yes.
I need more from this talk about, all pro type of talent type of. I need a little bit more from him.
And that's why I put him on this list, because the pressures.
It'd be nice.
I don't have the number off the top of my head, but I was looking at it this morning. His pressures are high on the quarterback.
Oh, they're blitzing. I mean, they're blitzing him and putting him in a damn good position to make some plays. He's just not making them.
But the sacks aren't there and the interceptions aren't there. So maybe he's going to be a candidate the rest of the way. And then the last one is obvious, Will Anderson.
Man, I tell you what.
I mean,
our buddies.
Yeah.
Be on the air in about an hour, 12 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Glenn Stoerner and Ron Hughley upset some people yesterday.
Yeah.
They upset
lost some listeners.
They went to music?
There were some people switching to music yesterday because they started questioning that that number 3 overall pick and the production that was. We'll get into that a little bit tomorrow, but
you just lost a listener.
They dared question that Will Anderson, friend of the show, should have more than one sack.
Yeah. I mean,
is it fair?
That's a great question. I mean, it's fair to say that he should have more than one sack, but then when you take in all the other things he's doing, the attention, I know that's kind of a cop out.
I know, but on advanced stats and all that, and what you want from someone at number 3, yada yada. I get it.
Yeah.
I mean, they laid out a pretty good case, whether you agree or not. I mean, I don't think it's an unfair conversation to have.
No.
I don't think it's an
I put him
unfair
on this
conversation
list.
to have. I mean,
he needs to do more. Maybe D'Amico will connect and get to whatever it is, whether it's tactical or.
now, some would say maybe
otherwise.
he's freeing it up for Jonathan Grenard.
Well, sure. I think that's a factor. Has to be. I mean, Jonathan Grenard, 14 sacks. Dang. That guy's having a year, man. And it just coincides with his free agent year, doesn't it? Right? Isn't he a free agent after this year?
Yeah, but he had 9 when he was healthy.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Happens to coincide with his free agent
He had
year.
9 when he was healthy.
Yeah. With you on Petrie.
Yeah, I need more.
Mm-hmm.
That's the guy I need more from. All you had to hear about all year was, hey, well.
Could be a Pro Bowler.
Okay.
Yeah.
Based on.
Remember everybody kept saying the underrated player?
Yeah, but if everybody says
Petrie's
it.
so underrated.
Well, maybe. Right now he's not.
If everybody said it, are you underrated?
Yeah.
It's a real question.
Mm-hmm.
Really. Real question. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. We'll talk that cash-ish a little bit later on here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We're going to talk to the great Blake Cashman.
He's an interesting cat.
He's from Minnesota.
He's from, I got a question that I'm going to ask him about Eden Prairie High School. That's the Duncanville North Shore of Minnesota.
Yeah, he won 4 state championships.
Yeah, that's a stud. I'm curious about that, and he still didn't get any college offers.
Nah, he was a walk-on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to get to know Blake Cashman. I don't need to ask him football questions because he is a cliche machine. I'll tell you, you get him up there, he will cliche your ass off.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Yeah, so you can see him at the podium if you want. We're gonna try to get to know Blake Cashman. Interesting dude, to say at least. A lot of swagger, underrated swagger. Blake Cashman.
He's a pixie dust guy too.
That's kind of insulting.
No, he's having the year of the season of his life.
Be a good ball player.
He's the season.
He's been dealing with injuries. Maybe he's just healthy.
Okay, but it's still happening.
So you're gonna call. I'm
gonna ask him about.
You're gonna call our guest a bit player.
No, I'm gonna ask him about
what he's gonna call him.
The season he's
cancel this interview. John Lopez is sitting here trying to insult our guy. He's healthy, and
you
Lopez.
Act like I'm gonna
Ain't
say,
the first time he did that.
So you owe your production to D'Amico. Talk about that.
Well,
what would you be doing if it weren't for D'Amico?
You always play with a chip on your shoulder.
Oh God, I was right. I was right. There's evidence.
Yeah, how about D'Amico?
Mm-hmm.
How about that?
How did I put this question? See if it passes your...
Here we go. The 713. I knew this one was coming. J.J. Watt only had 2 sacks at 7 games into his career.
There you go. He's J.J. Watt.
Talk about Will Anderson.
Yeah.
Now we're bringing J.J. into this.
Yeah. All I know is J.J. loves Will Anderson, but he was raving about Jonathan Grenard.
I'm not out on Will Anderson at all.
No.
I'm not worried. I'm not concerned or anything. I think he's going to develop. There's going to be a time where Will Anderson is near the top of sacks in the NFL. I have zero doubt about it.
Mm-hmm.
Zero. Right now, I think he's a guy who's willing to do the small things. He's willing to do the small things. I don't think he really cares. I don't think they really care either. I'm fine with it. The other thing is you had extra draft equity. I look at it as they wanted Will Anderson no matter what. That was just one of their program building type of guys. So, but I get what the guys are saying. I'm still listening. You didn't lose this listener. You might have lost some listeners yesterday. You didn't lose this listener.
Yeah, that's the other thing, too. People keep bringing up the draft picks they traded for him.
Yeah,
I kind of look at it as trade for CJ.
Yeah, I don't care. Coming up, a Texans player gets national love for the first time. Kinda. A big game tonight, the fear of the jinx, and a desperate rally cry. Round. Bernard got some love nationally, kind of. This was his first mention on the Pat McAfee show. We've seen a lot of guys around here on there. We've seen Will Anderson. We've seen J.J. Watt. We've seen D'Amico Ryans. Saw C.J. Stroud. This was the first mention of who?
I believe his name is John Greenard. Might be Greenard, not exactly sure. Is this guy out of nowhere? I mean, everyone's focused on Will Anderson. Is Johnny Greenard the new face of that Texans D-line or what, JJ?
First off, it's Jonathan Grenard.
No!
But I
Damn it!
No! You're so close. You're so close.
Can't trust that.
Gosh.
Translate said Greenard.
All right, well, how about this Johnny Greenard fella?
Yeah.
Here's J.J. Watt talking about him on McAfee on ESPN.
He had a great game, 2.5 sacks. He's been playing really, really good football. And but the thing I'll say about Jonathan Grenard, he's a great guy. He was down there when I was playing, and just continues to get better, continues to work. And he just had a baby a couple weeks ago. And the thing that I've learned about dad strength is you turn into a monster on the field because there's a new sense of purpose, there's a new sense of, and he turned into a monster. He's got 2.5 sacks this past game alone, and he's just throwing grown men to the ground. So shout out John Grenard. I love giving shine to guys that don't necessarily always get it, and we're giving it to John Grenard today.
All right.
Boy, you don't think he's going to hear about Greenard in the locker room?
I think it's kind of a bit. I'm not sure. I don't follow it. Seemed the way that they said that it was a bit. I don't know.
Have you gained dad strength since you've had a baby?
No, I don't know what that means. Like you lose strength. You don't sleep as much.
Have you become a monster?
No,
I have not become a monster.
I don't agree with that. I don't. Jonathan Grenard's a different level athlete than I, so maybe there's a little bit more to that. But no, I don't agree with that assessment that J.J. Watt just threw out there.
But it's great to see Grenard getting his stuff, getting his flowers, as they say.
Sure. Hopefully he keeps it up. Jeffrey Simmons. Every time I mention Jeffrey Simmons, I got to go with that finesse 2 times real quick. Jeffrey Simmons going to be in action tonight. Finesse, let him know.
They want to stop me like Jeffrey Simmons. I'm from Memphis. I grew up in Walter Simmons. If you ain't from the block, you the opposition. If you weren't selling dope, you were killing pimping.
Jeffrey Simmons and the Titans take on the Steelers tonight. I'm excited for this, man, because we're going to get to see this Will Levis thing with our own eyes. If the Steelers lose, the Texans are a game out of moving closer to the playoffs. If the Titans lose, then the Titans lose. So it's a win-win night.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Simmons was mic'd up last week when the Titans, wearing Oiler uniforms, whooped up on the Atlanta Falcons. Listen to how mean he is to the opposing guard. We really going here, Jeffrey?
God, this was
Is this where we're going?
That's where
you shut down, son. You can't block me one-on-one. You can't block me one-on-one. He's scared. He's scared. He's shaking. Stop crying, man. Hey, you overpaid, man.
You're overpaid.
Stop crying.
You're overpaid.
And then at the end, he's on the sideline, just laughing. Oh, that's tough. Sometimes you just got to push back, right?
Jeffrey Simmons is such
If you're
a
an
badass.
NFL guard, you had to turn around and take a penalty there, right?
What are you going to do? Beat up Jeffrey Simmons?
No, they'll break you up. They'll break it up. But you can't just...
Nah, that'd make it worse, man.
Okay.
That would make it worse.
But he looked...
He's the last guy.
Okay, I'm just going to be honest here. He kicked my butt. He looked passive and soft. He had his head down. Jeffrey Simmons is behind him talking.
Oh, yeah.
And
what's
he's
he
just
gonna
kind
do
of
about
like
it?
sort of...
What's he supposed to do?
Turn around and at least push the guy, man.
Okay. Just making it worse.
Let me see you push a guy, you know you're going to get your ass whooped.
Hey, man, on a football field, I would.
Yeah.
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 You have to, man.
Yeah. Don't know about that.
Yeah.
Raiders introduced their new coach yesterday, Antonio Pierce. I got to ask you, how does he not look a day older than he did when he was on the Giants back in the day?
He look exactly the same.
Literally exactly the same.
Yeah.
This isn't like when you walk up to someone 15 years or whatever from when you first remember them and say,
"Hey, you look the same." No, you don't.
"Oh, hey, Robert Brazil, you look like you could still play."
Yeah.
Like, it's not that.
Yeah, no. It's like legitimately.
Which I think you actually said to him last time we saw him. Yes, you did.
I don't know.
Yes, you did.
I don't know if I did or not.
Lopez told Robert Brazil he looked like he could still play.
After he said he lost the weight. Yeah, I think I said somebody's playing weight.
No, this is Lopez's go-to. What is your go-to? Before I say it, what is the Lopez go-to?
I don't know. I didn't know I had
when you're telling someone that they look like they could still play. You might deny it,
I don't even know what you're talking about, so I don't even know whether to deny it or not. What's my go-to?
Let's hear from Antonio Pierce first. I'll give you some time to think about it.
Okay.
Here's Antonio Pierce, the interim coach for the Las Vegas Raiders, the replacement of Josh McDaniels. By the way, guess who he's playing in his first game?
Jets?
Giants.
Yeah,
So he gets to face his former squad.
Yeah.
Here's Antonio Pierce. He sounds excited.
What are you mad at? We're playing a kids game. We're getting paid millions of dollars to do it. Fortunate to play for an alumni base, a owner, a fan base that live and die Raiders. And when we walk in that stadium, it's got to be electric. Who knows? I'm not promising we're going to go undefeated, but I am promising you this: we're going to have fun doing it. And I know when you start having fun and you guys start believing in one another and they start really engaging in each other and believing in what the coaches are telling them and understand it's in their best interest, and we are in this together. When you put the we aspect and us and team into it, it changes all that from the eyes. But it's a new day, it's a new chapter, it's a new era, it's a new mindset. The commitment to excellence and making sure our alumni, our fan base, and Raider Nation are proud of what they see on the field. Tough, passionate effort, energy, that enthusiasm that you see, having that love for the game. This is a great opportunity for myself. I'm humbled, I'm honored, and I don't take it lightly. And we're tired of losing. It's not a good feeling. We're a production-based business and play with an edge and a swag and a certain confidence that when we walk out that damn tunnel, that everybody watching TV can see it.
I mean, it all sounds great. He really sold me.
I'm going to hike your leg.
I am. No,
you
I
sound
am.
better than Jeff Saturday.
Hey,
Goodness gracious.
I am hiking my leg.
Jeff Saturday won his first game. That was the only one. And he beat the Raiders, right?
Was it?
Yeah, I think Jeff Saturday beat the Raiders.
I think so, yeah.
No, I wasn't trying to
it's cool.
to hide that. Like, it sounds great. He sounds
You
like
sound great.
Yeah,
That's cute.
I'm telling you,
That's pretty cute.
I'm being honest, Figgy. Yeah, but it's the Raiders. It's the Davis family. We'll see.
The John Lopez go-to.
I still don't know
when he
what
sees a former athlete.
I don't know what you're talking about. Tell me, I don't care.
Oh, hey, Robert. Oh, you look good. You look like you got a couple plays in you.
I don't feel like that's true. I don't feel
You look like you got a couple snaps in you.
I would really love.
Did you give them two?
I'd really love to go back and listen to some of these interviews. I think I might have said that once. But if you want to run with it, run with it. I'm good. I don't think Figgy, do I say that? I don't think I say that.
I don't remember.
I don't say
I don't
that.
remember you saying that.
I might have said it, but to be fair, remember he lost like 100 pounds?
Yeah.
And we're at the golf course. I think I might have said something to that effect to Brazil in our last interview. I'm not going to deny that, but I don't think I say that a lot.
Speaking of, and speaking of Robert Brazil, I feel like John McClain is getting unfairly treated for something he did not say. I do not think he said this, and I actually think that we might have a slime off contestant with even accusing McClain of this. You say what the word on the street is, because I went back and listened to it. I feel like he was unfairly treated.
I thought I heard it.
Okay,
What'd
you hear?
Penis.
Yeah. He said that he had M&Ms. He said he had M&Ms, peanut M&Ms.
Yeah.
Now, Sean and some of his listeners, they said that McClain said penis M&Ms. And Sean Pendergast actually reacted as such. I want to go to the tape.
Let's go to the tape, because I thought I heard it. I can be talked out of it if we...
All right, let's take a close listen to this, because I don't think he said M&Ms with penis. I thought he said M&Ms with peanuts. Let's
John, did you stay away from that Halloween candy last night that Carol was giving out?
Because the first day, and my wife just loves Halloween. She's so excited when kids come to the door, and she made sure to give away what I like best first, so I would not go get any. And she doesn't know I stole a couple things while she wasn't looking.
Yeah, you got to indulge a little bit. What's your favorite? What did she try to keep you away from?
Well, she had all kinds of things I don't like, and the only thing she had I like were M&M's peanuts.
Oh, okay. All right, there you go.
Like, come on.
Play it again.
He didn't even close to saying that.
I thought he said M&M penis.
No, like he wasn't even close.
Like were M&M's peanuts.
Oh, okay. All right.
Like, that is very clear.
Like, and the only thing she had I like were M&M's peanuts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, peanuts. Very clear. I feel like y'all are childish. Why are y'all so immature?
No, I was just laughing. Figure, what'd you hear?
The only thing she had I like are M&M's peanuts.
Oh, okay. All right.
What'd you hear, Big?
I heard peanuts.
Yeah.
And then my thing is, why would he say penis?
Well, just a slip of the tongue.
Yeah.
That was funny.
I feel like Sean deserves, or whoever partook in this. This is a slime off.
The only thing she had I like are M&M's peanuts.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not blaming him like he actually, I thought it was just a slip of the tongue. But
so right now we have 2 slime off contestants. I think as a group, I think Sean Pendergast for pushing this deserves to be in twice.
Well, in that case, I did hear peanuts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Sean Pendergast is in this for...
Because I like to put him in the slime off.
Sean Pendergast is in here for even like spreading that yesterday on social media.
Mm-hmm.
He's also in it for having nuts on his forehead on Halloween. Speaking of privates. And then you and I are in it as a group.
Really?
Believe it or not.
How? Why?
I think this is fair. I think we deserve this.
Okay.
I think we definitely deserve this.
Okay.
B. Scott will probably decide our fate tomorrow.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay.
We were the only 2 guys in the building that didn't dress up for Halloween.
We have a show to do.
I know, but we just got to put ourselves in there. But
I guess that's fair.
But actually, we do it. We are in studio.
Yeah, we're in studio.
So maybe it should be Clinton's show for not doing it because they could have come here early and
Yeah, I was going to say that.
They even admitted it during crosstalk yesterday.
I think Clinton's show should have been here. So
and not that this is a great...
because they could have dressed up. They could have attended the party.
Yeah, we're in here. We couldn't have done anything.
Yeah.
It was done, yeah.
And not that this is necessarily puts me off the hook, but I did forget my wig and my paint thing as Bob.
Yeah, I wouldn't put y'all in the slime.
Well, I actually went to Target to look for an old man. I was going to be Larry David. I had the vest, I had the white undershirt, I had the suit jacket, and I had the khakis with the shoes. Problem is, I couldn't get a bald thing, and I didn't want to
half-ass it.
Yeah, I didn't want to get like a shower cap and then try to put like white stuff. It would have looked stupid.
Yeah.
But I was trying to get like the grandpa old man thing. I couldn't find it.
Yeah, you would have been a good one.
Well, yeah, because you called me that, so I was kind of like,
and
I
you're
just
thin.
thought I'd been able to do it.
Yeah.
Is Larry David thin?
Yeah,
he's a tall guy.
Yeah, he's tall and
When's
thin.
that show coming back?
1 more year, man. 1 more season.
Wait, so it's
they started the last season, and then they took a break, and they're going to do like 5 or 6 more episodes.
Wait, when did they start it?
It's been a couple months. It's been a few months.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Might have some binge watching on my hands.
Yeah. No,
how about that?
They started it, and they're going to come back. But you know what? We might be making excuses, but the reality is, the afternoon guys have no excuses.
No. All you got to do is come in a little bit early.
It's
and
10 o'clock.
Yeah.
You can sleep in.
We actually got the perfect.
Oh, if I were in their
excuse.
position, I'd have been there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? I'm off the hook.
Yeah.
Let's turn around
no, I
here.
agree.
They're in.
Yeah.
Slime off.
And I came in the costume only because we on YouTube. If we wasn't,
Well,
I
see,
probably
that's
wouldn't
why
have
I
did
was.
it.
And that's why I was going to do it too.
Yeah.
So I made a mistake. Okay. But I'll
That's
bounce
all
back
good.
next year. Hey, I got to be on the air. If I couldn't participate.
Do it for the people.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Lubles. And you are one. Lamar Jackson. He's not too happy with the media there. Now, it's not serious.
Yeah.
It's not a serious unhappy.
You media people.
But he doesn't like them trying to jinx him with his success. Here it is.
I think you're up to now 17-1 against NFC teams. Is there any way to explain that?
Bro, we're playing football. It's not about NFC or AFC. I'm trying to win regardless. I don't even want to put that in my head or let you finish that question. We good. We good.
I think it was more about the fact that maybe
No, don't try to fake his question. We good.
He did the David Robinson la 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 thing with his hands.
David did that?
Remember the commercial?
No.
You don't remember where he's lying with his covering his ears and going la 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 la?
No. You said that like it was like the Michael Jordan like Mike Gatorade commercial.
Yeah, I mean it was a national commercial. Yeah.
I am a sports commercial.
I said
nerd.
David Robinson, Tim Duncan.
The only Tim Duncan commercial I remember is when he was David Robinson was like showing him around his house and they were talking about the gnomes or something like that. I don't remember anything else. La la la. Don't remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah. No idea. I do think a race card is deserved for mixing up Tim Duncan and David Robinson there.
Race car!
Absolutely is deserved.
What's this commercial you're talking about?
I'll find it.
Yeah, don't try too hard.
Well, I'm doing it right
I
now.
don't think it's a common thing to find.
It was a national commercial.
Come on.
It was a national commercial.
Come on,
You'll
bro.
remember when you see it.
Come on, bro.
Yeah.
So, La La La, Tim Duncan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
You talked about it like it was the I Am Tiger Woods Nike commercial.
I didn't say that.
It was common. Yeah, you know.
This one. That one right there. You've seen it. It was a national
I've
commercial.
never seen this in my life.
Well, you had to have been watching basketball at that time.
I've watched basketball my entire life. I've never seen this commercial.
And he's covering his
Piggy,
ears.
have you seen this commercial?
Yeah.
I've never seen this.
I remember that part.
Yeah.
I remember it was I didn't know it was a Tim Duncan commercial.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that wasn't the one commercial that stuck out though. I don't think people just went to that commercial. Like, remember that commercial? But I do somewhat remember that commercial.
Yeah, he's covering his ears. It became a whole thing.
Was that like an ESPN commercial?
I think it was Sprite. I don't know why I'm thinking it's Sprite or Gatorade.
Who was the guy was that Dr. J in there?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the part I remember.
What's your least favorite soda?
Probably Sprite. I don't drink Sprite. It's nasty.
Okay, so you hate Sprite.
Really?
Yeah, I hate Sprite.
That's a weird thing to like just passionately hate.
I hate Sprite.
Sprite is nasty.
I'd rather have RC than Sprite.
That's crazy.
You know what? You know which one I don't like? Is Diet Dr. Pepper. John used to have that intravenously, man. He used to
inject
it. Injecting it, yes.
When he was at his fattest, he was drinking at least 4 Diet Dr. Peppers a sitting.
It's nasty.
Coming here looking like Stone Cold Steve Austin with beers.
It's weird because I don't mind Dr. Pepper. Diet Dr. Pepper is gross.
What's your least favorite soda?
I got to go with root beer, man.
I like root beer.
I cannot do root beer at all.
Diet root beer goes in too.
I like, what's the one?
Barks?
Barks. Yeah.
The gray one?
Yeah.
You don't like A&W?
I like A&W, but I like Barks.
Oh, man.
So would you, if you were like a millionaire athlete, would you endorse Sprite?
Probably. If the price was right. No, I'm just kidding.
I'd be drinking root beer like Stone Cold.
I would have other options.
Beer.
I would have other options. I'd say, I don't like Sprite. It's owned by Coke, right?
Yeah.
Just let me do Coke.
Because I just wonder, like, at what point you just say no, thank you. Because I could say no, thank you, but I'm just dumb. That's just dumb. Like, I feel like a lot of people would just hoe out for whatever.
Yeah, I don't know if I would do, especially if you're in that position where you can do something else.
Yeah. Like Tom Brady doing Subway is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Like he literally had a TB12 method.
He doesn't eat.
Yeah, so you're not eating Subway, brother.
Yeah.
Like it actually made me frown upon Subway, and I like eating the occasional Subway.
Mm-hmm.
Like when it's just getting a quick sandwich. Like when I saw them, first of all, have Tom Brady do it, I was like, you know what? I think that's where I started disliking Tom Brady. Because I was actually a big fan.
Yeah.
No, as soon as Tom Brady did Subway commercials, I was like, this is the fakest mother trucker I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
You wrote a whole novel / Bible about a TB12 method.
Mm-hmm.
You told me like not to eat this type of stuff, and then you're doing Subway commercials holding the foot long?
Yeah.
Screw you.
Yeah, he doesn't even eat it.
That was a joke.
Mm-hmm.
That was honestly like the breaking point for me with Tom Brady.
I'm pretty proud that I don't drink sodas as much anymore.
Look at you.
Occasionally I'll do.
Look at you.
And if I do, like, what's the soda you get? Mine is Coke Zero.
Mine? Any like a diet soda, like a Diet Coke, Diet Pepsi, Diet Dr. Pepper.
Coke Zero
like
is better.
That type of mix. I'm not in the Coke Zero game.
Really?
I'm in the Diet Coke game.
I like Coke Zero. That would be my go-to. But I maybe have one a week.
Yeah, that's good.
I used to have a lot. Before I met you guys.
Oh, the soda's the worst thing ever.
God, it's awful.
No, it gets you. It's crack, man. Like, it really is. It's crack.
Those 32 ounce.
Some people get headaches when they don't have a soda.
I did.
Brother, it's crack.
I did.
I used to have a friend.
Yeah.
He used to be really fat.
Mm-hmm.
And in college, he would wake up and he would go to the freezer and he would just get a whole big liter of Dr. Pepper and chug the whole thing.
Yeah.
Man.
We when I was doing the morning show,
Ooh, John,
with Vandermeer, that was my worst. I would drink probably 5 Diet Cokes a day, and twice a day. This is back when we had interns. I would send the intern downstairs to get me a 32-ounce Diet Coke.
Dude, Diet Coke
twice during the 4-hour show.
But some people who like eat really healthy and they drink Diet Cokes, it's like not a big deal. But if you're eating unhealthy and you're drinking the Diet Coke, it's there. But the other thing is like some people say, why would you order all that Whataburger and order a Diet Coke? Because some people like the taste of diet better.
Yeah.
I do.
Mm-hmm.
But man, people get addicted to them sodas, man. Addicted.
I did. I was. I just went cold turkey too. Like what Figgy's saying about the headaches, I got headaches all the time when I stopped. But I still like Coke Zeros. I get about one a week. Usually on the weekend, just kind of whatever.
How much you can drink this weekend? You can get smashed?
I don't think that much. Probably.
So you're going on an SEC road trip. You're not going to get smashed.
Well, I'm going to drink, but probably Saturday's an 11 a.m. game, so I don't think I'm going to get plastered. You know.
That might be the dorkiest thing I've ever heard.
Why? You get up, I might have
John,
a Bloody Mary.
It's 11 a.m. That's normal. You get up and you start drinking right away when the game starts.
I see.
Before. Come on. It's 11 a.m.?
I'll probably
You start drinking at 7.
Did you go to college, man?
What is this?
Trust me, I did.
It's 11 start.
What I'm saying is I'll probably have like
Can you imagine if every SEC
I'll just have a
fan
beer
had
or
this
two.
mindset? It's 11 a.m. Every time I go to Texas, it's 11 a.m.
Better not drink.
4 beers in my hand by 8.
See, I don't do that. I think that's a me thing. Like a 2:30 game, it'd be on. But I'll probably have like one Bloody Mary.
One little beer or two.
Now, I'll tell you what. Friday, we're going to
it's just so early.
We're going to a restaurant in Oxford that supposedly has like kind of like what Hudson House has, real good martinis and stuff.
I'm going to martini up after the show.
Yeah, so I'll probably
You have to. They're half price. I don't want to, but I have to.
I have to.
It's the cause.
You got to if it's half price.
Yeah, half price martinis. You have to at a nice spot like that.
I'll throw at least 2, maybe 3 down Friday night.
Don't
So
get
Friday
too crazy.
Martinis?
Ooh, you living on the wild side.
Yeah, martinis. Okay. Get 3 martinis today. See how you do.
I just can't believe you just said, well, it's early. It's 11.
Just not an early drinker.
Game. You imagine if Tyler Milner had that mindset when he went to?
He doesn't.
He's drinking by 7.
Well, once upon a time, so was I.
No, I get it,
Yeah.
but just say no.
I like a Bloody Mary.
Just say I don't want to drink. It's okay. I've done it with Figgy. Like when I'm going on one of my cleanses and I don't want to drink. Hey, we're going to the tailgate. Hey, I'm not drinking right now. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'll take a
Landry,
water.
take a shot. No, I'm okay. I don't say, well, it's a noon kick. It's a little bit early. Just say you don't want to drink.
I'm not a morning drinker anymore. But I do love a good Bloody Mary, so that's going to be the Saturday morning. I'll send you a picture.
Oh my gosh. This is holy crap. Is this real?
What's that?
This is on the text line. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. The 832. Damn. Oh,
Damn, is this breaking
holy
news?
crap. Whoa. Breaking news from the text line from the 832. Diet or not, sodas are not good for you.
Get the hell out of here. Really?
Holy crap.
Hold on.
Damn.
Whoa.
Hold on.
Oh
wait,
my
what?
gosh. We got the smartest list. Oh my goodness.
All this time I've been drinking diet
I thought
soda.
it was like my vitamins.
No wonder I ain't losing weight. I've been drinking all this diet soda, man.
Holy crap, man.
Get the hell out of town.
Boy, that hits hard. It's going to be a tough commercial break for me. Internet going
I'm trying
nuts.
to process right
Coming up here on In the Loop next.
Let we go. Join the drive with Stern.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Internet going nuts. Texans practice. Laramie Tunsil, he back. Dameon Pierce, he's not. Ankle injury leads you to wonder, is Dameon Pierce going to miss Sunday's game? If he doesn't practice tomorrow, he most likely will. Been a polarizing topic around here. Texans could be without Dameon Pierce.
Yeah, and I think you and I are on the same page.
Kind of want to see it.
Kind of want to see it.
Want him to be okay, want him to rest up. Kind of want to see the team without it, just to see, for better or worse.
Nothing against him.
No guarantees, just want to see what it looks like.
We've been wondering. We've been thinking Devin Singletary needs more. We've talked about it. If it just happens that this is the way it happens, then let's see what it looks like.
I got the internet going nuts.
Arlington Stadium has got the internet going nuts right now. And you may say, what the hell is Arlington Stadium? Arlington Stadium was around for, probably close to 40 years.
Long-ass time. Ted Williams managed there, and then I think in the early 90s they got rid of it.
It's where the Rangers played for a long time. I've covered a lot of games, went to a lot of games there. It was hotter than
I've been there many a times.
Hell.
I saw Nolan Ryan's last game, and I saw George Brett's last game there.
It was really hot, but
beer was cheap.
Beer was cheap. And by the way, and you probably remember this too, it was like a hike to get to that stadium. The Metroplex wasn't like it is now. You know, it was like, oh wow, we got to go to Arlington Stadium. That's a pack of lunch, you know. But it made me think a little bit about old school Rangers, and I
it made you appreciate that the Astrodome's still up. Let's be honest.
No, it didn't.
This is why he's bringing it up, because he's happy the Astrodome is still up.
I will pull the lever to blow that sucker up.
We can remodel it.
I will pull the lever.
By the way, screw you for attaching me to that.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Some kids trying to make it. What'd they try to make it into?
A sphere?
It was like a contest to try to renovate it or something.
Yeah.
It was so stupid.
God.
But it got me thinking about old school Rangers from my youth and then college, etc., and covering them back at Arlington Stadium. I have two of my, and again, I admitted this early. I hate the Rangers. They're arch rivals to the Astros, but I have so many friends that are Rangers fans. I was happy for them. I was happy for them. I mean, we've all suffered, with our teams. So it was kind of cool.
They didn't suffer. They went away.
Go, baby.
They went away.
Oh my gosh.
They didn't suffer. They didn't suffer.
Here we go, baby.
They didn't suffer. They went away.
Here we go, baby.
That's their own kind of suffering. Who are your favorite old school Rangers? Because mine came immediately to mind.
I mean, old school Rangers,
like old school, back in the day Rangers.
Gonzalez, like back that.
Mine's Buddy Bell.
What, third base?
Yeah, and Charlie Huff, the knuckleballer.
Knuckleball number 49.
Love those guys.
Number 49.
Yeah, he would smoke in the dugout.
About Gino Petralli, little before Pudge Rodriguez.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff Fry, David Holtz, Mike Sims, those types of guys, like just the absolute scrubs.
Charlie Huff.
Julio Franco for sure.
That for sure.
Julio Franco was a G.
Yeah. He would smoke in the dugout, Charlie
Silver
Huff.
Slugger.
He's the one.
Julio Franco.
Charlie Huff. He's the one that turned me on to Stolichnaya vodka.
Charlie Huff turned you on?
To Stoli vodka.
I did not
know.
That
was his favorite choice.
Charlie Huff did not strike me as someone that would turn you on.
He turned me on to Stoli vodka.
Wait, what? He turned you on?
To Stoli.
Oh.
Yeah. Remember Odeby McDowell?
Odeby McDowell.
Yeah.
One of the worst ball players I've ever heard.
Great name, great introduction.
My uncle told me that when he came to Fenway, he went up to Odeby McDowell at Fenway and said, because Odeby McDowell was coming off the bench, and my Uncle Dusty, what a jackass he is, in a good way. He told Odeby, hey, Odeby, you should be playing every day. And Odeby goes, thanks a lot, man. That means a lot. He goes, in Oklahoma City, you effing scrub. This was a minor league affiliate back then.
Do you remember Scott Coolbaugh?
Scott Coolbaugh?
Third baseman, went to UT. He was about 5 nothing.
About Pete Incaviglia.
Had thighs like tree trunks.
Pete Incaviglia?
Pete Inky, yeah. Yep, him too.
Brian Downing.
Mm-hmm.
Formerly with the Angels.
You can hate the Rangers and respect what they were.
The Angels back in the day, Brian Downing.
Yep, respect the struggle.
The steroids,
Mm-hmm.
allegedly.
I got the internet going nuts.
So, Dana Holgerson said something yesterday on his radio show, and this is from GoCougs.com. They put it out, and it got a lot of attention locally.
Mm-hmm.
This is what Dana Holgerson said about recruiting right now. I can't believe this is real, by the way. Dana Holgerson, according to GoCougs.com, said, quote, "That ship has sailed pretty much," talking about 2024 high school recruiting. Quote, "That ship has sailed. U of H is currently number 6 nationally, according to 24/7.
Number 96.
Number 96 nationally, according to 24/7. Number 101 on 3, which is dead last among Power 5 programs. And he is saying, quote, "That ship has sailed when it comes to recruiting."
We sure this is real?
How much longer are we going to do this?
No, he's dead man walking, isn't he? I mean, to say that as recruiting. By the way, they're still signing players. They can still
this is Cougs.com saying it.
Yeah. I mean, that's a guy that knows the writing is on the wall. Has to be.
Why?
Has to be.
That's some bad recruiting, man.
You don't want to hear that.
You're in Houston. You got NIL. You're going to the Big 12, and you're 96th and 101.
Yeah.
That's rough, man.
That's not only rough, but
That's rough. There's no excuse for that.
No one wants to hear that ship has sailed.
But there's no excuse for that, right?
No. In Houston?
In the Big 12? All Power 5? Like
you're
worse than every Power 5 team?
You can go to North Shore, Katy, Atascocita, some of these other big-time schools, and tell all the Oklahomas and LSUs of the world, who do you don't want, we'll take those guys.
I'll be honest,
you still have a good squad.
I'll be honest, because I love going to games at TDECU.
Mm-hmm.
I love when Houston is good. It's fun. There's a buzz, all that type of stuff. But this is just me being completely honest. With all that said, if I had a kid and I turned on the U of H football game and I saw Dana Holgerson acting the way he did on the sidelines and his football team performing the way he did, I wouldn't want my kid to go play for him.
No. Especially when you know some of the other stuff.
I got the internet going nuts.
I thought this story was fake. Bill Belichick trade. This is
Florio.
This is Florio, and this is wild even for Florio to take seriously. And he's saying that the Commanders owner, Josh Harris, could trade for Bill Belichick this offseason. And he's, quote, hearing these things.
All right, let's hear
No
this.
reports.
Let's hear
Here's what I think is going to happen. You know, I'm hearing chatter to this effect. Not that it's reporting, but when you're plugged into the NFL grapevine and you hear something like this, it's too good to keep to yourself. There's a theory out there that when the season ends, Josh Harris, the new owner, of the Commanders, is going to call the Patriots and inquire about what it would take to get Bill Belichick. The Patriots wouldn't fire him. The Patriots would essentially trade him to Washington and avoid any further financial obligation. And so there's a thought out there that that's how this is going to go. Everybody goes in Washington. Josh Harris makes a play for Bill Belichick, and Bob Kraft does not say no to it because he, in theory, is ready to move on.
This is fake. This is fake.
This is fake?
Yeah, that's Photoshop. That's fake. On my mama, that's fake. On my heart, on my life, my little brother's grave, I could die right now. That's fake.
Come on, Florio.
That's
what are we doing
that's
here,
rich
brother?
for him, right?
What are we doing, brother?
Yeah.
Come on.
I got the internet going nuts.
Now, I like the song I Got Two Phones, and I know a lot of people that have two phones, one work phone, one personal phone. I get it. But there's a video / picture of James Harden going to Los Angeles. My man's got 3 phones.
3 phones.
What are we doing? What's going on?
What could the third
What kind
one
of
be
sketchy
for?
crap are you doing?
I get what the first one is for. That's your phone.
You got 2, okay.
The second one is the bat phone.
You're a player. You're an NBA.
Yeah,
you need a side phone. You need all that. That's fine.
Your burner, whatever.
3, brother.
What's the third one for? What could it be for, Figgy?
How heavy are your pockets, man? Like,
yeah. Where do you put them? Well, you carries a satchel a lot of times.
The 3 phones?
What? Seriously, I'm
3.
dumb. What could that third one be for?
I don't know.
3 phones. There's another thing. I got a quickie, actually, that includes James Harden.
I got the internet going nuts.
This is the biggest freaking L I had all day yesterday and this morning going through this. You see what Tyronn Lue said about James Harden and why it's going to work with the Clippers? Quote, sacrifice is going to be the biggest thing.
Okay.
It's going to take a lot of sacrifice, whether it's shots, whether it's minutes, and I think these guys are willing to do that. What planet have you lived on? Dude, he thinks James Harden's going to sacrifice so for the betterment of the team. Why did you get him? Because he wouldn't do that. Why did he leave Houston? Because he wouldn't do that. Sacrifice is going to be the biggest thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Coming up, we're expecting to hear from Blake Cashman straight off the practice field. If we don't, you will hear it tomorrow. Plus, big day. Big day and a big week for the Texans. It's right in front of us. Let's enjoy it next.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Looks like we're be talking to Blake Cashman tomorrow. Today, but you'll hear it tomorrow. They got practice, man. I don't want to put this out there, but they're 0-1 since they did this new practice schedule.
Well, I mean, put it out there.
I mean, I'm just saying they're 0-1 since after the bye they changed this practice schedule.
Yeah.
That's just a stat. I come with numbers. I mean, I don't know I don't know why we're changing the practice schedule, but
numbers are hot.
no, they're not. 20 minutes later, 30, whatever they're doing the practice. 0-1. I don't like it, but hopefully it's just a small trend and they're able to get the job done tomorrow because I think we need a win desperately.
I'll tell you what, if they don't.
Oh, they're in trouble.
Yeah.
They're in trouble.
Well, not only that, they're in trouble with their schedule.
Yeah, then they got Cincinnati, Arizona. You know, you get this, you can be looking 500 right in the face after 10 weeks and you be in pretty good shape. So it's a big ball game. Got Todd Bowles, got Baker Mayfield coming to town. And tonight you got the Tennessee Titans versus the Pittsburgh Steelers, which is a game that I'm very excited for. Maybe I'm a little too excited for this.
You are excited for it.
I am very excited for this
I'm
game.
intrigued. I don't know if I'm excited.
I think from the localized lenses, I don't think it gets any bigger. Now it's confusing because it might be in your best interest for the Titans to win, but from a localized perspective, and you factor in everything else going on around here, I don't think it gets. I don't think it's bigger than this. And plus Will Levis, like the Will Levis factor, it's a thing, man. Like he's getting a lot of excitement. He's getting a lot of love. I anticipate that Kirk Herbstreit's gonna give you all the information you need. Al Michaels is probably gonna fall asleep during the broadcast, but that's just kind of par for the course on that.
It's not even hidden anymore.
Have you gotten used to the Amazon feel?
Of the broadcast?
I mean, I know it's big game.
I don't even really notice it, so I guess that's a yes.
So you still feel like you're watching the same thing when you have to go to Amazon and
maybe it's because like
it has that watch live option or something else. Like, what are we doing?
I think it's pretty fluid for me because you know how they pop up on the top of your screen. It's just like clicking on Paramount Plus or something.
I don't know. What clicking on what?
Paramount Plus.
Okay.
Or Netflix or.
I don't know. The Netflix, it feels a little more smooth.
But, you know, they all pop up on the top.
But I still feel like I still don't feel like even like watching Amazon, it just doesn't feel the same as like my direct TV stream or my Netflix or HBO.
See, I don't have any.
Oh, no.
It's
weird instincts by
I'm
me.
completely cableless. So I have them all.
Yeah, you're a streamer.
Yeah, I'm a streamer. So that's why it feels like no big deal. You know?
Yeah, but you still have to go through the guide and stuff.
No, you press on and all the apps pop up on the top of my TV.
Yeah,
Netflix, Paramount Plus,
John,
HBO Max,
normal.
Amazon. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
so it feels natural.
It's not new.
Like it's not anything special. Like, oh my gosh, I got to sign into Amazon or anything
I don't know.
that.
It feels weird to me.
Yeah,
I don't know.
But that's just you.
Yeah, it might be.
I will say this. I said I'm intrigued by the game. I am very interested in Will Levis.
You should be.
Like very.
If he has another good game, then it's going to get out of control. If he has another good game, it's going to get out of control.
Two's not like a fluke, right?
You can have two flukish games.
You think 2 in a row, right out of the chute?
You can, but I mean, 2
on a
gets
short
attention.
week on the road,
2 gets attention.
That's what I'm saying. Like 2, especially the short week on the road matters to me because you all know there's 1 day gone already of prep, probably 2. No real film watch of the. They go real quick on the film from the game before, and then you're flying on a Wednesday night usually to the road. If he pulls it off and has another really good game, that is what would be meaningful to me.
I think what would be frustrating for me if Will Levis ends up working is the Titans. They passed on him at 11. Like if they thought he was going to work, they wouldn't have passed on him at 11.
Yeah.
And him fall to him at 30.
Not only that, but
that's what would piss me off.
They was trying to trade up. They weren't trying to trade up for him.
They're trying to trade up for CJ.
Yeah.
They missed out on that.
This guy can't work.
Talk about like the Texans kind of.
That was up.
You could argue the Texans kind of not backed in, but you know we're fortunate that they didn't have the number 1 pick. Boy, you can really argue that with them.
Yeah, that is. I mean, that is something to keep an eye on.
That would suck, man.
That is something to keep an eye on. Will Levis. He's going to get a lot of love tonight, though. Hell of a lot of love.
Yes. How often is Mayo going to be mentioned?
Probably 3 times
at least.
And then Al Michaels will make like a comment about.
So you'll talk about mayo, but not Taylor Swift?
He says like Al Michaels never had a vegetable or anything. By the way, I think that's kind of telling. Like I honestly, like I think that the fact that he's never had to eat vegetables even when he was a kid, and he admitted his mom was young, so he didn't have to do anything. I think that kind of adds to why he's such a
entitlement
volatile weasel now, because that's something that kids should be forced to do. Hey, you gotta eat your veggies, son.
He's a mijo
before you're done. Avery, eat your broccoli.
You're familiar with mijo, that term, right?
I'm not.
Figgy, are you familiar with mijo?
No.
So Tyler is nodding his head. He's familiar. In Hispanic families, when there's a boy that is babied by his mother and is allowed to do whatever he wants to do, he's mijo.
Mijo.
He's M-I-J-O.
Mijo.
Mijo. And it's kind of like a sarcastic, he's just a little mama's boy kind of thing. Mijo.
Yeah,
Mijo.
I was about to say, we say mama's boy.
Yeah, like mama's boy. But it's kind of not
spoiled.
Exactly mama's boy. It's like, oh, mijo, you don't have to go if you don't want to. Oh, mijo, you don't have to eat your vegetables. And the dad's like, eat your vegetables, but mom takes over. You know, like a babied mama's boy is a mijo. He's a mijo. Al Michaels. Yeah.
Is he done after this year? How long is this going on?
Your guess is as good as mine.
How long are we going to do this?
It could have been done last year or the year before.
I'm just saying, like, because usually you'll like bury him on the back end or something like that.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, this guy's still going. Like, we're just gonna give him this Amazon run for a long time and keep this going.
The thing that just gets me with him is he doesn't even care.
No, he doesn't have to.
Like he is just.
So how long are we doing this?
Yeah, touchdown, game-winning touchdown. We'll see you next week. That's how he called that last game.
No, but really, how long are we doing this?
I think it's long. Well, how long is his contract?
That's what I'm asking.
How much money does he need?
I don't know. I mean, maybe this is just something that he needs for like his whole routine. I don't know, but it's. I mean, I thought for sure we would be done with this by at least by after this year.
Some dude said technically all Hispanic kids are mijos or mijas. Technically.
Oh wow,
that's not true.
That's breaking news.
How technically are all Hispanic kids mijos or mijas?
I think the misuse of the word technically has been something that's kind of gotten a little bit out of control.
I think he's talking about hijo, which is son. I'm talking about mijo. Mi hijo. It's short for mi hijo. Mi hijo. Hijo is son. What?
I'm kind of sensing something about you right now, but I don't want to rush to judgment.
Go ahead, rush.
I feel like how many brothers and sisters you have?
I had 5, but for a while.
Yeah, I feel like you have a mijo in the family because you're kind of saying it with your chest.
No,
you kind of feel like there's something behind there.
Trust me, my dad did not allow mom to baby anyone. You can take that to the bank. He was awesome, but it was his way.
Yeah, the fast forwarding on Amazon sucks too. Someone's bringing that.
Yeah,
up. You can't go back and forth. You can't go back. I'm really not a fan of these Amazon games. I tried. It just doesn't feel right to me. Doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel primetime either.
No skin off my back. It feels just the same.
Let's go to B-Dubs out there. Clint Stoerner, Ron the Show, Hughley. They are here on a Thirsty Thursday presented by D&M Auto Leasing. What's up, fellas?
What's good? What's good? You got me?
Yes, sir.
All right, yeah, man. It's a good time out here, baby. A little Thirsty Thursday action. Come on out here. We'll have us a good time as always. And good food. Thanks to the people at Bud Light. The wings are on point, and it's gonna be a good time, baby.
What flavor are we talking?
Right now, man, they've really had us on that dry rub Chipotle barbecue. That's been a real
It's money. It's money.
It really is.
Look, I'm not a connoisseur of fine wings, but I've had a wing or two. I've enjoyed a wing or two at establishments like this all across America, and I'm gonna tell you the Chipotle barbecue is on point.
All right.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not winning. I'm not judging contest or anything, fellas. But if you're just kind of a casual wing guy, that Chipotle barbecue will do you good. Now,
what are the top 3 things that Clint Stoerner is a connoisseur of? Because you preface a lot of things. You preface a lot of things with "I'm not a connoisseur of." I want to get the top 3 connoisseur activities of Clint Stoerner.
Celery,
Well, that's too basic. Come on, Ron. I'm not that basic. Tequila is one.
Oh yeah.
No question about it. I would say cold beer is. I guess they don't need to all be in the same category, liquor category or alcohol category, huh? And I would say offensive football.
How about them bugs?
What about food? What kind of like
mud bugs? Great call. That was low hanging fruit. I went to football.
Yeah.
Damn it! I gave Landry ammunition. I went to football. You're right. Crawfish, Cajun food in general. I would say I'm pretty damn. I don't cook it, but I can judge in it. I'm your man.
Gumbo all day, right? Gumbo.
Yes.
Gumbo guy.
Yes, absolutely, man.
Do Lowe's parents make gumbo?
Oh yeah, her mom's made some twice in the last couple weeks.
Strong, man. That's strong.
And it's from scratch too, man.
Oh yeah.
Crawfish etouffee is I'm very picky with my crawfish etouffee. I would say I'm a connoisseur. It's got to be a dark roux, boys. It's got to be a dark roux.
I agree on that part.
If you're wondering if you want an example, go to Papa Do's and have their crawfish etouffee. It's the best you can buy.
All right. How about
if you're not making it, I think it's the best you can buy.
He is a connoisseur. He's backing it up with his chest, too.
Man. Goodness gracious.
Yes, sir.
People pulling off the road right now.
How about you guys? Hey, I got a question for you. John, what is I got several. One of my best friend is a Hispanic guy, and he is definitely his mama mijo's him to death now.
Yes,
I mean,
telling you.
What is, because I think all of my buddies were on pretty good terms with their mother, and either they were on good terms or I wasn't around when mom just MF'd them.
Yeah.
What term is used when it's like when it's not a term of endearment and it's not good and sweet and baby you can do anything?
Like you're talking about when they get on them?
Yeah, if mama doesn't like the son, say you got two sons and one of them's mijo and can't do no wrong, the other one's a mess up.
I'm not exactly sure I can say it on the. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can say it on the air. Cabrón.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know that I've ever heard any of the moms go there, but I've definitely heard some partners go there.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. Thank you, Lopez. The Drive is live, and we are live at Buffalo Wild Wings, as we always are on this Thirsty Thursday. Come on out with us. North Freeway location. North Freeway location. If you need the address, 15800 North Freeway in Houston. So come on out, hang out with us. And if you're in the building, you got to go cold beer like my man, and a nice part in that head right there, man. Come on out. You got a chance also to win prizes. We'll be hooking somebody up with a $25 Visa gift card. All you got to do, sign your name, put it in this bucket. Don't need more. Don't need a ton of information. All you got to do is sign your name, and you'll have a chance to win a $25 gift card. And my guys already jumped on it. If you're on your way, you can come on in as well, and
it's a gift card you can spend anywhere. It's a $25 gift card.
Yep, Visa anywhere.
I mean,
it's wherever Visa takes you.
That's one thing I appreciate.
Yeah. What?
A man with a good part like that.
That's a strong part.
I mean, he's got a good barber. He's got a good barber somewhere along the way.
Got that hair combed nicely.
Yes.
To the other side. So,
spend a little time. Spend a little time in the mirror this morning before we left the house. I appreciate that.
That's right. So enjoy yourself. 4 different things, 4 different prizes we're hooking people up with. First one, a $25 gift card. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. As always, shout out to the good people at Bud Light for taking care of us and helping us put this together every Thursday, as well as the good people at Buffalo Wild Wings. Look at this, man. We got people saying, to hell with it. We coming in and we signing our names. All right? Generally, people just don't believe us or something. We still got a few people sitting around the table that's just too cool for it. We'll see how long.
Just need a name. Just a name.
Just a name. Just a name in the box. That's it. And you'll have a chance. So, a lot to get going here on a Thursday, a Thirsty Thursday here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Make your way out here. And Clint, I first want to say this. As Clint's in the building, I see T-Mill back there. Yo, congratulations to the Rockets. They got their first win. Not to be surprised that this is the first game that Tyler has not attended. And so now this is his first game he didn't attend, and they win their first one. How about that?
I watched a little bit of it.
The Milner curse lives.
I watched a little bit of it.
Tyler was in San Antonio for the game. He flew down there. Tyler is going to all of these Rockets games that they've lost prior to this one. Finally, he wasn't in the house, and they won a game. Curtis, damn, Tyler.
I ain't traveling that much. Damn.
Yes, he did. I'm certain of it. Tyler was there when they played Golden State. I'm sure of it. And that's why they lost, and they won their first game. So, congratulations. You watched some of it?
I did. I watched a little bit of it. And I'll be honest with you, man. I was pleasantly surprised. I was so surprised today that I wore my 713 hat that the Rockets gave us, man.
I see you.
Yeah, look, I mean,
can't you see Fred make a difference?
Oh, no question.
Right,
I mean,
you can see an adult there.
I mean, you got an adult in the room. You got that commands the rock, demands the rock every time every possession when he's on the floor. Give me the rock, and y'all work, y'all move the ball, move without the ball. That's what the hell I'm talking about now. I mean, I know it's very basic, it's fundamental, but we're starting over here with the Rockets, and I greatly appreciate that.
Yeah. Now every time, and they were getting out on big leads, and every time the Hornets kind of made it close.
Yep.
You know, P.J. Washington would just shoot a three and make one every once in a while, but to get it close, he would always get them in a good set, it seemed like. And he had 22 last night, but it wasn't just the 22. It's the 11 assists and just getting them good shots when they needed. And they didn't have that guy really last year to do that. Hell, it was Kevin Porter Jr.
Nobody. There was no thermostat. You know what I mean? There was no thermostat in the clubhouse or the locker room with the Rockets. It was just turn the heat up and run with it, and it don't matter how uncomfortable it is or isn't, or if it's going to work or it's not going to work. Just turn it up and roll. It's like Van Vliet is just a guy that is definitely the thermostat in the room. He's going to decide when to turn up the heat, when to turn it down, and there was late in the ball game there were two opportunities, and I'm talking about late, like within the last 4 minutes. There were two opportunities where they were on the verge of choking away a lead that was good enough to win the ball game, and both times they counterpunched and stretched it out a little bit further and were able to seal the win. Little victories like that for me when it comes to the Rockets, I'm here for, man.
Yeah, most of them were really efficient last night, as you can see. Like, there wasn't, the worst was Jalen Green, and I even thought he was pretty good. Like, he didn't just take that many ill-advised shots. I mean, he was 6 of 16, but everybody else, you look at Fred, he was 8 of 17, and Jabari Smith 7 of 10 from the field. Alfred Şengün, he's just fun to watch. 9 of 12 from the field. Now, I know a lot of people like to focus on this deficiency, like, that he can't move his feet very well and play defense. But, man, he's fun to watch.
Hey,
and he's
fans, I am so happy.
I've been waiting to play that all day, Tyler. And but he's played well. But that was a good performance yesterday, as they seemingly had control of that game the whole way. And they were able to hold on. So, yeah, man, congratulations. First of many, you hope.
Ron, I tell you what else I like, too, is Green playing off the ball. And, look, I didn't watch the entire basketball game. Yeah. But him playing off the ball, he made a couple of plays late. One of them was a spot up where he knocked it down, and then one of them was, he was just cutting to the basket, and I believe Dylan Brooks found him, I think. But I can't remember who fed him. But it was – now that when the athletic ability – and the explosion shows in that light, hell, I'm here for it, man. Yeah. Like, I mean, he clearly, before he ever touched leather, he exploded past the defender and made himself available in the lane, and then finished, obviously, big time. But it was one of those working without the ball and letting the other guy facilitate. It was a pretty thing to watch, man.
No, it was. And I'm glad you brought up Dylan Brooks. He's been really good for the Rockets since they got him here. I know that the highlight we keep seeing is when Steph Curry just made him look kind of silly, but he's been really, really good. All right, 20 points yesterday, very efficient. He's 7 of 9. He had a career high in steals yesterday. He's been really, really good. From the text line, give it a rest. Stop with the Milner curse. No, the Milner curse is alive. It's alive, and it continued last night in Phoenix, Arizona.
Thanks for having my back, friend. Thanks for having my back.
As they roll through. No, it is alive and well. And Megan, you can stop texting in and trying to say that the Milner curse is not a thing. It certainly is. It certainly is. And thank you for not going to Toyota last night and allowing the Rockets to have a chance. All right. So congrats to them. Hopefully many, many more for Udoka and the crew there as they continue with this early part of the season. All right. Sunday, big for the Texans. And I've been thinking about this, Clint, and the people as well. 713-572-4610. You can get involved this way. I've been thinking about this. C.J. Stroud, after the game, talked about the need to be more explosive. I mean, this is after the game, and you could feel it, and we've talked about it a couple of times. He continued that and doubled down on it yesterday and said everybody else, the important people, the coaches, agreed to it. I want to play this again after the game, and I know you've been watching a lot of film, Clint. I know you watched the game, watched the film, the all 22, and I wonder if you think that CJ is spot on with this. Do you agree with him with what he's saying about what the offense needs, or is there more to it that he's leaving out? This is what CJ had to say after the game.
We got to take some shots. We got to be more explosive and do some things down the field. We can't just let people dictate what we do just because we're not throwing the ball short. And I mean, that's me getting more trust from the coaches and the guys getting their depth in their routes. And so it's a whole team thing. But man, I definitely think we have the talent to be explosive. And I think we've shown, man, we're if not a top 5 defense, top 10. I mean, top 5 offense, top 10 offense. I mean, we've showed it, and we can do it. We just got to go out there and call it and run it and execute. So I mean, I feel like that's why we haven't been consistent. Just too many nickel and taking the ball short and not having enough explosives, and it's hard to play on third down too. So, but I think Bobby's doing a great job calling it, trying better with us and getting used to how we like calls and things like that. So hopefully, I mean, we start being a little more explosive.
All right, explosive is what he said a lot. We need to go down the field. We need to use our explosive players. Now, you've been watching this, and you've seen how this offense has shown itself to be. Do you agree with him? Is that accurate, what CJ's talking about this offense needs to do moving forward?
Absolutely, 100%.
100%?
Absolutely, 100%. In fact, we've talked about it all year long, Ron. When he started hot and got a month into the season, you and I had a conversation. Hey, man, this is great, but at some point in time, the defense is going to force you to at least attempt lower percentage throws. Right, and you know at the end of the day, these high percent underneath, forcing you to check the football down, forcing you to go 13 or 14 plays to score. At some point, they're going to take that away from you and make you drive the football down the field. Now, are you ready are you willing to scheme those things up? And are you willing to take those low percentage shots? Or are you going to continue, even though you don't have a very good run game, are you going to continue to run the football as much, as often as anybody in the NFL, even though you're not very good at it on first and second down? So I think he's spot on when it comes to the pass game, as well as when it comes to what they're doing on first and second down at the rate at which they're doing it, which is running the football and not having any success. So, yeah, I think they're going to have to be – they're going to have to be more aggressive moving forward, or teams are going to continue to take away the short stuff and force them to be in third and long consistently, and force them to, at the end of the day, in game, adjust and call some of the shots. So yeah, I think they got to plan on doing it. They got to open this thing up. They got to take more shots, and it's yes, he's spot on.
Because see, hearing CJ and then hearing others, and what we've been hearing leading up to it is, we got to run the football better. We got to run the football better. In that, CJ didn't say anything about the run game. He didn't say anything about the run game. So for you think this is even more. This is more of a thing that they got to do than run the football better.
Yeah, right, well, no, I think he did within his time. He did mention we got to run the football better, and third and long is tough to live in. I think that's an indirect way of saying our run game sucks. We're running it too much on first and second down, and we're ending up in third and impossible. Right, way too often, and so I firmly believe, wholeheartedly believe, if it's this thing's going to go with the Texans offense, it's got to go one of two directions. You either Bobby Slowick, the offensive mind, C.J. Stroud, the number 2 overall pick that came out of an offense that scored a lot of points in college. They're going to open this thing up. they're gonna get more aggressive and they're going to score more points, or they're going to continue what they've been doing because you got a defensive-minded head coach, and he is more in tune to ball control, not turning it over, establishing the run and all those things, and you're going to try to win low-scoring, close ball games in the fourth quarter. That the rest of the season is going to tell us which direction this team's going to go.
Yeah, because I'm looking and wondering, should he be given more autonomy to change things, to do things? Because I wonder, because I listen to him and I sense like he's coming up to the line of scrimmage and just like, we got to do something different. Like almost to me, it was like, we got to do something different. And just his comments of, I got to prove to the coaching staff that they can trust me. And it almost feels like CJ wants more on his plate and wants more ability to make decisions that he sees there. Because I'm sure you watch the tape and be like, well, if this is some sort of counter, this is some sort of outside zone, they need to get out of this and do something in the passing game to open this up.
Yep.
And I wonder if they trust him yet with that. And maybe that's something we see is that CJ gets more ability to go ahead and make different decisions.
Well, I hope he does. I don't believe this is a open it up and ask him to do everything in the line of scrimmage situation. I do believe it is you got to give him options. I remember the first time that you and I had an in-depth conversation about, like, this offense is going to have to open things up. The one play that prompted that, and I don't remember when it was. It had to be before the Atlanta game, but maybe it was the Atlanta game. It wasn't beyond. It wasn't New Orleans or Carolina. But they came to the line of scrimmage. And I don't remember the down and distance, but they had Nico Collins by himself. He was singled up. The safety was in the middle of the field. Nico Collins he inverted his stem for 5 yards, got vertical for up to about 15 yards, and then went and cut over the corner, over the top of the defender to the corner of the end zone. And CJ never even looked at him. CJ never even looked that direction. Now, it's a longer developing route. He was getting a little bit of pressure. But in that situation, you'd love to be able to go, Nico. Boom, tap your knee. Nico, just give me a quick fade. Give me a quick back shoulder. I'm going to snap this thing. I'm going to bang it on your back shoulder.
I'd imagine he doesn't have the ability to do that yet.
Right, but he should. Now he should. I believe he's earned the right to do that. Now, I don't want him at the line of scrimmage going, hey, the protection's going to go this way. Mike's this guy. We got to adjust this way. We got to do this. We got like what Bill O'Brien was asking Deshaun Watson to do. I don't want him doing that. You don't have to be perfect up front, but when you have to have the ability. When you, as a quarterback, when you walk up there, you have to have the ability to go, okay, they're cover 0 or they're cover 1, and the safety's in the middle of the field, and I got my dude who, what it was Nico before last week, was a top 10 wide receiver in the league, right? At least from a production standpoint,
yards
statistically.
Yep.
You sit there and you go, all right, I got to have the ability within my offense, if I've got 5 or more seconds on that play clock, to adjust this thing and throw it to Nico Collins. And they don't have that ability, right? That's not – I mean, I had that ability in high school, right? I mean, this isn't like all of a sudden we're going to ask somebody to go out there and be the most cerebral player and give him all the open this thing up and give him just the freedom to do whatever the hell he wants to. It's not rocket science, man. And so
they got to back people off.
Yes, they got to back people off. I think that is you make that one simple adjustment and he uses it 2 or 3 times in a game, it changes the whole offense. It changes the whole – if they'd have done it last week, now I don't know how many times they club me the field, man, but if they'd have done that last week, on top of the go route to Nico Collins and the big over route that he missed, right, if they would have went 2 or 3 other times where he could have just threw a back shoulder because he got manned up, you'd have had 4 or 5 or even 6 shots in that ball game that were opportunities with your best receiver to get a chunk play. But you don't have it in your offense. So instead, you're turning around and handing it off into a loaded box.
I mean, Clint, I think it all kind of is all connected. Like the run game, yes, I think they got to block it better. But they were sending guys out of the secondary on run blitzes or just shooting from their safety positions. By the way, they weren't that far back from their safety positions to get into the run game. Yep. I mean, there were times they had their safety come in and hit our back in the backfield or hit Pierce in the backfield or hit Singletary in the backfield that kind of stop plays. So I think all of it. I mean, you go somewhere over the top, at least threaten over the top.
Yep.
They got to back up, and I think it helps maybe the run game a bit too.
Absolutely.
There's just so many guys up into the line of scrimmage.
Absolutely.
They're knocking passes down. There were a lot of not just linebackers making tackles in the run game, but there were safeties and corners that they just had no fear of being back.
Yeah, there's no question about it, Ron. There's plenty of opportunity, and it's not. We talk about it like it's changing the offense. It's not. It's not a big deal. In fact, I would be willing to bet you that they've probably worked on it. They just haven't included it in a game plan yet. And look, before Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard were healthy, and you had on average a 2.5 string on the depth chart across your offensive line, then okay, I can understand why you would do that. And CJ can too. But when you get your big guns back up front, you're supposed to be able to protect. You got to let that thing eat.
Yeah, you got to. All right, I think it seems like CJ is right. And we'll see if the adjustment occurs coming up on Sunday. Much more on this game. Hey, let's hook you up with the injury report as well, because we told you there were some guys that didn't practice yesterday, and today was going to be a big thing to see if they're able to go back-to-back days. We'll give you the latest on that, and as well as what you need to look forward to in terms of who's going to be able to be on the field coming up on Sunday. All of that as we continue on this Thursday from the beautiful Buffalo Wild Wings. We are live here at the North Freeway location. So come hang out with us. The North Freeway location will be here till 6 o'clock. Got a chance to win prizes throughout the day. So come hang out as we are rocking and rolling right here on The Drive, live here at Buffalo Wild Wings. All right, before we get there, though, before we get back and let you know about the injury report, guys out there that are hope you
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings at I-45 in Ritchie, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back as we are live here at Buffalo Wild Wings. A little Thirsty Thursday. Come on out here, as we like to say on Thursdays. Come out here and make a bad decision. Why not?
Yeah.
Start things off. Get out here.
Back in my heyday, this is where many a bad decision started.
Oh, hell yeah. Make a bad one. I just got this Henny Hustle. Tyler got the first one.
Hold
got
on,
that Henny Hustle. It's the first one of the day. Come on out here and make a bad decision. With your wife, your husband, or whoever. Come on out here and enjoy yourself. Bartender looks like he's ready to help you make a bad decision.
Yeah. Yeah. It's,
oh, boy, is he. Oh,
that was strong?
Felt it. Felt good, huh? He let that hustle off that drink. Straight.
Hard on the Henny, short on the hustle. Speaking of.
Left that one. Tyler, the text line said, CJ wants to bust that thing wide open, baby.
Tell him bring it back.
Yes. No, you got to do the whole line.
Open and you tell him bring it back.
Hey, Tyler.
Go ahead. What?
Hey, T. I'm sorry. I stepped all over your toes twice. I'm gonna shut my mouth. I got to have that one more time.
Yeah, bust that open.
Bust it wide open and I tell him bring it back.
Yeah. Tell her bring it back, baby. Tyler in there by himself making bad decisions. Right?
Yeah, that's a great point. It feels a little odd.
Hey, what if CJ came to the podium after the game? Hey, man, we just need to bust it.
That would be the greatest moment of my life.
A young fella would get a ton of, not that he doesn't already have a ton of them, but his 40-plus fan base would triple for sure.
Bust that thing wide open. Hell yeah.
Tell him I'll bring it back.
That's good stuff.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. That might go a little against the image he's been putting there. Come on now, I want to bust that thing wide open.
Yeah, it's all right, man, as long as he's one track.
Yeah. Shout out to our Lord and Savior.
Yeah, I was about to say, thanks to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And also, hey man, we got to bust it wide open.
Yeah, hey, ain't never said I ain't got to bust it wide open. Down the field, obviously. What I mean.
Yeah, we're talking about that cover two, man.
Yeah, that cover two.
Ain't laying down for nobody.
Injury update. Clint, there were some guys we're going to watch today that didn't practice yesterday. Damian Pierce, he didn't practice yesterday. Well, he also didn't practice again today. They're almost, according to league sources, preparing to go without Damian Pierce in this game. It has not been decided. It has not been determined officially yet, but he didn't practice the last 2 days. Running back ankle issue, held out of practice. We'll see what happens there, but that's 2 days in a row. The wonder is if he'll be able to go in this game. But obviously they have Motor Singletary, who has started in this league for the Buffalo Bills, and then Mike Boone potentially behind him if Damian Pierce isn't able to go. So that's one. The other one, Clint, is Laramie Tunsil. He did not practice yesterday, and thank goodness he is back on the field today. Laramie Tunsil practiced today. There it is, reports that Pro Bowl left tackle Laramie Tunsil practicing today after being rested. We wonder what it would be if it was the knee that really kept him. Looks like they're trying to manage that knee injury, according to Aaron Wilson, and he is rested. He was rested Wednesday, but practiced today, Clint. So here we go, baby. Good news. Looks like Laramie Tunsil's going to go Sunday. Didn't practice yesterday, but I'm sure he's probably limited today, but practice today.
Yeah, man, I'm at a crossroads.
You're not excited about the?
No, I'm not. I'm at a crossroads.
But what?
Have you seen this run game?
Yeah, I've seen the run game. But Laramie's going to play Sunday. It looks like he practiced.
It's not good.
Well, no. What this looks like is we're not going to practice on Wednesdays all year.
Well, he is managing a knee issue.
Okay. I mean, I'm not in any way, shape, or form doubting that there's a knee issue. going on. But this run game and this offensive line is not going to get – they're not going to make the progress they need to make in that part of offensive football if Laramie Tunsil's only practicing once a week.
So I'm feeling like you're in the spot of if you can practice on Thursday, that you can practice on Wednesday.
The need to improve this run game and the need for the guy that's the highest paid in the league and the self-proclaimed leader of this football team, I'm telling you, I don't know. I would have a very difficult time managing a knee on Wednesday with the run game in the shape that it's in if I were the leader of the group and I were the highest paid offensive lineman in this league. There's got to be some kind of give and take there. It can't just be, hey, man, I got a knee I'm managing, so no matter what happens on Sunday or no matter what's going on with this offense, we're going to take Wednesdays off. Like that just can't be. That can't be the case. Now, again, if the knee is so bad where he just simply cannot practice on Wednesday, okay, I understand it. But this is they're in a Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans are in a bad spot.
But you've been in these locker rooms. You think he has?
I'm telling you right now. I play with a lot of dudes at the college level and the pro level that if the run game was what it is in Houston right now, and their running back was getting hit behind the line of scrimmage at a rate higher than any running back in the league, and you were averaging per game less than what you did under David Culley and Lovie Smith, they'd have to have a broken leg not to be on the field telling dudes, get your ass on the field, we got to get better. We got to figure a way to make this right.
I wonder how much is his call. I wonder how much is his call.
It don't matter if it's Bobby Slowick's or if it's 2023.
You got a problem with whoever it is.
Look, no. Look, I don't. My problem is the Texans' offensive run game is awful, and I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what any advanced stats say. The offensive line and the tight ends and anybody that's responsible for blocking in that run game, they are struggling. And we've got 8 games of it, man. You had the 31st ranked run defense just really put you in a spot where you put the same stuff on film. Did you make a little bit of an improvement? Sure, I guess it was over 100 yards, but I mean, they were on average they were giving up 145 yards a game. You didn't get there.
We couldn't run the ball.
I just think it's important enough to where if this isn't a serious injury that's holding him out, if this isn't a serious issue that's holding him out, man,
I think there are a lot of people who are within the Texans universe who feel the same way you do, that are frustrated with him. And I'll say I think partly of it is he brought this on himself. Because I think in the back of your mind the thought is always, man, 2 years ago that man wouldn't get on the field with a thumb. Like 2 years ago that man wouldn't get on the field with a thumb. Like and that's always in the back of your mind when you wonder, like, well, how the hell can you practice on Thursday and you can't practice on Wednesday when it's to this point?
Well, here's the deal. Here's where you get. And look, and again, I want to reiterate. I'm going to say it every time. I feel like we're talking about like the Deshaun Watson situation where we had to always allegedly, right? If there is an injury that's keeping him off the field, then so be it. Whatever. But at some point in time, right, as an offensive staff, you got to say, hey, man, we're not running the football well with him in the game, right? Now, is it the knee? Maybe it's the knee on Sundays that's keeping him from being dominant in the run game and what you would expect from one of the highest paid. And we're not practicing on Wednesday. So at what point do you go, hey, if that knee's that bad, let's shelve you for a couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks. Let's get that knee right, and let's plug in somebody over there at left tackle that we can push and mature and develop to get better and see what happens in the run game. Because it's not like you're plugging Laramie Tunsil in, and all of a sudden you've got this Trent Williams physical beast over there that's helping you in the run game to a degree that you just can't live without. I mean, you don't have that. So I just feel for Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans because I know that they want to be a downhill, physical, punishing, running football team, and you're not going to do it with guys not practicing.
Yeah, I wonder if they're the one making a lot of the decision on how they're handling Laramie Tunsil.
Now,
that's, I mean, yeah, you know what I mean?
I'll say
I feel
this.
like that's the best way to handle his injury.
Real quick, I'll say this. If you have, which this is what I would do, if you have decided that you're going to turn the corner and you're going to open this thing up a little, be a little less dependent on the run and let CJ cook, and you got the best pass blocking left tackle in the league, I don't care if he practices Wednesday or Thursday.
Yeah.
If that's your plan, hey, you just got to, because he is that much better than anybody else you could put at left tackle in the pass block game. If that's the plan moving forward, hell, you can shelve him Friday too at the walkthrough if you want to, and just let him sweat on Sundays. I'd be fine with that. But if you're going to be this, if they trot back out there on Sunday and they're still this trying to be balanced, still in 21 personnel, 12 personnel, still shrinking the formation and trying to be this run-first football team on first and second down, I just don't know how you get it done with guys not practicing.
All right, speaking of Tunsil, it looks like he's going to play, and the offense, they have struggled the last, I'd say, 3 weeks, really. When you look at the points, they haven't scored over 20 points since the Steeler game, which was 3 games ago. Do you feel like this is the week? This is the week we get a breakout performance from the Texans offense. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley, live from Texas Tailgate on a Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday. Tomorrow from
terms at discover.com/cashback. Discover Bank, member FDIC.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings and I-45 in Ritchie, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. A little Thirsty Thursday. And once again, if you're in the building, your chance to win a $25 gift card, Visa gift card. All you got to do, sign your name right here and put it in our raffle box. Coming up at the end of this segment, we will be hooking somebody up with our first prize, 4 different prizes that we will hook somebody up with each and every hour. Your chance to do that right now. So if you're in the building, you haven't filled out a sheet with your name to try to give you a chance to win this $25 gift card, Visa gift card, where you can spend that anywhere. You might want to do that as we will hook somebody up coming up very, very soon. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Big game tonight as well, so you can stay here as every Buffalo Wild Wings we go to. There are TVs all over the place. A great spot to hang out and watch a little football tonight. Titans Steelers, a big one that you can watch right here. All right, Clint, listen, we've been talking about the offense a lot. And I think there have been signs of struggles leading to it. The last 3 games, that Steeler game, they put up 30 points, had a big one. Then Atlanta, they're under 20. They scored 20 against the Saints in a win, but that second half really, really slowed up. And then last week it kind of culminated. It's like, damn, against arguably the worst defense in football. You were only able to muster up 13 points.
16 points in the last 6 quarters of football.
Yeah, not good, Cody. And I look at this, and you can see it all the way, not just in points. The last 2 games, they're under 300 total yards. The game against the Falcons, they were just over it with 313. As you look at the matchup with the Tampa Bay Bucks, and you look at the Texans, they're going to be without Robert Woods. Hell, it looks like they're trending to be without their starting running back, Dameon Pierce. Do you get the sense at home that this is going to be a potential breakout game for the Texans, where we start to see the offense have a game like they had against the Steelers, have a game like they had against Jacksonville? Do you sense that they break out of this 3-game run of struggling offensive football they've had? You think that's something you sense will happen on Sunday?
Well, look, I'm at a crossroads. I really don't know what the hell we're going to see, just because I think, in my opinion, it's time for a drastic change. So I don't know exactly what we're going to see, and I think NFL teams in general aren't real quick to
pull the
trigger, so to speak, on such a bold move. But I think it's warranted in this situation with the Texans. You're still trying to create an identity. We've been told multiple times that by this coaching staff that their priority is doing what the players do best, like putting these guys in position to have success. And I think if you live by that, if you live by your word, and that's really what you're trying to do, then I think the writing's on the wall. It's blatantly obvious. We've seen enough 8 weeks and 7 ball games into the season that the best chance you have of winning ball games is putting this thing in C.J. Stroud's hands. I think your offensive line is better suited to pass block than they are to run block. Your weapons in the pass game, contrary to what I believe before the season started, your weapons in the pass game with Nico Collins and Tank Dell
more of the strength
they every time that you put them on the spot and given them opportunities, they've shown up and showed out. Right? And you look at Dalton Schultz, every time that he's caught a touchdown in 3 straight ball games last week, he was shut out. I just think this offense is more equipped to open this thing up and throw the football around the park. And I say all that to say, but you got a defensive-minded head coach. And as much as I love DeMeco Ryans, I don't know that I've ever met a defensive-minded head coach that was not ball control, chew the clock, protect the football, don't turn it over, and let's win this thing in the fourth quarter. And it's very comfortable in a tight ball game. I've never met a defensive-minded coach that sat back and said, to hell with it, boys. Let the bullets fly. I've never seen that. So I'm at a crossroads. But I think if you look at the
Bucs are a good defensive team, right? I mean, they're pretty good. They give up 18 a game themselves, and they've got some guys, and they got a good coach defensively in Ty Bowles.
The Bucs
it's a challenge.
The Bucs are a good defense. They're a really good defense against the run. But when you bump over against the pass now, they're 28 actually against the pass, and that is my Thursday nugget for why I've been preaching it all week that they need to open this thing up. I think if you're going to have success offensively against Tampa Bay, as you said, it's Todd Bowles, and they got some dudes. When it comes to stopping that run, them two linebackers they got are second only to the guys in San Francisco right now. I mean, and look, I know they're a little longer in the tooth, but them dudes can play now. And I look at it as this is just a stat, a stat comparison, and you don't want to go into this ball game and feel like you're going to make a living running the football against Tampa Bay's defense. They've been really good against the run. They've not been as good against the pass. In fact, like I said, they're bottom 5 against the pass in the league. And you've got a quarterback that I think has earned the right to open this thing up a little bit. And so to answer your question, is this the week? Yeah, I believe this is a week they can get back to chewing up the turf and scoring some points. Yes, I do believe.
You're saying that with the caveat of they make some real changes.
I may go ahead and have to pay you my bet at the end of the first quarter after I see what they do when they come out. I'm telling you, if they come out and we're watching Andrew Beck out there quite a bit, I'm going to pay you my bet. I'm just going to go and give you $100.
Yeah, I think injuries may force them, Clint, to get to what you're talking about, right? Like you say to yourself, all right, man, if we want to run the football, we want to, establish that. All right, our starting running back might not be in the game. All right, you say, all right, well, maybe the system is better with that. Then maybe our best blocking tight end's not going to be there, and Tegan Cotoriano, and Robert Woods. He's out. Like they've got some guys that are out. That I think Singletary's probably better in the passing game as a back than he is running. At least in Buffalo, that is shown to be the case.
Titus Howard's better. Laramie Tunsil's better.
They're up front. So I think this
I'm going to tell you, Michael Dieter's going to have a lot better chance against Vita Vea in the pass game than he is in the run game. That's for damn sure.
Yeah. So I think the injuries might cause that to. I don't think they're going to be as bad as they have been the last, 16 points in the last 6 quarters?
16 points in the last 6 quarters.
It's been a real struggle. But the good thing for them is, in my opinion, Clint, I don't know that they have to be – I don't think this is a game that they got to score 30 to win. You know what I mean? I know that.
I hope you're right. I think you very well could be right, but
it could be. But Tampa
I'd
has
hate to have money on it.
Yeah, Tampa has. They've been struggling themselves offensively. It's been a while. It's been a few weeks since they've really put up a lot on the board. They've been under 20 points themselves for the last few weeks. So, I don't think they got to put up 30 like they did against the Jags or like they did against the Steelers, but I think they can be good enough in this game. And, boy, Clint, I would be shocked if C.J. Stroud post-game and Wednesday is coming out saying all the things that he's been saying about opening things up and getting more explosive plays down the field, and they don't attempt to do it at all. Like, to me, if there is no change after the quarterback is saying that would be a surprise, because he's coming out with even more confidence on Wednesday to do it. So I would be surprised there if they don't change things up. But
yeah, look, I mean, when he doubled down on it yesterday, and he just flat out said, "Look, the coaches they're on board with it." That tells me that there's a good chance we're going to see something a little different.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens there. Hopefully they can break out. Hopefully they can get past this run of games that they have been struggling offensively, and they can get CJ and this offense back on track for things, because he hadn't thrown for over 200 yards in the last 2 games.
Well, they've not – look, here's the deal. Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans have not given us any reason to doubt their ability to adjust. I mean, I think the one thing that I'm most encouraged about 2 months into this season with the Houston Texans right now is that you've got a staff that I feel like if something's not – we're not going to watch square peg round hole for 2 years before D'Amico Ryans goes, well, damn, I got to do something a little different, right? to me, that is the number one thing that I'm comfortable with this staff. Right next to the other thing, obviously, D'Amico Ryans and his defense. I've seen enough from this defense to know that, boy, as D'Amico plugs in 3 or 4 players that are difference makers moving forward, it's going to be. You're going to have one of the best defenses in the league, without doubt. Houston, I'm confident in that. But I just like their ability to adjust and their ability to make changes and not square peg round hole this thing consistently. There's nothing more difficult, more frustrating than that right there. So I feel like these guys are going to make the right adjustments.
All right, a lot happening in the state of Texas last night. In sports, we'll go over that, and we'll let you know the latest. We just talked about a little bit with this offense. There are some players that their status is completely up in the air coming up for Sunday's game against the Bucs. We'll discuss that as we continue live here from Buffalo Wild Wings on a little Thirsty Thursday here on The Drive.
The Texans took a tough loss in Carolina, but C.J. Stroud isn't going to be discouraged.
What's the point of holding your head down? Of course you.
years in Texas, 63 years of the franchise. The wait is over, and the celebration has begun.
It is the Texas Rangers. They finish things off. They have a dominant postseason run in terms of on the road. They finished 11-0 on the road, which is insane. They did not lose a road game, and they started on the road in the wild card round. Didn't lose a road game the entire time there. They win 5-0. It was a no-hitter through 6 for the Diamondbacks, and they were able to scratch across the run with Mitch Garver in the 7th, and then Simeon, who finally got going, kind of finished it off with a home run there in the 9th. They win 5-0 last night, and Tyler was holding out hope that there would be a potential that the Diamondbacks will come back, and Milner continues to live as they went ahead and finished that thing off last night, and the Astros now can really start to hunker down on their manager search and understand it's a battle. The Texas Rangers are the champs right now, and now it's time for the Astros to go and try to take that from them. But it was a crazy run, Clint, for the Rangers, and you said it all year. The bats are something that concerns you with the Rangers.
Yeah, I'm glad you're bringing that up.
You did. You said it all year.
Bringing that up.
And they hit themselves. By the way, they didn't give up a run last night, but they hit their way to a championship.
Yeah, here's the deal, man. I feel like the way that, Tyler was just downright disrespectful when I said it.
Wow.
You were the like genuine from the heart dismissive Ron when I said it. And then we sit here and we go an hour's worth of show after I was just quietly let it unfold the way that I mentioned it would. And we go an hour of the show without even mentioning it. Yeah, I mean it's
your Rangers won, man. I'm happy for you.
Don't do that. Man. It's not his.
No, that's in his blood. Let him do that.
Oh, he was pulling for him, right?
It's okay.
He wanted Rangers though.
Yeah. That's. I mean, just punch away, man.
What'd you do? What'd you do to celebrate last night, bro?
I actually texted a couple of my cousins that are big fans and I'm happy for you guys. Enjoy it, man. Soak it all in. And I'm glad a team from Texas could represent. And so next time that you're sitting around the table and everybody's talking about the World Series, how it's everybody's Texas pride, talking about it's been in the state of Texas, man. Oh, yeah. It's been in the division, man. This division is the best because we won the last couple of World Series.
You know what I love about you, Tyler?
I'm sure there's a lot of things, but let me know.
Okay, but what I love about you, Tyler, is you stay right in on brand, right? Like here's it. Let's pull the carpet back a little bit. Some of you might pull a curtain, but me and CJ have a few things in common. Pull the carpet back. The way we do things is sometimes Tyler will drop in. During the Big Three, the headlines. He'll drop in headlines of big things that pretty much we know we're probably going to hit in the Big Three and 5 o'clock. I don't know where you found this headline, Tyler, but I mean, Tyler found the worst headline.
I didn't even see it. I was sitting here. I read it 5 times, and I'm going, what is he talking about? I got it now.
I saw it this morning.
I got it now.
And Tyler finds Rangers win underwhelming World Series. First in franchise history. I know damn well there were other headlines that just describe the Rangers winning that championship. But Tyler found underwhelming World Series.
Well, I found that headline, friend, up in my own dome.
That was your own.
That's a Tyler Miller special.
That wasn't even a copy paste.
That wasn't a copy paste.
No, that's me. It was underwhelming, man. Like, it was boring. It was a freaking D-backs. No one thought they were going to be there. You might as well put an asterisk next to this one, like the Dodgers World Series when they won when MLB played like 40 games that year.
Tyler,
it's just not even impressive, man.
Chill out now.
That's right.
Chill out. They got away from you. Pull those
No, it's not. I mean, I've seen a lot more impressive World Series championships, but I guess good job, Rangers. Get them when you can.
Oh, God. I thought for sure that was a headline that you copy paste.
It was in the world of Tyler Milner.
You did it yourself from the text line. Good job, T. I'm with Tyler 100%. That's why he is the number 2 producer in all of sports afternoon drive radio, not in New York and Los Angeles. That is fantastic.
Now, Ron, that I'm obviously not a Ranger hater or anything like that.
It was impressive as hell, man.
But not even that. Like, I'll be honest though, that audio that just played, that was not good. That was not World Series.
That guy had. Let's hear it again because he had.
I mean,
let me get that tuned up. Let me hear it again because he had.
Just not
60,
it.
He had. I mean, what did he say? 60-something years.
I mean, this
guy sounds like he's every bit of.
But he's
60
got.
or 70.
I mean, when they went up, let's say when they went up 3-1, my man had 24 hours to go. If they win this thing, how am I going to put this cherry on top?
Let's hear it again. Let's hear if this was underwhelming from the Rangers. I'm guessing this is the Rangers radio network, Tyler. You got this from. Let's hear this one more time.
Spores kicks and fires. He struck him out looking. It's over. It's over. The Rangers have won the World Series. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming. The Rangers are the World Series champions. After 52 years in Texas, 63 years of the franchise. The wait is over, and the celebration has begun.
I mean, he stayed up there.
You see, he knew it was underwhelming. That's why he gave us that. He's like, damn, all right, well, it's over.
He stayed up at a high octave. I mean, I just don't think he's probably that great.
Rangers fans, you're not dreaming.
Yeah,
that sounded like a decent karaoke guy. playing an all-time great, like singing an all-time great. You know what I mean?
Karaoke guy.
Like somebody singing a Stapleton song, and you're just like, nah, Chief, you can't get there with it, man.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Congratulations to our boss who was able to pull off what Tyler was unable to do, buy tickets to go see his team win. As he flew to Phoenix and bought World Series tickets to see his team win. So congratulations to Park. Shout out to you.
See, I mean, the boss and his family, man, they got experience.
Tyler was happy for him.
63 years in, hadn't been able to enjoy it.
Yeah,
Tyler really happy for you, boss.
By the way, no, this part does suck. As Tyler added this in, the Texans now are the only professional sports team in Texas without a title.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, the Stars got one. Mike Modano. I remember that in the crease.
Hell, I'd take a damn trip to the AFC title game. Come on.
God, you got to you got to get there, don't you? It's all right. Hey, it's coming though. It's coming. Texas
I feel a lot better about our chances right now than I did 2 years ago. That's for damn sure.
Facts.
I mean, we're in a better spot, man.
I just say 6 months ago. I feel
or you could go as recent as 6 months. Sure.
6 months ago, I feel that way as well. All right, the baseball season is over. Rangers they win this thing in 5 games, and they are the champs.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, the Texans injury report is not officially out, and we'll see where it is now. I think the big news that we found out is, one, Laramie Tunsil is back, and he did practice today. I would guess, Clint, it was in a limited role, but he did get back on the field after not being out there and not practicing yesterday, which is a good sign in terms of him being able to play on Sunday, but not as good of a sign here is this report about Dameon Pierce. Texans running back Dameon Pierce is not practicing again as he deals with an ankle injury. While his status for Sunday's game is still being determined by league sources, they said they're contemplating having him miss a game to allow his ankle to heal up. So that is from Aaron Wilson, the latest there. And Clint, you think this is, because we talked about it a bit yesterday, you think it is a loss for the Texans if they don't have his services and it is just Motor, Singletary, and Mike Boone in the backfield.
Absolutely. Absolutely 100%. I think it's a loss. I mean, I don't know any team out there that can lose their top back or a back that's at least splitting time with another guy that's either 1A or 1B and it not be a tick down, if you will. If you just talk about who's gotten all the reps in camp and who should know the offense better than anybody out there. Damian Pierce has been made the priority up until about 2 weeks ago. The sole priority up until about 2 weeks ago, where Devin Singletary started getting a little bit of run as 1B in this offense. And so, yeah, I mean, you go from Damian Pierce to a guy that Mike Boone, that has been a special teams guy and has been a third down back that's got a handful of carries here or there. There's a reason why Mike Boone was a third string back and getting the run before. Now, I don't know exactly what that is, but it very well could be understanding of the offense. It very well could be ability to pass protect. I mean, he could end up being a better runner. I don't know. We'll see. But there's a reason why that he was the third back and Damian Pierce was ultimately the starting back for the majority of the season. So, yeah, I think it's a step back. Now, like I said yesterday, look, there somebody on this team is going to break out. They're going to bust a long run for 40 yards.
Bust it wide open.
Yep, they're going to bust it wide open and run for 40 yards. And then their average at the end of the game is going to be 5.5 yards. And it's going to be, there it is. Now, I don't know who that guy's going to be, but there's going to be an overreaction to that guy when it happens, whoever it may be. And at this point, I'll take it. At this point, I'll take a big explosive run that'll get our total rushing yards up there. But really up front, man, they got a lot to clean up. And if whoever's back there carrying it's going to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, he's your most talented back. He's your most talented back. And he's the guy, like last week, he led your team in rushing, right? And I don't necessarily believe that, had Singletary gotten his carries, that he would have done better with them. All right, he made some things happen last week and led your team in rushing, has led your team in rushing throughout. And as I said, and I'll stand on it, man, I think Singletary is a really good backup running back. I think Damian Pierce is your more talented back. And yes, you're going to miss that. You're going to miss that because now everything drops down to him, right? It drops down to guys doing more things. Yeah. To the point you said, Mike Boone, all the way down. So, yeah, I think I just think it's impossible for that.
Here's the reality of what's going on with all three of these running backs, regardless of what happens this week, is the running back position for the Houston Texans right now has not been put in position to open eyes, to prove that they're the 1, 2, or 3 back, to prove that they're a third down back or they're explosive and they have. Now, we can really dig off, in this thing and say, I've said it before. Devin Singletary is a more patient back. And I think until Damian Pierce gets there, it's probably going to look a little more effortless for Devin Singletary. But when you look at the position as a whole, whether we're talking about getting guys touches in the open field in the pass game and giving them opportunities to make guys miss and go make plays, or we're talking about giving them some space in the run game, not even consistently, just a handful of times a game. It just hasn't happened in 7 ball games. It just hadn't happened. Yeah. Right? How many times have we seen any of our running backs catch a check down, a swing pass, a screen, and turn and go, all right, he got to go make some hay with that? Once or twice, maybe, in 7 ball games.
I can remember Damian doing it in the Falcons game.
Yeah,
late.
I mean, there's been a handful of runs where they get really good push and everybody gets a hat on a hat and there's a crease there. 3 times, max. I mean, there's just not been a lot of opportunity. If the game plan or the guys up front, if they create more opportunity for Mike Boone will run off with this thing. Yeah. Whoever's out there, when they decide to schematically and up front create a little bit more space for these guys, they'll make plays. I mean, all 3 of these guys can make plays.
Yeah, we'll keep our eyes out and hear what the latest is with Damian Pierce to see what's going to be with him as they get ready to play the Bucs coming up on Sunday.
3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, the Rockets, they get their first win of the season yesterday. They win 128-119 over the Charlotte Hornets. This to me is how you draw it up. And I think one big thing, and to be honest with you, they have not played poorly. The game against the Spurs the other night goes into overtime. They play that game. They had a real chance to win that game. I didn't really like some of the things from Jabari. I felt like he kind of was a little nervous about playing against Victor. Didn't really step up to that situation like I thought he would. But the rest of the team played pretty well. They played pretty well against the Warriors, and Steph Curry just was a special player late in that game. And then yesterday you saw it come together. They have a veteran point guard that can be the calming force whenever they need it. And Fred VanVleet not only scoring 22 points, but him just running the show, and his 11 assists were big. And all 5 starters were in the figure and most efficient. So yesterday was how you draw it up, and a really, really good performance. And it'll be something to see if they can continue to build on that moving forward.
Watch quite a bit of the game, and I'll be honest with you. I'm a casual NBA fan, and I enjoyed the hell out of it. I look for the Texans. I look for the Rockets to put a product out there that we can at least see. Man, you plug in some big time players along the way, or develop a couple of your young guys to the point where they're game changers. Then this thing's going to take off. And watching it last night, I love Fred VanVleet, and then how earlier I said he was a thermostat on the floor. I mean, he's a guy that knows when to turn it up, knows when to hold it up, and is directing traffic out there. Within the period of time that I was watching, Green played exceptionally off the ball. Again, I didn't watch the whole game, so if there were mistakes out there, I get it. But I thought he played well off the ball. I look at Dylan Brooks, and he's out there playing defense, knocked down a 3. Well. There was just, as I'm watching, I'm thinking, man, this has got a chance.
Yeah, you got a chance to hopefully improve the way you hope they would under Udoka. So good first win for the Rockets, and they're off tonight, but we'll continue to see if they can take more steps like this. Now, you ain't going to play the Hornets every night, but we'll see if they get more steps like this. All right, coming up, there is I don't know how the Texans are sliding out on this, but I'll ask the question. And you'll hear that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Cold Coors Light. I got to take a minute and tip the cap to all the Coors Light drinkers out there. Anybody out there drinking them Silver Bullets, drinking them Wolf Killers. Hey, you're drinking the world's most refreshing beer, and you look damn good.
Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings and I-45 in Ritchie, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in. Congratulations to Kevin, our first winner. If you're in the building, your chance to win another $25 Visa gift card. All you got to do, sign your name, put it in the raffle box, and we will hook somebody up a little bit later on. So, and that'll just be today, right now, Kevin, that was just one of 4 different prize opportunities you'll have to win on the show today, as we'll be here till 6 o'clock. So that's all you got to do. Don't need any address. Don't need any of that. Just sign your name, turn it in, your chance to win a $25 Visa gift card where you can spend it anywhere. I'm loving it, baby, right here. The rivalry is on, baby. The World Series trophy isn't in Texas. It's in southern Oklahoma.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, this one's baby. For the whole Metroplex. That sounds awesome. Losers.
Did you watch it, Tyler?
No.
Did you watch any of that celebration?
No.
You moved past. That's good.
Better things to do.
That's right, man. Hell with that.
Watch some very uneventful, boring-ass World Series.
Yeah, well,
I watched a murder mystery.
That's right, baby. There you go. There you go.
There ain't nothing wrong with a good investigative discovery.
It was actually really good.
I got Dateline ready for Friday, baby.
Yeah, man.
There we go. Hey, speaking of mystery, I've
had to recently cut those out of my life.
Why?
Well, Ron.
Oh God.
I'm constantly trying to better myself, bub. And to staying up an extra hour because I'm into some investigative discovery show just isn't. It doesn't make me more productive. It doesn't help us as a show.
Wow.
It doesn't help my family. And so I decided to cut back on them. If I got time in the morning or if I got time right when I get home from work, if there's not something on, then I'll flip one on. I mean, on the weekend, I might flip one on. But I've cut those. I've made a conscious effort this week to cut those out of my life.
Yeah.
And I'm a better man because of it, all the way around.
Yeah, I'm not doing it.
I'm already feeling them. Oh, yeah?
Nope. Yeah, I'm not doing it. I did finish NCIS New Orleans last night.
Now, for the record, mine were at least real. Mine are at least real documentaries.
And I watch real ones too.
Huh?
I watch real ones too.
Yeah, but I mean, I quit watching NCIS. I think my mom still watches that.
New Orleans, it's fantastic. Yeah. It was fantastic. Shout out to Pride, man. Good for him. Married Reed on the way out. Shout out to him. But speaking of mystery, hey, how come we don't never hear nothing about Derek Stingley? Like somebody, was it you, Tyler? Somebody said this is feeling really a lot like Justin Britt.
I thought
that was a little too far, but this is interesting. This is, do you know how long you think it is since he's played last?
6 weeks?
7? This will be 7 weeks. Sunday's game will be 7 weeks since he's played.
He must have pulled the hell out of that hammy at practice.
Well, him and Juice. What kind of hamstring issues?
I'm going to tell you.
Juice hasn't played. I'm just saying, we hear about Juice. They give us an update on Juice. They give us updates on Rankins when he was. They give us
Yeah.
Derek Stingley is like, he ain't here.
Well, I wonder if people aren't asking. Like, because Nelson's playing well and the corners haven't been a problem. Defense is playing well. Corners haven't been a problem. In fact, I remember when he first got injured, you and I going, "Hey, man, we hadn't really seen him make a whole lot of plays," and everybody was mad at us like we were.
You think people have forgotten about that?
Oh yeah. Those same people that told us that we don't know what the hell we're talking about has watched Shaquille Griffin and Steven Nelson go in there and not miss a beat. I don't know what the hell's going on.
It's just a kid. I mean, I guess maybe people have been asking about Juice Scruggs for the past couple of weeks. I don't know.
Well, look, there's zero rush to get either one of them back on the field.
Really? That's what I'm saying. Like, what were you? You told me the stats earlier, Tyler. We were talking about this. How many games has he played in?
He's played in, was it 11?
11 games with 24 total opportunities.
Yeah, he's missed more games than he's played in. It's not good.
In counting. Because I would feel like we keep hearing Juice seems to be close. We just haven't heard anything about
the number 3 overall pick. Yeah.
Now maybe he returns out of nowhere next week, and they look at it, and it's 8 weeks after going into the next week, and he returns because he was eligible to come off 4 weeks from IR. But it is an odd thing that we just don't hear very much about Derek Stingley Jr., a guy that you would think they need.
I think like I said, I think we would hear about a whole lot more about him if Shaquille Griffin wasn't. Well, I know he got banged up one game, but came back and played well, and then Nelson's been playing well. We haven't seen anybody.
They had to go get that kid off the streets.
Yeah, I mean, has anybody beat this defense over the top, cornerback wise? I know last week. I know Ford had a rough game last week, got caught a couple of times, but has anybody outside gotten beat?
No, the Saints.
I mean, I guess the Saints hit the Rashid kid down the seam one time,
a couple times,
and then the jump ball on Nelson that one time. But hell, I mean, he was right there to make that damn play, and it was just a 50-50 ball that guy climbed the ladder on. So, this defense is just continuing to get better.
You think they're missing him that much?
No, I don't. Here's the deal. I think they're missing a third corner.
Yes.
If you watch
Holman, he was on the injury report yesterday, and they're having to play him a lot.
Well, if you watched last week, there were, like I said, a couple of times Ford got cooked, and then it looked like on that fourth down where on the last drive when what's his name? The white receiver, older white receiver from Carolina.
Adam Thielen.
When he caught that fourth down conversion, Jimmy Ward had walked up on him in man, and Ford was kind of rolling.
Making him have to play out of position.
So they flipped him too, right? It's what it seemed like. I don't know if they did it on purpose or not, but it's what it seemed like. So I think they're missing a third corner because at that point in time, in those situations, to have Jimmy Ward and Jalen Petrie at safety, and then have Shaquille Griffin, Steven Nelson, and Derek Stingley Jr. all three across in a cover situation, boy, that would be significantly better than where we're at right now.
Yeah, I feel like he should be updated every week. Especially after he came out at the 4 weeks. After the 4 weeks was over, we heard from him, and they said he's progressing, and that was all we got from D'Amico. And now, we're about to be 7 weeks, man. He's going to miss.
Well, I'm going to tell you. I'll tell you what. Let Mike Evans go out there and cook for about $1.50. We'll start hearing about where's Stingley. No question. I would think so.
11 games. 11 games out of the possible 24 who played. Jeez.
Think about those 2 first-round draft picks.
Oh, you're right. I guess.
Think about that. I know we spend a lot of time being positive these days, but boy, think about that. Think about that draft right there, man.
But the part about it is, as you said, would they be better if they had Kenyon playing right now?
Would they be better? No, I don't believe so.
And they wouldn't be better from what we've seen of him thus far.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Would be better. Whether he's injured or he was. It's still.
And then, as you just said, with Shaq Griffin and still issues with the quarterback situation, you said you don't think they've missed him that much.
Yeah. It'd be nice if both of those two dudes right there decided to or were able to play and contribute in a big way, because those are. Think about it. I know we've played this game in the past, and I hate it, but hell, why not? You get those two guys back, it'd be like trading for 2 first-round picks next year. You get Stingley back, and you get Kenyon Green playing good football where he can start in the NFL. Boy, it'd be like getting 2 extra first-round picks next year.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's tough, man. He hadn't played since week 2. Has not played since week 2, and I can't even give you a thought of when he will return. Damn, boy, him and Juice Scruggs must have some real serious – they must just pull the things. They pulled him right off hamstring issues to be out this long.
And here's the crazy thing is, I guess that speaks volumes for those two practicing. It's 2023.
Yeah.
Getting guys to practice hard, I would imagine, is a tough chore.
Yeah.
And these guys done tore a hamstring where it's keeping him out.
Yeah. Crazy.
Damn near 2 months.
It's insane, both of them. All right. Coming up, I think it's time for something that Nick and D'Amico need to take serious and think about doing for one of their players. I think it's time that they extend a player right now. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Join the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley, live from Texas Tailgate on a Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday. Tomorrow from 2 to 6, we'll be getting you ready for the battle with the Bucs. Stop by, hang out with the guys, and enter for your chance to win the ultimate tailgate prize pack. It's a Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday, presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast from my good friend Dr. Ben Salento at Texas Sinus and Snoring. What a great group of people at Texas Sinus and Snoring. And Dr.
with us. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. You got a chance to win prizes. If you're in the building, all you got to do is sign your name into the raffle box right there, and you have a chance to win prizes. $25 gift card, Visa gift card coming up soon. Shout out to people at Bud Light as well as our friends here at Buffalo Wild Wings who take care of us each and every Thursday. From the text line, 713-572-4610. Stingley is a damn bust. Should have taken Sauce, terrible draft pick. I'm still not ready to call him a bust.
You're a Tiger, but now you're a Texan, man.
I mean, he seems like he's at least a solid starting corner in the league. Now, I'm not gonna lie to you, hadn't seen any special, and really not seen enough, to be honest with you, as he's played 11 games in his first 2 years. But I mean, he's got to get on the field. Right? He's got to get on the field, and this is back-to-back years with a hamstring issue, and obviously he had the injury concerns coming in. But no, I think a bust is for me personally, I think too far at this point. I wouldn't go there yet with Derek Stingley.
I agree. That's a bit strong. I mean,
because when he's played, he's been solid.
He is precisely who they drafted. A good, solid, above-average corner potentially with injury issues.
Yeah,
and that's. I mean, the problem to me, the problem with Derek Stingley is just how little football he played outside of high school before coming to the NFL. I mean, that's the thing to me.
Even since he's been in it.
I mean, it is just, and I don't know his high school history in terms of whether he had injuries there too, but you just talk about, I mean, very little. One amazing year, which every LSU Tiger, that year Joe Burrow made that run and won the national championship, every LSU Tiger can say they had a great year that year, right? I mean, beyond that, there's just so little that had played by Derek Stingley that you really, to this day, you still don't know what the hell you really have. I mean, I think tangibly, all the measurables, you can go, this guy's got a chance to be really, really, really good, actually. But until you put it on the field consistently, man, it's hard to gauge what you have. And I think that's where the Texans are. And as a Texans fan, I mean, that's kind of how that's the lens you got to view that last year's draft from. Now, with Kenyon Green, you can look at that a little differently. I feel like that.
Yeah, I didn't say nothing about Kenyon.
That one's got real problems there. But Stingley's just he ain't. He played much football, man.
Yeah. And when he has played, he had been a train wreck. When Kenyon Green has played, he's been a train wreck when he's played.
Fair.
Yeah, and then he hasn't played a lot. So that is, I think those are two different things. I'll tell you somebody who has not been a train wreck, and Clint. Listen, I thought earlier this week when you saw how much Chase Young went for a third-round pick, I'm like, oh, that might have been one you might want to look at getting because and you'd have to sign him to a deal. That'd be one you may think about getting. The Texans elected not to get. There were some other defensive ends who were traded as well, including his teammate Sweat, who went to the Bears. But Clint, man, it's not just from Sunday's game. It's for the year and understanding his history and the amount that it could potentially cost. Clint, I think they got to seriously sit down and think about potentially extending Jonathan Grenard right now before it starts to really potentially jump up at the end of the season. We said it before, like this is a big year for Jonathan Grenard because he is a third-round pick, and this is year 4, and he becomes a free agent after this, and this is a contract year. And we just talked about Stingley, that the issue with Jonathan Grenard has been health. Because when Jonathan Grenard has played, he has played above third-round pick. I mean, he had 8 sacks in like 12 games to his second year in the league. And this year he is already at 6 sacks and then, of course, had a huge game on Sunday, 2.5 sacks. He's got 6 sacks already this year, more sacks than Chris Jones, more sacks than some other dominant pass rushers in the league. And Clint, you would think, hey, we drafted Will Anderson and gave up, everything to go get Will Anderson to be our focal point on the defense. If you can have other guys who can play off of him, to me, if the dream scenario is Will Anderson being that dominant guy, Jonathan Grenard is a perfect second wheel. If that's the dream scenario, in my opinion. And I think, boy, pass rushers are hard to come by sometimes. And this one could probably be a cheaper deal for his production. I think they should really strongly look at getting him a long-term deal.
Well, Jonathan Grenard is on pace to have 14 sacks this year, and barring injury, I bet he passes that.
You bet. Oh, you think? Oh, well, now we're talking 15 sacks.
Yep, I bet he gets 15 or more.
Wow, if he stays healthy.
If he stays barring injury,
well,
if he stays healthy for 17 ball games, I believe that he has. I believe he ends up with 15 or more sacks. It's what he's doing is that impressive. He had 2 sacks last week. Or 2.5.
2.5.
2.5 sacks last week, and he very easily could have had 3.5 or 4.
Yeah, he got one. He got one as a penalty
easily.
That he grabbed. He grabbed him around the helmet and drug.
He had another batted ball that I think Bryce was just throwing it away because he was right there in his face. I'm telling you, man, Jonathan Grenard had 2.5 sacks. I think either you or me, one of us gave him the Man Eye Institute player of the game, and when I went back and watched the film, the dude was, tenfold better than I thought he was. And I knew it was a really, really impressive game. It was tenfold more impressive when you watch on the plays where, he's just unbelievably disruptive. In the run game, in the pass game, he's just unbelievably disruptive. And to your point of re-upping Jonathan Grenard, I believe you're spot on with you're going to get him cheaper before the season's over. Because right now you can talk about injuries. Right now you can exclude a 14, 15 sack season.
If he gets 15 sacks, it gets on the open market.
Yeah. Okay. No, I'm with you. So I think you're onto something of because here's the other deal. If you look at the Texans' defensive end position right now, you got Will Anderson and Dylan Horton, 2 rookies, and then you've got Jerry Hughes and Jonathan Grenard, and they just signed Myjai Sanders, a guy that they're supposedly really excited about, right? Jerry Hughes is I've watched Jerry Hughes this year. I was impressed with Jerry last year. Jerry looks like Father Time got him this year. Yeah. Still a good player. Don't get me wrong. Still a good role player. Still a good backup player. Would love to have him on the team. I love what he brings to the table, but he's not going to produce. Even if he were an every down player, he was not going to produce the way he produced last year. It's just not. And so Jerry is a guy that he's going to be a depth player, I think, at this point moving forward. In a pinch, he could be a starter, but you'd rather him not, right? And then, like I said, you flip to the other side of this thing. You got 2 rookies, man. I don't know how you move forward and put yourself in a position where you potentially could have Will Anderson and Dylan Horton as your defensive ends after this season.
No, and Clint, he has honestly been this. He's been this team's best defensive lineman.
Johnny Greener.
It's not even close.
Johnny Greener. Yeah, he's been this team's best defensive lineman, and he impacts both the run game and the pass game. It's just about health with him. And, I don't know if he we're talking 15 sacks now. We're talking about, now we're talking about lethal combinations. Now we're talking about, this guy's Max Crosby himself. This guy is in that range if he goes and gets 15 sacks. But you watch him, and listen, we talked about Will Anderson. People think that we hate Will Anderson or something like that. It's not. It's just what we're seeing thus far right now. When you watch those two, and I've done it. I've sat and just watched both of them. I know you have. And third downs, and you start to see their ability to try to rush the passer. And obviously, Jonathan Grenard has played in the league longer.
John Greenard.
That guy. It is just clear. It's not just like he may bull rush you one time. He may come to the outside and use his speed to get past you. He may come to the outside and then toss you to go back. Like he's doing different counter things. Like you look at it and you saw him throw Aquano on his ass. It's because he set him up because he was doing other things.
Yep.
In it. Like he's clearly this team's best pass rusher. That's not even close right now. And I don't give a rip about win rate or anything like that. I know he's gotten to the quarterback 6 times and got him on the ground. And when it is a third down, Like, he's the guy that you're looking at. I can think of the Pittsburgh game. He made probably the biggest play in the game when Pittsburgh was driving on 4th down. He comes in and makes a play and gets a sack and injures Kenny Pickett.
Right.
He has been the guy. And if your dream is Will to be the great one, this is a great person, hopefully, to play off of him.
Well, the thing that gives me the hope and the thought that the Texans are seriously considering this is when Jonathan Grenard was hurt. I mean, I remember seeing with our own eyes, but also hearing about him being out there at practice and having a script. I remember watching a practice. Hell, I thought he was a coach. I was like, who's that big old dude over there with the script that's out there like interacting as guys come off the field and coaching guys up? And it was Jonathan Grenard. And so I'm with you. The only concern is the injury history. And if that's a reason why you're able to get a deal done early and cheaper, then you got to at least cross that bridge, man.
15 sacks. Tyler, that feel a little strong?
A little. Paquito.
15.
Yep. He's on pace to get 14 right now, boys.
Yeah. I mean, they better get on the horn then. I'll tell you, you think this got to be at least something they're talking about, right? I think they at least this is something Nick and
well, hell, you'd like to think so.
Yeah, at least something they're talking about. Yeah, he's been special for this team, and I think they got to look at it. As you said, 6 sacks thus far, on pace to get 14, and if he can stay healthy, he's got a chance to really, really make a lot of money.
Can I get some odds there, Tyler?
Oh boy.
No, I don't hate the prediction. It just felt a tiny bit strong, just a little bit.
It's strong.
I had him at 12 last year. I got saved by his injuries.
When you're carrying this hog, if you're going to put it on the table, it better be strong.
Yeah. You feel it. You felt it. You felt it.
I do. I think if he stays healthy, staying healthy is going to be the key.
Staying healthy is the big thing.
But the product that he's putting out there, man, is very, very, very impressive. And it's not, like I said, man, it's not just – I take the sacks out of the mix. Take the plays that didn't count. Take the plays where he didn't make the play, and he is still disruptive as anybody on this defense. I mean, more disruptive than anybody on this defense, and I don't even think it's remotely close.
Yeah, and I would urge those to stop disrespecting what he has done this year by saying it is a product of what is happening on the other side of the field.
Johnny Greener.
I would urge you to anytime you hear somebody say that, order another round, change the topic.
Well, you know I'm not mature enough to do that. What you got coming up at 4?
I got 2 more nuggets why this Houston Texans offense needs to open this thing up. It's that time to change that course. I've been beating that drum all week. I got 2 more nuggets. It's popped in the last 24 hours, something I noticed, and then something that they announced to us. And I'm going to make a believer out of y'all before the end of the week. That's for damn sure. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I got to tell you about Low T Center. There's a number out there that every man should know.
Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
Ron, there's a hill that I'm willing to die on, man.
Really?
There's a hill that I'm willing.
I got 9 of them.
I feel strongly about Jonathan Grenard getting 15 sacks if he stays healthy. It's not a hill I'm gonna die on. I would like some odds from Tyler if he gets a little hairy at some point in time and wants to throw them out there. See if we can get there. But I've seen enough of the Houston Texans offense to feel strongly about the need to open this thing up a little bit. And I feel strongly about D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud have all three seen the same thing.
Let's hope so.
We've talked about it all week long. We've talked about, what the past and what they did when they were able to have success and move the ball and score points. And we've seen a couple of different games where they were more on the conservative side and weren't able to score points, weren't able to consistently move the football, weren't able to sustain drives. And I'm just at a point where this is a hill that I'm going to die on. I fully expect to see a different offense this week against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
You think so?
I do, and I've got 2 more nuggets.
Right, I want to let you finish because I got some.
I love nuggets.
I got 2 more nuggets. I got 2 more nuggets to try to sway the people here.
Sway it. McDonald's got a new dipping sauce.
They do.
New dip ones. Go ahead.
They got a new dipping sauce. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Anybody got anyone want to guess where they rank as a team in terms of run defense?
Run defense. Let's see. They're giving up 18.3 points a game. Run defense. I'd say they're probably top 10 with Vita Vea in there and Levante David and White in the linebacking core. I'd say they're probably top 10 in the run, stopping the run.
Top 10. I would say I think they're number 10 on the dot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, not 9. 9th against the run, giving up less than 100 yards a game, 98.6 yards per game. And we know about the defensive front. It starts with Vita Vea right there in the middle.
Big as hell. That big fella.
And their 2 linebackers are I know they're a little long in the tooth, but they are an absolute problem, and they can still go. And when it comes to playing the run, they're as good as damn near anybody out there, in my opinion. 2 great players. So going in there, you're not a good run football team. Going in there and pounding your head against the brick wall, which is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense, I think would be a mistake. And the reason I say that is because if you flip over to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers pass defense, Tyler, got any guess at where that pass defense ranks?
Is it top 10 too?
No, it'd be bottom 5, T. It would be bottom 5.
I hope.
And here's the deal: I like to just kind of browse the stats before a game like this, kind of just the big 30,000-foot view stats like this to see if anything sticks out and see if there's any kind of matchup that you can say, okay, that's a problem. Most of the time, you really don't see much. And when I say I'm looking for something, I'm looking for something that Bobby Slowick would look at and go, okay, well, we got to exploit that.
Yeah,
like
weaknesses, potential weaknesses.
This isn't PFF. I mean, this isn't advanced stats. This is okay. It's common sense at this point. We've got to give them a steady dose of our pass game, and right now they're allowing 256 yards per game. Now, to Ron's point, they're not giving up many points. So it hadn't equated to points, but teams have been able to move the football between the 20s on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, predominantly throwing the football. And I just believe if you're game planning, regardless of what you have or haven't been able to do in the past, I believe going into this Tampa Bay Buccaneers football game that Bobby Slowick has to look at this thing and say, we've got to throw – this has got to be a CJ-centric game if we're going to have a chance to win it. I don't think there's any way, regardless of who's healthy, you go into this ball game and you think, yep, this is the one where I'm going to establish the run. Yep, this is the one where I'm going to try to control the clock by running the football. So if you just look at the stat sheet, the 30,000-foot view of the Tampa Bay Bucs, it says throw the laces off of it.
So for you, in your mind, the best chance for the Texans to be most effective offensively is not really to be bounced on today.
No question about it. No question about it. If you're going out there and CJ's going to throw the ball 24, 25 times this week, you have no chance of winning this ball game. I don't think you have a chance of winning this ball game. I got another nugget for you. Laramie Tunsil didn't practice yesterday.
He didn't. He practiced today, though.
George Fant and Titus Howard limited yesterday. All right. The good news for all of us Texans fans is Laramie Tunsil. He practiced today, but he was limited.
Yep.
And Titus Howard and George Fant both practiced today, and they were full. So the guys are back. Laramie Tunsil has given you 1 day off and 1 day of limited action going into a perfect Friday. And to me, Ron, the only way that approach, and I'm putting myself inside the mind of Laramie Tunsil, I'm putting myself inside the mind of D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick. The only way that approach of, hey, man, get you a rest day. We're going to manage that knee issue. You're our best offensive lineman. Get you that rest day on our big work day, man. Don't worry about it. We're doing things up front good enough to where we don't need that work. In fact, the other two guys, George Fant, Titus Howard, y'all can be limited, man. We're good enough up front where we don't need that work. I don't think there's in any way, shape, or form is that what D'Amico Ryans or Bobby Slowick is in that's their mindset, right? Think about this, guys.
Especially with the struggles they've had.
Think about this, guys. The Texans have played one game in 20 days. One game in 20 days, and we got rest days. Like, the only way that makes sense is if the approach moving forward is going to be, we've got to put the best pass-protecting offensive line on the field, and we got to win this thing with C.J. Stroud. I'll even go one step further. You'll like this. Really, the most solid justification for leaving Titus Howard at guard is pass protection.
You think so?
I'm reading between the lines. I'm trying to read between the lines here. But those are
What if they're really trying to protect Tunsil's knee? What if they really think the less amount of work on his knee is the reason why they're keeping him out on a Tuesday and then having him work and he's limited. He hasn't been full go.
Right. Well, no, I don't doubt that there is a legitimate reason medically why Laramie Tunsil needs to manage his knee. I'm just telling you that if this team's going to be more physical and they're going to run the football and they're going to focus on running the football and they're going to go out there and try to run the football against one of the better run defenses in this league with some absolute monsters across the ball from them, you better be practicing. And instead, we're coasting through taking care of knees and just and load managing after playing one ball game in 20 days.
So baller.
I don't know, man. I just look at it and I'm trying to connect the dots here. Man, if they're going to open it, because I'll be honest with you, if they're going to open this thing up and we're through, which I think is what should happen, I think we should be through preaching the whole, man, we're going to be a physical football team and all that kind of job that D'Amico and Bobby have been doing. And if that's the case, as long as Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard are available on game day, hell, and George Fant for that matter, I'm good.
Yeah, I think definitely this week they need to, because their parts potentially will scream, our best bet and our best way to move the ball is getting the ball into the guys' hands that we have the best opportunity with Nico and Tank, because they've struggled with their tight ends helping in the run game, as you've highlighted a lot. And they're not going to have their best one.
They're just a non-factor.
And Teagan is the closest one.
Like you've got a better chance, especially with Teagan out. Like you've got a better chance of splitting Dalton Schultz out wide and putting him in not out wide, but like in the slot, and putting him in a 2-point stance and hoping they put in a nickel defender or hoping they expand a backer out onto him, than you do putting his hand in the dirt and asking him to help a tackle do something, or asking him to get to the second level on a linebacker in the box. Like you're better off putting him in the slot and asking him to do work from a 2-point stance right now. That's how bad it's been.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just and it's not his fault. He just doesn't. As we said before the season when they signed him, I know he can catch the rock. I know he can run routes. I know he can be a dependable target.
See, that will fall into what you've been talking about of, all right, Teagan's out, your best tight end, and we know we're not the only ones who are seeing Dalton Schultz is struggling in terms of run game as an inline tight end. Then you should be changing.
Yes.
Like you can't come back with that and try to run and use him the same way,
Right.
use your tight ends the same way.
Well, those were Tuesday, Wednesday nuggets there, Ron. That's why I got 2 more nuggets for you today.
Yeah,
they just keep stacking up. I mean, I don't know how many nuggets I've got stacked
the injuries,
up.
yeah, the
Tyler,
injuries
you like nuggets? How many do I got stacked up?
Yeah,
on
I'll
this
take a
deal, man?
10-piece.
I don't think I'm quite to 10, but I got a good 5. I'm working on a 6-piece.
You got a 6-piece?
Definitely working on
dollar
a
menu's
6-piece.
not bad.
We'll see what happens, boys. I'm gonna tell you this: from this point moving forward, if we go out there and we watch more of what we've watched to date, running the ball on 1st and 2nd down and trying to throw it on 3rd down, running backs getting hit, behind the line of scrimmage at a rate that's higher than any other NFL football team, tight ends getting blown up in run game and pass game kind of deal. If we continue to see those struggles and they stay in those bunch formations, they condense formations down and continue to try to run the football that way, at some point it's got to be on Bobby Slowik. At some point, we're going to turn this, and it's not about D'Amico Ryans and all. It's about Bobby Slowik. Now, I guess we could probably put some on D'Amico too, but at the end of the day, it's going to be about Bobby Slowik. It's not going to be about C.J. Stroud and 3rd down and C.J. Stroud and batted balls and Robert Woods being injured in the offensive line. At some point, if we keep doing this, keep beating our head against that same wall of not being able to run the football, it's got to come back to Bobby Slowik. These guys have adjusted. That's right. I love that drop. These guys have adjusted, and I expect them to adjust this week. I'll probably find you another nugget. I'm Clint Stoerner by tomorrow, by the way.
But you got another one? All right.
I'll find you another one by tomorrow. I'm Clint Stoerner.
About some fries.
You want some fries with it alongside Ron Hughley. You're listening to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. Ron, I don't know if you've paid much mind to what all's going down with these Las Vegas Raiders. Obviously, Mark Davis ran off. He either fired or benched anybody that had any history with New England.
No.
Fired the head coach, fired the general manager, fired the play caller, and benched the quarterback, all of which had strong New England ties. And Aiden O'Connell is the quarterback they're going to go with. I believe Aiden O'Connell's a rookie out of Purdue. Got a lot of Mac Jones in him. That's Aiden O'Connell. Got a lot of Mac Jones in him. I mean, is a distributor on time. Not going to run many places. The arm's not real strong, but, boy, he knows how to get that thing out on time. He knows how to anticipate.
The one game I saw him play, they played the Chargers, and they played him pretty tight.
Yep. Well, he's a rookie now, and he's going to make rookie mistakes. I think he threw a pick six one of his first outings, but because he has played a little bit this year. That was one of the first orders of business, I think, of Antonio Pierce when he got the job, was to make sure that everybody knew Jimmy Garoppolo. By the way, Jimmy Garoppolo's birthday today, boys.
Happy birthday, Jim.
Happy birthday, Jimmy Garoppolo.
32.
Grab a little bit of that bench over there, boss.
32. Damn, what a present.
He can go out with his porn stars tonight in Vegas and not have to worry about game plan or anything.
I think he got past that.
Did he?
No, I'm not for sure.
Why? I mean, why would Jimmy do that? That's one of those things that once
you're
it goes,
not locked in once you stay with him.
Well, once it goes public, it's like there ain't no use in backing up. I'm not saying it had to be the same one, but at that point in time, there ain't no use in backing up.
You just keep switching them.
Well, I mean, yeah.
So once you date a porn star,
isn't that what the business is all
and
about?
it becomes public, you just stay dating porn stars. All right.
But I want to. I tell you what, guys, I'm not real high on this whole, hey, all these former players should be coaches. Deion Sanders is a hell of a coach, and everybody thinks every former player should be. In fact, I think more of them have no clue, no business even remotely being in a leadership position than some. Did you hear Antonio Pierce's his comments in his press conference?
I heard some of it.
Could you put yourself in a position, and I've never played for Josh McDaniels, but Josh McDaniels got a lot of Bill Belichick in him of show up, leave your cell phone at the door, shut up and do your job. That disrespecting guys all over the place. I mean, we've heard stories. I heard a guy, a former offensive lineman that played for Josh, I think in his Denver days, and it was just, I mean, this guy's still hurt today about it. But put yourself, think about being in a building with that guy, losing a bunch of ball games, and then all of a sudden Antonio Pierce calls a team meeting and he's the head guy, and this is what he sounds like.
What are you mad at? We're playing a kids game. We're getting paid millions of dollars to do it. Fortunate to play for an alumni base, a owner, a fan base that live and die Raiders. And when we walk in that stadium, it's got to be electric. Who knows? I'm not promising we're going to go undefeated, but I am promising you this: we're going to have fun doing it. And I know you started having fun and you guys started believing in one another and they started really engaging in each other and believing in what the coaches are telling them and understand it's in their best interest. If we are in this together, when you put the we aspect in us and team into it, it changes all that from the eyes. But it's a new day, it's a new chapter, it's a new era, it's a new mindset. The commitment to excellence and making sure our alumni, our fan base, and Raider Nation are proud of what they see on the field. Tough, passionate effort, energy, that enthusiasm that you see, having that love for the game. This is a great opportunity for myself. I'm humbled, I'm honored, and I don't take it lightly. And we're tired of losing. It's not a good feeling. We're a production-based business and play with an edge and a swag and a certain confidence that when we walk out that damn tunnel, that everybody watching TV can see it.
Well done, Coach Pierce. Tyler, I need you to look up the line with the New York Giants this week, and I think I'm going to jump all over them. I'm going to jump all over them Raiders.
They played the terrible Giants, so they got a chance. I think Daniel might be back. He sounds like somebody that the players will love, especially coming off of Josh.
Yes,
a guy who once came to the media and said, "I could turn a high school quarterback into an All-Pro if he really listens to me."
Raiders -2.
Oh, at home, not even getting the field goal that they deserve versus the Giants.
Yeah, the Giants. Yeah,
I don't know what it's going. I'm with Antonio. I don't know that they're going to go undefeated, and I don't know that they're going to win more than a couple of games.
Yeah.
But I got a feeling that they're going to come out at home against the Giants. Antonio Pierce's first game as a coach. You got a lot of football left to play. This isn't the last 3 ball games of the year.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they're coming out. I'm going to have to put a little something on that one, boy.
All right, congratulations are in order. And if you're in the building, we're going to be hooking people up here in a bit for our next winner for our prize pack here at Buffalo Wild Wings. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. But congratulations are in order. We'll tell you what that is all about coming up next on The Drive.
The Texans offense struggled in a 15-13 loss to the Panthers. need. Baldy breaks down the most exciting moments and biggest performances around the league, all in the time it takes you to drive to the office. Just follow the best football show in the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings and I-45 in Ritchie, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. If you are on your way, this round of time where people start getting off work, making their rounds, come on out here to Buffalo Wild Wings on this Thirsty Thursday. And if you're on your way, or you're in the building, we're going to be hooking somebody up with our second $25 gift card, Visa gift card, coming up as soon as this segment ends. So you have the next few minutes to enter this, to enter the raffle. All you got to do, fill your name out right here, put it in that raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win. And a chance to win like our Houston Rockets. Congratulations. How about that, Tyler? Their first win.
They got a
Houston
dub.
fans, I am so happy.
Yeah, me too.
Tyler, did you go to the game last night?
I didn't. I didn't want to be responsible for yet another loss, you know.
Did you watch it?
If I'm honest, Paquito.
Good. There we go. See?
You know what that means?
I don't.
Very little?
Yeah.
Actually, just little, I think.
Yes, and that means
Small,
no.
maybe?
I'm gonna guess that means no. None. And I appreciate that. I'm glad. See, they win. There you go.
Do it for the people, you know.
Respecting the Milner curse. But they got a W last night. That's good. It's the first one of the year. They've actually played pretty good ball outside of that first one where they got 30-piece by the Orlando Magic. But they've looked pretty good, and they finally got themselves a W last night.
Yeah, I can't speak for any of the previous games. All I can speak for is this one. I watched a good chunk of it, and I walked away impressed. I think big picture, watching that ball game, the Rockets had a little bit of a lead, nice little cushion late in the ball game, within under 3 minutes, and there was two different runs where Charlotte could have very easily had a steal, or the Rockets could have had a turnover, and you get down there and you knock down a three, and next thing you know, this is a tie ball game, or they could have very easily choked that ball game away on two different occasions inside of, I'd say, 3 or 4 minutes. And to their credit, they didn't do it. They bear down. They ended up winning that ball game and winning it without really being threatened late down the stretch. And I really, really liked the brand of ball that I watched. Again, I didn't watch the whole game, but I watched a good chunk of it. Van Fleet is just, he is what we all thought he was.
Such a difference, right?
He's point guard, man. You can tell. That guy, everybody's instructed to get that guy the basketball, and let him manage the game. Let him decide what they're going to do offensively, what kind of pace they're going to use, and control the game across the board. And within that span, I saw that. I saw Green knock down a spot up, I think it was a three. I saw him cut to the bucket one time without the ball, and I can't remember who it was, but somebody fed him, and he finished explosively at the rim, right? I think Dylan Brooks knocked down a big shot within that. And so, man, I watched the Rockets for the first time, and I could see some semblance of what the coach is trying to get them to do, and some form of offensive basketball instead of just best, most athletic, quickest, most explosive guy get to the rim.
No, I think what jumps out is the veteran guys they brought in, and they're actually making a difference to what you're hoping they would do, right? Like Fred, you talked about Fred. Fred is a clear adult in the room. There were a couple of times where you thought, oh, man, the Hornets might kind of push past them, right?
Absolutely.
They had opened it up in the first half to an 18-point lead, and they got it all the way down to 2, I believe. I believe P.J. Washington hit a 3 and got it down to 2. And then Fred immediately gets them into a space where they get a good shot. And they get good shots, and they get not just coming around. He gets them in there. All right, let's run a set. Let's run some offense. And the times that the Hornets got it close, multiple times, it felt like he was there as a calming force to do that. And Dylan Brooks, man, Dylan Brooks has been really, really good as well. He gave you 20 last night. You might want to – you can put your hands your thumb down on that all you want to, sir. But Dylan Brooks has been pretty good for this team, and defensively and adding toughness. And he hadn't been, too crazy at this point. And he shot the ball a lot better, honestly. And he's been efficient. I thought Dylan would try to get over here and get a bunch of shots up because he ain't got Ja in front of him. He ain't got Triple J in front of him. He ain't got Desmond Bain in front of him. But no, he's played within himself and played really good, a career high in steals last night. So I think the veteran guys really jumped out as being what it is that you were hoping they would be. Because with those young guys, you could see the game getting away from them last year.
Yeah,
there's nobody to take control.
I like what I'm hearing from both of those guys too, Ron. I think I've heard Fred, and I don't know if they may have been both last night, but I've heard Fred and Dylan with Vanessa Richardson, friend of the show. I heard both of those guys with her, and both of them are, they're not shying away from a young team that needs to develop, that needs to learn how to win, that needs to learn how to play, needs to learn how to be professional. They're not shying away from all that, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's right out there on Front Street, and I love it, man. I think that's the only way to get better quickly, or at least give yourself a chance to get better quickly. So I love what I'm seeing, man. Again, I've only seen one of the four, but I love what I'm seeing.
Yeah, it looks – we'll see what happens. It looks like they're moving in the direction that they want to be. You can clearly see the impact that the veterans are having on this team. As we said, congratulations for that first W. By the way, Tyler, I know this is tough. Congratulations to our boss, Parker. Big Parker Hillis, man.
Stop sucking up, man.
I'm not sucking up. Just saying congratulations.
Well, I didn't know what the hell he was fixing to say.
Just saying congratulations to him, man.
Well, you scared me there for a minute, Tyler.
You're like, I ain't got a dumb button here.
I know he's upset. Yeah, man, he was. He made the trip to Arizona. It's nothing worse than going and paying for flights and airfare and hotels and going to see and the tickets to the World Series or going to see your team, and you're unable. You got to go out there with a loss. His team, the Rangers.
You got to walk out of that stadium with your old dauber down.
Yep, his team won, and he put a nice little video out, fellas, and let it go. I got to be honest with you, man. Our boss clearly.
Hey, be careful.
Our boss clearly has an alter ego.
Remember, whatever you say right here, it impacts both of our families, or all three of our families, and Tyler's dogs.
He has an alter ego that I really enjoy. When he cuts it loose, he cuts it loose. And that video he put out, boy, he really cuts it loose, baby. He's so buttoned up when we see him. He's got that Parker strut, and he's so buttoned up when we see him.
Yeah.
And then, but boy, when I've seen our boss really cut it loose twice. One of them involved the Texas Rangers winning the World Series, and the other one involved Panic at the Disco.
It was at the cook-off, wasn't it?
It's at the cook-off for the rodeo, and he becomes like we got to have a name for the alter ego when that guy shows up.
Oh, well, that being the boss, and that's got to be. I like where your head's at. We got to think on that one.
Party Park.
Yeah. I don't know. That's a good first start.
It's a good start.
That's better than anything I had. I look at him, I was like, who is this? Because, Beyonce has Sasha Fierce that comes out as her alter ego. Who is our Parkwick? Because he cuts it loose, boy.
Yeah, that's one that it can be a total different name.
Yes.
Like it don't like nobody. If you're not inside,
like Parker.
If you're not aware of it, then you don't even know what the hell's being said. But if you are aware, then it is absolute money. Yeah, this could be. There's a wide range here.
Boy, when that man started jumping up and down out there, and that Panic at the Disco came on, I said, "Oh, this is Parker."
Right it's like there is a shell. There is a thick, strong shell.
He's been waiting
that just some things every now and then. Apparently, the Texans. I mean, the Rangers winning a World Series and Panic at the Disco coming on. I mean, apparently those are two things that just bring that shell down immediately.
Party Parker. I'm not
he ain't trying to tuck his shell.
No, he's not. Damn it, CJ. No, he's not. Good for him, boy, because he cut that thing loose. I watched his video 14 times.
I hadn't seen it.
All right, coming up Sunday. Is this the week? I'm going to test you, Clint. All right, they have not scored more than 20 points in 3 weeks. Is this the week that the Texans offense breaks out? Is this the week? Is this the week against the Bucs? We'll talk about that coming up next.
Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings at I-45 in Ritchie, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in to The Drive, and congratulations to our latest winner, Eric, as he wins a $25 Visa gift card. We got some other people around here pissed. I mean, smoking hot around here because their name didn't get called. I mean, real hot. Could you please stop touching the back of my head, sir? That would make me feel a lot more comfortable.
That's a coworker, man. That's an HR violation.
That's an HR violation. You ain't lying.
We had some training on that recently, man.
Apparently, we're not. You think I won't put you out on the air? Come on now. No, but your chance to win. We got two more prizes. Two more prizes we're hooking folks up with. Now we got people in here just giving up. just giving up.
With it.
And hell with it. I'm going to take all my names out of there.
All my names.
Your chance to win a gift card or chance to win a prize pack. Come on in. Appreciate you coming out. Those of you who are still rolling around, we'll be here till 6 o'clock, and you can have a good time and join us. What's good?
Hey,
man?
for all them folks out there on YouTube and Twitch and all that good stuff.
How y'all doing today?
I just showed you how to eat a wing. I was pretty proud of that.
Did you?
One pull.
Like
this right here, boy. Down, and then the whole thing come off. I had a little bit hanging right there. I had to go and get it off.
Go and get that.
But I just put on a clinic.
No bites of celery there?
Now, again, this is the same place. They don't give celery with it, Bob.
You got to ask for it.
My bad, I forgot.
Yeah, it's offered on the menu.
Maybe I should see if it's cool, wet,
and refreshing.
Fat.
What are we doing here?
Talking about celery.
I know it. Tyler, calm down. Just back up. Tyler. Back up, man.
Thursday.
You can't put those two words together with Tyler.
Nah, Tyler likes
and
that.
Wet.
Tyler likes that warm, skinny, filthy,
moist
celery.
Warm, skinny, filthy.
Filthy old celery.
Warm, skinny, filthy.
Yeah.
Get all up in that celery.
Okay, all right. Stop sign?
You know what I'm saying.
No, I don't.
No, I don't see a stop sign. I see Gary Pettis, and he's waving.
No, he's not waving. He is not. Sit down.
Gary Pettis,
the third base coach for the Astros.
Y'all aren't here. You don't know he could be here.
Well done.
Gary's not here. I'm glad. I like Gary's shoes, man. He does a whole lot. But, no, make your way on out here, and you could punish a wing
several of them.
like Clint.
Chipotle barbecue. Well, they put a little spice on it.
Put a little spice on it.
Put a little spice on these,
It is.
Got my nose running.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, we're out tomorrow as well. We'll be in Edo, right? Texas tailgate. We'll have a good time for a little football Friday. So come hang out with us tomorrow and be a good time out there as well. So,
I'm excited about that one, Ron. I've driven past Texas tailgate many a day.
It'll be a first timer for me.
First time for me to stop through. I've driven by several times. It's kind of that little funky intersection down there in Edo. I'm always going towards the El Tiempo. Or what is the other Mexican food joint around right next to El Tiempo?
Ninfas.
There you go.
The OG.
The original Ninfas, right? I'm always heading that direction when I pass the old Texas tailgate. I'm looking forward to sliding in there and doing a live show, man.
That's gonna be good. We'll be there to football Friday, so come hang out with us in Edo, Texas tailgate. So it'll be a good time as this is as well. All right, Clint. Sunday, to me is a big game. Obviously, in the standings, they can get back to 500. But really, in particular, about this offense. This offense, there's no other way to put it, man. They've struggled. They have struggled the last 3 games, the last month, to be honest with you. And it was very disappointing to see that the struggles continued the way they did coming off of a bye week and against the opponent they did. But they have not scored over 20 in the last 3 weeks. The last 2 weeks, they haven't been able to get over 300 yards of total offense. And then, actually, in the Atlanta game the week before, it was 313. They've struggled in the run game, and Clint, they've struggled in the pass game as well. And I know you've watched a lot of film on the Texans. We understand, hey, man, they're going to be without some parts. The potential of them not having their starting running back in Damian Pierce. Tegan Quatoriano is is going to be out as he's been placed on IR. Robert Woods, who led their team in targets going into last week, he's going to miss his second straight game. They lose their starting center in Patterson. They bring in Michael Dieter. So they're going to have to make some adjustments personnel wise. I'm wondering from you and the people, 713-572-4610, you could jump in on this. Do you think this is the week that they break out of their offensive struggles?
Yes. Do you think it was funny? No. Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, no, I think it is. I think this is the week that they break out of their offensive struggles. I think last week was a last-ditch effort to be that run-first football team that D'Amico Ryans and most defensive-minded head coaches just long to be. I don't think it takes the most brilliant, highest-paid minds in the game to see that the Texans are a ways away from being a run-first football team. There is absolutely nothing, absolutely nothing, not one player that screams that you should strive to be balanced, or you should be a run-first football team, or you should try to play conservative football and establish the run. There's nothing about this football team that says you're going to win football games that way. I don't care who the opponent is. And maybe one day they are, but right now they're not. And so I think we've seen enough. I think they've seen enough. And I think they open this thing up and go about it a little different way.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the missing parts is something to look at. And when we say open it up, I wonder how much change this means actually to their offense. I wonder how much change this means to, what it is that they do offensively. Because I think they are going to have to probably play differently. Yep. Because of, if anything, even if they didn't want to, because of their parts, right? They just can't use their tight ends in the run game the way they would want to. So, I think they have a chance to break out, Clint, because kind of to what you just said, I would be floored if they come out and they aren't at the very least, Clint, more aggressive. Because of what C.J. Stroud has been saying. C.J. Stroud said it after the game against Carolina, and hell, he doubled down on it yesterday when he spoke to the media. And if they come out and they're not aggressive with shots, then that would be weird, because he said, we talked about it. He said, hell, they agree too. Yeah. He said the coaches, D'Amico, Bobby, they agree too. Well, so I'll be floored if they don't at least attempt to be a more aggressive offense.
But that it has to go beyond that, Ron.
I'm with you.
It has to. Look, you cannot be explosive with Andrew Beck, Tegan Quatoriano, and Dalton Schultz on the field. You can't be all those guys loading up. The look has to be completely different. And I'm not saying they completely abandoned 21 personnel and 12 personnel. Obviously, you got short yardage situations and goal line situations. But you don't have the ability. You don't have the ability to be aggressive if you've got a tight end heavy or a fullback on the field. You don't have the ability to be aggressive. You're not getting good matchups. You're not giving yourself a chance. I think you give yourself a chance if you open it up a little bit and actually looks different. I think just being more aggressive is absolutely spot on. But you put Andrew, you go 21 personnel with Dalton Schultz connected with his hand in the dirt, and you got Andrew Beck in the backfield in the fullback position. How aggressive can you be? They keep two safeties on the shelf. They take Nico Collins out of the game, right? You can do some underneath stuff if you want to, but that's exactly what drove C.J. Stroud to saying, "Hey man, we got to be more aggressive." It's just, to me, it's got to look totally different, because teams are going to continue to successfully smother you if you go with bigger personnel. Again, 2 tight end sets or 21 with a fullback in the game.
For you, does the Tampa Bay defense do they kind of go in to helping the Texans be able to reach a place where they break out? Like, is this because we could talk about this all we want. If they were facing, the Jets defense or the Cowboys defense, you're like, all right, yeah, you want to hope that they break out, but this is a defensive unit that's going to be hard to break out. I think the Bucs, at least points-wise, are pretty good. Do you sense that this Tampa defense will actually be someone that they can take advantage of?
Yeah, I do. Through the air, they're giving up. They're 27th or 28th against the pass, giving up 250 yards a game in the air on average, and that's something that they got to exploit because
CJ compared them to the Jags, and that was a defense that they were able to
schematically
get big plays on.
Yeah, schematically, similar, I suppose, or at least CJ hopes. But again, I think this is one of those games, Ron, where you just like it doesn't. Yes, the opponent. I've talked about the opponent being vulnerable, against the pass, and that's a factor. But really, you got to look internal and say, okay, what gives us a chance to win this ball game?
Yeah.
And I just, when you're playing the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, a top 10 run defense, and with dudes now. I'm not talking about scheme like the Texans are a good defense, but they're doing it with a bunch of guys that look, Blake Cashman's lighting it up. Jonathan Grenard's lighting it up. I mean, you didn't come into the season and go, man, these guys scare me. When you look at Tampa Bay's depth chart, man, Vita Vea is a problem.
Yeah.
In terms of running the football at the nose tackle
right up
position.
The middle, yeah.
Yeah, Devin White, Levante David, Shaquille Barrett. I mean, these dudes, Antoine Winfield Jr. at great around the line of scrimmage, great in the box. I mean, they've got dudes that are going to be a problem versus the run, and so I think you just got to attack it in the air and see what happens.
Yeah. All right, coming up, we've actually got the updated official injury report, and I think there's something that's going to make Clint happy. I know there's been something that's bothered him. I think there's something that's going to potentially make Clint happy in a big game that could affect the Texans as Thursday Night Football gets going tonight. We'll set that up as well. All of that coming up next on The Drive.
The Texans got floss in Carolina, but C.J. Stroud Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty, the DILF, and Team Mill have the latest. And the latest is we are live here on a Thirsty Thursday out here at Buffalo Wild Wings. And make your way on out here, man. It's 5 o'clock. You're off work. Hey, you in the area? Come on down. Address, if you need it, 15800 North Freeway. Come on out here, my man here, and said, "Hey, man, I heard y'all was like 2 exits away from me. I had to get in the car and get on out here." He is, man, having him a nice little drink. I see him over there with it, and
the drive is live.
It is live. It's live, and it's a great place to be right here. We've got 2 more prizes to hook people up with. 2 more prizes to hook people up with. So come on out, sign your name, and you got a chance to walk away a winner like we've had others today. All right, Clint, as the official injury report is out, and I know you were frustrated about things, and I'll get the big stuff here in a second. But I will say this, Titus Howard, Josh Jones, George Fant, but in particular Titus Howard and George Fant, full participants in practice, which means they weren't even limited. Now, Laramie Tunsil, he was limited, which is an upgrade from him not practicing yesterday. But those 2 guys who were limited yesterday, full participants today, so it looked like they were able to get some practice going with their right now left guard and Titus Howard and George Fant their right tackle.
Yeah, look, it's great to have.
I know that's been on you a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very difficult to get better as a unit and overall if Wednesday's a veteran days off, even though you've only played one ball game in the last 20 days. I mean, I understand you're managing the season, you're load managing some older players and managing some pain in a knee and in a shoulder and in a wrist and all this kind of job. I get all that. But at the end of the day, man, this team up front has some significant improvement to do and make, and I just don't know how you do it when you're not practicing. Good to see the other guys are back, getting a good Thursday in, and hopefully that'll equate to a better Sunday.
Yep, Sheldon Rankins, he did not play last week. He is limited. He practiced both days at a limited capacity. And as I said earlier, Laramie Tunsil didn't practice yesterday but was limited today. These are the three who didn't practice today, and these are three that didn't practice yesterday, which kind of the trend is that they won't play. And that is Brevin didn't play last week. Damian Pierce did not practice. He has an ankle. And then Robert Woods, who didn't practice last week. Those are all three guys on the offensive side of the ball, Clint. And if we sit here on Thursday and the trend continues, the only person to not practice on the Wednesday, Thursday practice and play was Malik Collins earlier in the year. Everybody else who has that designation did not play in the game. Of those three, Brevin Jordan, Damian Pierce, Robert Woods, if they aren't able to go, who do you think is the biggest loss for the Texans offense coming up on
who? Biggest loss? Man,
and obviously this is between Robert Woods and Damian.
Yeah, Robert Woods and Damian Pierce. I would say Robert Woods.
Really?
I told you it's a hill I'm down. I mean, I believe the Texans need to open this thing up, and I believe that with that said, it would help to have the one guy that C.J. Stroud appears to have the best chemistry with to date. And that's Robert Woods. So I think you'll probably because look, I think you're going to need a lot of 11 personnel in this game, which they already run a good chunk of 11 personnel.
And 11 personnel is
3 wide receivers on the field ultimately, 1 tight end, one tailback, and 3 wide receivers. I would like to see them even venture off into some 4 wide receiver sets, even without Robert Woods. I'd like to see them venture into some 4 wide receiver sets and try to get some different matchups and see what that can create inside in the run game for you. Spread the field out a little bit instead of bunching everything up between the damn hashes every time. I would love to see that. And so, with that said, I mean, obviously having Robert Woods would benefit the Texans regardless of what they do offensively. But if they start a more wide receiver centric approach here, then it would be nice to have him. So I'll go with Robert Woods here.
Yeah, especially now I'd say Damian Pierce if they're hell-bent on this run game thing. If they're hell-bent on running the football, I'd say Damian Pierce. But, boy, I think it did stand out. The passing offense, which I think has struggled, was even more without Robert Woods last week. Now, I don't know if he's a guy that's going to take the top off.
Yeah.
But they seem to struggle there.
Well, Ron, look, when it comes to the run game, it's. I love Damian Pierce. I think Damian Pierce is the best back on his team. I don't know what that's saying, but I think he is the best back on his football team.
Y'all ain't gotta like him, but y'all love him.
But in no way, shape, or form do I believe that the run game is or isn't going to work because of Damian Pierce. Now, you lose your top back, you lose the guy that's got the most reps, you lose the guy that this team hung their hat on for the majority of the season up until about 3 weeks ago, and I think that means something. But when it's all said and done, I don't doubt that Devin Singletary and Mike Boone. I don't doubt in any way, shape, or form that if they tighten things up front or scheme things up differently, and there's opportunities presented, I don't believe that Devin Singletary and Mike Boone are not going to be able to get it done. I've heard conversations about backs and all this, and ease up on the offensive line, and it's not. I just wholeheartedly disagree. The offensive line, if they tighten up and give these backs opportunities, any of the 3 backs, whoever's healthy, whoever's got the rock, I think is good enough to make something happen in the run game.
Yeah, we'll see what happens there. But you would think those 3 guys are trending towards not making it and not playing on the game on Sunday.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, man, a little Thursday night football. And like we said, man, listen, if you're looking for a place to watch this game, this is a perfect spot. It's TVs all over the spot. They got
great spot. I just watched Jimmy Garoppolo miss and what's his name? Devontae Adams. I just watched Jimmy missing twice.
They got this this screen almost like you're in a stadium.
Yep.
And it's dropped down. It's 4 screens. It looks like all the way around it. But there's a TV anywhere you sit. So it is a beautiful spot to be here. The game's coming on a little bit after us, and to be honest with you, as well as you can listen to it right here if you're driving in a car. On Thursday Night Football, you can listen to it on Sports Radio 610. But this is kind of a big game involving the Texans too, Clint, because if you look at it in the division, the Titans get a big win last week in which Will Levis goes nuts. And now, hell, they got the same amount of wins as the Texans. And then you look at the Steelers, who the Texans beat right there with the wild card situation. If you're with Texans, looking at them in terms of playoff potential, they're right in the mix with these two teams, and this is a big one tonight. You think Will Levis has a second big game like he had last week?
Well, like what he had last week was
4 touchdowns, no interceptions.
That's a lot to ask for. 3 touchdowns to DeAndre Hopkins. But I mean,
how about another successful evening?
Yes, I think he has another successful evening. I really do.
Are you surprised by what you saw last week? From
yeah. Anytime a rookie comes out in the first run he does that. Hell yeah, I'm surprised. But look. With throwing the big ball over the top, I mean, Will Levis couldn't ask.
That was never his problem.
He couldn't ask for a better partner in crime than DeAndre Hopkins. If you're willing to throw into traffic, if you're willing to rear back and say, hey, man, DeAndre Hopkins is down there somewhere, if you're willing to take the snap and be looking Hopkins' way the majority of the time, he's going to make plays for you. He's proven that year over year over year with a million different quarterbacks. And so, you know, if Will Levis has the guts to go a little bit outside, a little bit rogue in the system, and not just be, hey, I'm gonna be a system quarterback and turn around and hand this thing off, and then I'm gonna let the defense dictate where I'm gonna throw the ball the 22 times that we do throw it. Boy, if he says I'm gonna, at any point in time I'm gonna let this thing rip to DeAndre Hopkins, yeah, he could have another big night. Absolutely.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens there. Is DeAndre Hopkins, boy, I wondered his impact there. Hell, he came back and looked like he turned the clock back.
Ron, I'm serious. You want to talk about a match made in heaven? You put Will Levis like in an offense with what C.J. Stroud's been asked to do, and he'd be a nightmare. He'd be a nightmare.
Yeah.
He'd have done thrown 10, 12 picks.
Yeah.
But you put him in an offense like that where you're going to protect him with the run game quite a bit. And then when you do, it's third and medium or third and long, or it's taking a shot. Hey man, he's liable to eat again tonight.
Kind of much like what you were saying is, I heard Greg Jennings say this earlier on FS1 talking about that's a perfect guy for him because you can have the type of confidence you can have as a young quarterback in a guy like DeAndre Hopkins who, even if he's covered, he's open.
Yep.
And he'll go up and get the ball, and you can have confidence for a young quarterback. That's a great fit for Will Levis.
Well, and everything they do, and I'll be anxious to watch it tonight because I hadn't watched a ton of them. But I'll be shocked if he has a more than 4 or 5 throws that are like, you know, big toe in the ground and lay it on the sideline, or lay the dig route in the void in the deep. You know, like all those a little bit more delicate throws where you got to have the technically be able to make the ball dance, get it up and down, and get it out. You know, get it out early and anticipate and all those kind of things. More of his stuff is going to be, I see him open, I'm gonna put it in his face mask, and so you as long as you keep it to that, Will Levis is going to thrive. And to your point, even more so, is if DeAndre Hopkins is on the other end of 60% of his passes, good things are probably going to happen.
But much like we're talking about with the Texans, we'll see how the Steelers handle this. They watched it. Does this back them off of Derrick Henry? Because before you're just, hey, let's walk in on Derrick Henry. Well, now, hey.
It makes the game simple, man. When you got a dude like Hop and an arm like that, and then you a run dominant team.
Well, everybody's thinking they got to stop. Yeah,
it makes the game simple, man.
So big one tonight.
See if simple works.
Yeah, big one tonight. Playoff, at least for the implications.
Did you see that stat that I just saw run across the ticker on the Steelers? The only team in the league to be outgained in every game this year. They are minus 730-something yards this season. Minus 7. And they ain't played but 7 games.
Yeah, they've had some.
That's 100 yards a game,
They've had some weird games. Like they beat the Browns with 2 defensive touchdowns. Like they have had some odd games.
Good God.
Yep. All right, Thursday Night Football. We're looking at it as a big one for the Texans. We'll see what shakes out tomorrow.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, this is interesting. This Michigan thing continues to roll. And the Big Ten coaches, they are coming together and urging that the Big Ten do something, respond in some way to the Michigan program and Jim Harbaugh. And I want to throw this to both of you. And, Tyler, you go first. Is Jim Harbaugh the coach of Michigan next year?
No.
Clint, is Jim Harbaugh the coach of Michigan next year?
Yes.
You think he survives this? You think this? Because I
think, boy, you talk about a 180. They were just fixing to make him the highest paid coach in college football, or damn near it. Boy.
Like I'm just saying.
I'll put it to you this way. I think he's going to be coaching next year. I think he's going to be coaching the Raiders, or he's going to be coaching in the NFL, or he's going to be at Michigan.
That's what I was going to say. Even if this stuff didn't happen, this controversy with everything with Michigan, we've seen, I feel like every offseason since Harbaugh's been in Michigan, the rumors and everything pick up as soon as their season ends. Oh, Harbaugh's out the door. He wants to get back in the NFL.
Yep.
But recently, it seems like teams have been like, no, I'm good. Because he had that little deal with the Vikings and the Broncos the last couple go-arounds. 2 years ago, the Vikings, the Broncos, they're like, nah, I think we're good. So, and we'll see what happens here. I wonder if this thing gets hot enough where it forces Michigan to make a move. Because I know they don't want to. I know they don't want to make. I think they want to keep him. Clearly. Well, but I wonder if it get hot enough for them to make.
We don't know where the bottom's at, man. Like if you'd asked me that same question before this guy popped up on the Central Michigan sideline.
The Big Ten coaches are coming out.
Well, now it's like, hey, man. Like, how do we as a conference can't ignore it at this point. The guy is on the Central Michigan sideline, clearly avoiding the camera when the play comes his way, in Central Michigan coach's gear with a pass that puts him on somebody in that.
So over the top.
I mean, yeah, it's ridiculous, man. Coaches are coming out and saying that Michigan paid them to let this coach stay on the sideline. Division II and Division III teams are saying that they paid him. Paid those coaches, those individuals, to let him stand on the sideline and video from across the field future Michigan opponents. Like it's gotten so deep at this point that I just don't know where the bottom's at.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's not slowly leaking out. It's stuff that continues to come out to where you just know this ain't it. If it's leaking out like this, and now. The coaches are coming together. I don't know how many coaches are in the Big Ten at this point, 16. I don't know how many, but the other coaches are almost to a point coming out vocally of, "Hey man, y'all got to do something to these cats. Y'all got to do something to these cats."
Hell, wasn't he already suspended the first three of the ball games this year?
Yes, he's already in trouble about the hamburger thing with J.J. McCarthy and things like that.
That's right.
Now Michigan, they don't care. They don't fight this sucker. They'll wait to the end. They'll continue to push, but I'm not so certain about Jim, boy. This is.
I mean, I'll tell you this: he shouldn't be coaching.
You don't think he should be?
No, I mean,
you think this is across the line in a major way what they've done?
Yes. Obviously. I mean, when you start sending your underlings to small schools that are playing Power 5 opponents that are on your schedule to video, when you start paying smaller, lower-level programs, coaches, individuals to get your guy on the sideline to video opponents, I mean, this isn't like, hey, man, extra guy up in the press box acting like he's media and he films some stuff. I mean, this is highly coordinated, on the road, involving other programs like – you want to talk about ballsy. I mean, who in their right mind could sleep at night if you knew this was going on?
I mean, you talk about trying to get an advantage. I mean, this is insane.
It's ridiculous, man.
Insane. All right, coming up, is C.J. Stroud right? Is C.J. Stroud right about what he has been saying about this Texans offense? We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Texans offense struggled again in Carolina, and Seth was not happy with the performance.
You got to can it with the cute stuff and just learn how to block guys in front of you and run the football. What the hell are you doing? I don't care what the run-pass ratio is. Stop being so atrocious and horrendous on these running plays.
to get a win. As he, I don't know if anybody has worked as hard as Jarvis has to get a W. My man walking right in, he said, "Hell, I didn't heard it, man. Let me sign it in. Go ahead, man. Get you one, man." As we will hook you up here, our final winner will come after this segment. So if you're in the building, you're signing in. Hopefully, you get a chance to get a win as we give our final prize pack here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Been a great time here as always. Tyler, real quick, what'd you say that James Harden said in his press conference today? What did Jim say?
My man James Harden was asked by the media there in L.A., hey, what do you have to say about possibly not being a scheme fit or a system fit, here with the Clippers? James Harden's response was, I am the system.
There you go, Jim.
What did he say? Straight face?
Yes,
Completely dead stare.
Jim ain't got no jokes.
This man.
Jim ain't about no jokes. That's what I'm talking about, baby. I told y'all I'm keeping this hair, baby.
What a jackass this guy is.
How you think Russ felt about that? Well, hell, if you're the system, damn it, I'm the system. Russ is the system. Kawhi is the system. I bet Zubac's over there saying, hell, I'm the system. Got a couple of guys coming up.
I bet Paul George is over there going, what in the hell am I in the middle of, man?
I want to go back to Indiana.
I got one guy laughing like that. I got one guy that looks like he's one heartbeat away from going nuts in Westbrook, and Harden, who's liable to show up tomorrow 20 pounds overweight.
And believes the system. And they're going to put the ball in his hands, Jack, as he's the system.
The Clippers are so screwed.
Wow.
This is gonna be fun to watch.
You are not going to have to shave your head, Ron.
No, I'm not. Not a chance. They're not making it to anybody's Western Conference line. I might buy the NBA.
You're going bald if they make it.
Yeah, if they make
conference finals.
Come on, man.
I
might buy NBA League Pass to watch this every night. I might get this just to watch, because I watched them last week. I watched them last night. They played the Lakers. Like, I'm thinking to myself, boy, what kind of wrench would he throw in this thing right now?
Which is not good enough.
Yeah. Russ had 27 last night.
Right.
Kawhi had 38 last night. And Paul George had 35. I mean, they lost, but they played well. What is Jim gonna do? And them big ass pants he had on yesterday. What is Jim gonna do?
I got the audio of what he said. If you want to hear it.
Oh, please. Oh, this is Jim. This is Jim Harden in his press conference today. Somehow PJ Tucker was able to make it out to play last night, but Jim just sitting over there in them big ass pants that he had on. Let me hear Jim.
I don't think. When I'm in a leash, I'm not meant just shooting the basketball every time. I meant like I think the game, and I'm a creator on the court. You know what I mean? So if I got a voice to where I can, hey coach, I see this. You know what you think about this? Then it's like, oh, okay. Like somebody that trusts me, that believes in me, that understands me, that I'm just not I'm not a system player. I am a system. You know what I mean? So.
I am a system.
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
That's great.
I mean,
that's fantastic.
I mean, when he's been at his best, he ain't wrong.
Oh yeah, sure.
Been a while.
I mean, it's been a while, but I mean, it's one-on-one.
Sure, yeah, he's a system. But when you're going
everybody
to go play,
get the hell out of the way. I'm one-on-one.
Yeah, you're going to play with Russ, Kawhi, and Paul. Maybe you keep that one to yourself. I don't know. Maybe hold that one down. Maybe hold the I'm a system. Yes, Jim.
I'm not a system guy.
Hasn't played a minute in that uniform
yet.
yet.
And if you listen to it, he thought about it.
Oh, yeah.
He thought about it.
He searched for those words.
That was measured.
Sure.
And it came out. Hell, I am a system.
Woo.
Damn, boy.
You're right. That's going to be fun to watch,
boy. Clip show.
Turn alert.
As they move into that new arena. That up, boy, Jim. Keeping my hair good and intact. All right, I do want to hear this because CJ, we talked about this earlier in the week, Clint, and I'm wondering from you, as you've sat and watched the film, you've looked at Tampa and their team, and right after the game, this was what CJ had to say, and he said this to him right after the game, right after playing in the game against the Panthers. And by the way, he doubled down on this. this is what he had to say in terms of what this offense needs to do. Here's C.J. Stroud after the Panther game.
We got to take some shots. We got to be more explosive and do some things down the field. We can't just let people dictate what we do just because we're not throwing the ball short. And I mean, that's me getting more trust from the coaches and the guys getting their depth in their routes. And so it's a whole team thing. But man, I definitely think we have the talent to be explosive. And I think we've shown, man, we're if not a top 5 defense, top 10. I mean, top 5 offense, top 10 offense. I mean, we've showed it, and we can do it. We just got to go out there and call it and run it and execute. So I mean, I feel like that's why we haven't been consistent. Just too many taking the ball short and not having enough explosives, and it's hard to play on third down too. So, but I think Bobby's doing a great job calling it, trying to be better with us and getting used to how we like calls and things like that. So hopefully, I mean, we start being a little more explosive.
All right, that's C.J. Stroud, and Clint. He was very clear and concise in what he felt was missing and what he needed to do.
Yeah.
And that's after sitting there against that Carolina defense, and you could hear the frustration in his voice saying it. Is he right, though? Is he correct in your opinion on what he's saying that needs to change?
Yeah, look, yes, absolutely. Look, the first month of the season, we sat here and we talked about it on a daily basis. Look, this is great. This high percentage, protecting the football, these underneath throws, distributing the football accurately, that's all great. But at some point in time, you're going to have to take more risk with the football, whether that's the defense forces you into that or if that's what you have to do to win. Either way, you're going to have to do more. Then we get to the Atlanta game, and the Atlanta game is when they really they just got smothered at that point in time. And that's
kind of
when
became the blueprint.
That's when he never got outside of his comfort zone and waited too late to take the shot to Dalton Schultz, to left too much time on the clock. Atlanta goes down and kicks a field goal to win the ball game. And then you got a bye week, and then it's New Orleans, and they come out and they're quite a bit more aggressive early on, score 17 points, I believe it was, in the first half, and then you score 3 in the second half, and you're still trying to be aggressive, but you only score 3 in the second half, and then you got a bye week, and all of a sudden you come out against Carolina, and it's more of what you struggled against Atlanta with. And so, yeah, I think you can go back to what we've heard them say specifically and correlate it to what we watched against Carolina, and I think everybody in the building understands that they got to be more explosive, they got to open it up. Now, with that said, I don't think we can have this conversation without saying, hey, C.J. Stroud missed 2 shots last week that would have changed. Nico Collins on the go route obviously would have changed the game, and Nico Collins on the big over route where he underthrew it would have changed the game. So if they're dialed up, if they do change, C.J.'s got to go out there and make them throws.
Yep. Yeah,
But, yes, to answer your question, I believe he is spot on, absolutely.
It's not the – hey, we got to become more balanced. No. We've got to be better at running the football to open up things. You agree because in that clip, and I know he's not saying that they don't need to, but in that clip, it just seemed to be explosive. Get the ball to our explosive players. Get the ball to our guys. Not as much run game, which I think a lot of people have been saying the last couple of weeks.
Yep. I mean, teams are like last week. Teams knew that he's going to try to get the ball out quickly over the middle of the field, and so we're going to drop 2 defensive linemen back, and we're going to try to bat down some balls. The linebacker was obviously coached up on getting his hands on balls and tipping the football over the middle of the field, and that happened a lot. That was the story of that game was more of the trying to fit it in underneath, and if you look at the touchdown drives where he had completions, multiple completions, I mean, they were tight windows he was throwing into, or tight coverage on the outside where he was just fitting it in. So you got to find a way to loosen up defenses, or they're going to suffocate you week in, week out.
Yeah.
Whether it's just, hey, by design you didn't take enough shots against Atlanta, or it's they actually had a game plan to stop all your underneath throws over the middle of the field, and it puts you in some bad spots. Either way it goes, you got to open this thing up and make them pay when they game plan you to throw the ball quickly. You got to make them pay by throwing it over their head.
Yeah. Well,
but when they're dialed up, CJ, I can't say that enough. When they're dialed up, CJ got to hit them now.
Yeah.
I mean, that's.
But as you said earlier in the week, it's got to be more than 1 or 2.
Yeah.
To kind of back them off.
Right now, the problem is to me right now, Ron, is it takes Bobby Slowick having a great feeling, gut feeling, whatever it may be, and calling the perfect play at the perfect time.
Yeah.
Or the ball gets checked down, right? I mean, there's got to be more am I looking for? There's got to be more triggers put into the offense where CJ has the ability to do a little something when he gets a certain look. It don't matter what run play's called, don't matter what the down and distance is. When you get this look, hey, we want to attack this guy, and we want to attack him with this receiver, and we want to bang it over the top, or we want to run it to the sideline, or we want to screen it. I mean, it doesn't have to be a shot way down the field. It's just a more aggressive play call than first and second down. We're going to hand this thing off up the gut.
Yeah. All right, we'll see if they were able to do that. All right, something is, though, I think, I don't know if it's reached bothering, but it is at least concerning Clint Stoerner. We'll discuss that coming up next as we continue here live from Buffalo Wild Wings here on The Drive. Congratulations, Chrissy, our latest winner. As we hooked people up with 4 different prizes. And we have a good time, as we always do on this Thirsty Thursday here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Shout out to our friends from Bud Light, as they have helped us put this together every single week, and at Buffalo Wild Wings as well. So it's been a good time. You can still come on out. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, and big game tonight. So plenty of TVs here to come and check out the Titans as they take on the Steelers tonight. So a lot going on here. A lot going on here out here. And remember, where are we at tomorrow? Lido,
Texas tailgate, man. Great little spot. I say it's a great spot. This is my first time going. I've passed the place multiple times, and it piques my interest every time I drive by. I'm like, damn, that looks like a cool spot, man. But it's kind of in a funky little intersection, so you gotta be on your ones and twos in order to get in there. But we'll be there tomorrow.
Texas tailgate,
2 to 6. Texas tailgate over in Edo, just east of Minute Maid Park. Come through, hang out with us. I'm looking forward to it. I've never been, and I want to check the place out.
Tyler, you been?
I have not.
Really? Surprised.
Are you going tomorrow?
No, he ain't going.
I'm talking about afterwards. I wasn't being that way, Ron. I was talking about afterwards. He's an Edo guy. Likes to hang out in the Heights in Edo.
He's a Heights guy.
Well, I mean, he's been known to slide through the Edo every now and then.
He's a Heights fellow though. But he
is. You're right.
He might make an appearance.
What's the name of that spot over there you always hang out to?
Oh, McIntyre's?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, yeah, old McIntyre's. Hey, Clint, I feel like you're a little bit bothered about the Laramie Tunsil return to practice.
Yeah, I'm a tad bit.
What is it like? To me, I was like, yes. I was concerned that he wasn't going to play yesterday, and then he's back at practice. What is your?
I just think this offensive line isn't a play. I'm not with the crowd that thinks this is a running back problem or a fit problem or hey, just wait and see. Like this offensive line and these tight ends are just flat out not good in the run game. And they're not.
Is it not good? Is it not good because they're not talented, or is it not good?
It's a combination of things. I think Bobby Slowick schematically is asking guys to do things that's impossible. I believe when he asks guys to do things that are difficult, I don't believe they have guys with the ability to do that. I believe that there are very basic, fundamental run schemes and techniques that everybody from Laramie Tunsil all the way down to Jarrett Patterson, who's not there, to Michael Dieter, they're struggling to execute those consistently to a point where, last week we saw the best player on the Carolina Panthers defense multiple times unaccounted for, completely whiffed on. We saw him matched up with a tailback one time. That's about $190 in pass protection. So, nobody, like I said, it's the scheme. It's the players' inability to get it done. It's the players not getting the simple things done. It's everything. It's communication stinks. They're just until that gets corrected. I don't care what they do offensively, particularly in the run game. They're going to struggle. And when you've got all those kind of issues, I believe the only way to fix them is for everybody to first of all be embarrassed. And everybody on one accord, hey, this is unacceptable in our offensive line room. It's unacceptable from the O-line coach all the way down. It's unacceptable. And then putting the effort, whatever that may be, forth to get it right. And when when you're a guy that's healthy enough to play every Sunday, doesn't practice on Wednesday and is limited on Thursday, and then goes through an accelerated walkthrough is what Fridays pretty much are now. I don't know how in the hell, as a group, they're going to get better and make progress. So, yeah, I'm a little bit – I got to be careful, though, because I don't look if there's an injury and
this is the best way that they feel like they need to treat it.
Yeah, look, I don't know how bad it is, but I know this. At some point, if it's not bad enough to keep you from playing on Sundays, and there's not a noticeable limp. There's not a noticeable, like, hey, man, this dude he just ain't 100%.
And dressing on Thursday.
And you're practicing on Thursday, and you're practicing on Friday, and it's just one of those where at some point, man, it's got to be like, hey, man, the risk of practicing on Wednesdays. I mean, they played one game, Ron. They played one game in 20 days, man.
At the bye week.
One game in 20 days, and your offensive line has stunk. And regardless of what anybody thinks, if you just draw the line at this is like the stats that keep being thrown out there in terms of how many times the running backs have been hit behind the line of scrimmage, how many, and they're trying to run the football. They've ran the football on first and second down more than anybody not named the Arizona Cardinals. They're trying to run the football. Like at some point in time, it's Laramie Tunsil has to be the guy that goes, you know what? Nah, man, we ain't load managing. We ain't taking care of the knee. We're going to go out there and we're going to work our ass off to get this thing right. And I just don't.
And when in your mind, when you're not able to practice, it is hard.
When you're not able to practice, it's physically difficult as a group to get better. I think it sends a message to other guys that they can be limited and they can do. Titus Howard and George Fant limited yesterday. And I don't know to what degree limited means on D'Amico Ryan's, team, but I know this much. I know if D'Amico Ryan's defense, if D'Amico Ryan's the linebacker for the Houston Texans, if his defense was as bad as the Texans' run game is right now, back when he was playing, he'd be practicing on Wednesday. If he's able to play on Sunday, he'd practice on Wednesday.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, that's the mentality.
Well, and it's also the history of Laramie Tunsil. I think a lot of people just don't look at him like, oh, he's like when Jimmy Ward is limited. I think there's a different feel.
Anybody on that defense can be limited all they want.
It's because they're drinking.
I mean, they're one of the top 10 scoring defenses in the league. They can be as limited as they want. No. You know what I mean? I don't care. I mean, anybody on the top, Jalen Hurts, he's got a bad knee. Hey, man, you want to be limited on Wednesday? Cool. Like right now, it's not just the Texans, man. This is specifically about the position that Laramie Tunsil plays. If they get better as a group, then this offense, grows by leaps and bounds. I mean, takes huge strides in a positive direction. With what we've seen from C.J. Stroud, if they're able to generate a consistent run game, they're able to generate a couple of explosive runs a game. Come on, man. Yeah. But we're just not going. We're not going to get it done with the approach of rest days here, load managing here, and it's not going to get any easier. Again, I know I just said it. I'll beat this dead horse. One game in 20 days. One game in 20 days.
Yeah. Yeah, coming up after us, Texans All Access. Hall of Famer John McClain joins the show. And then you can catch Thursday Night Football coverage if you're not going to come out here and check it out here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Catch that on Sports Radio 610. Clint, Tyler, this is not going to be done after today. I want the audio of this for tomorrow, Tyler. I want to hear this.
What is it?
Because Matt Burke is trying to push my buttons.
What'd Matt Burke do?
The defensive coordinator, Matt Burke. Matt Burke, according to DJ Bieniemy, Matt Burke says Will Anderson is one of the best edge defenders in the NFL. Adds that Anderson has been impactful and says Will played a big part in Grenard getting sacks last week.
I just watched the entire film again to watch 51.
How does that have to do that, man? What like
I agree that he's one of the best edge defenders in the game. I agree that he's one of the better edge defenders in the NFL right now.
He's one of the best run stoppers. Edge run defenders.
Well, no, edge defenders tells me that's. I mean, he didn't say edge pass rush.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, when you say defenders, I feel like.
Look,
like
I don't know. I don't know what I can do. I just watched the entire Carolina game again, and there was absolutely zero evidence that he had anything to do with Grenard's game that he had. This is what gets you.
I just I don't know why we.
I don't know why you feel. I don't know why anybody would feel the need to say that somebody else had. I mean, look, if it's a team deal, the whole defensive front had. You know what? So did Malik Collins.
I just want to know, man. What did Will do when Jonathan Grenard ran over Ike Ekwonu in 2 seconds and sacked him? Will is a good player. I think we don't have to do this. Right, you're trying to prop up. Will just say Will's a good player. You ain't got it. To me, I find that personally, if I'm Jonathan Grenard, hold on, man. I love Will, man. Will's good, but don't he playing a big part. What do you mean he's playing a big part?
Yeah, I don't.
All right, let's do it. Let's switch it then. Let's let Jonathan Grenard, you go do and pass protection so you can play a big part in Will getting sacks.
John Greener.
John Greener, why don't you go and bull rush?
There is.
What are we doing?
There's nothing in the film. Now, again, if you want to say that Malik Collins and the other interior defensive linemen and Perryman and the secondary, everybody had a lot to do with Grenard. Okay, that I get. But there's the need to defend the lack of sacks or the lack of game-changing type plays by Will Anderson is interesting. And I hadn't heard that audio, so I don't know exactly what Matt Burke. I don't know exactly what the question was.
I'm reading the quote.
But I just
hear that tomorrow. I'm not done with that.
The thought that Will Anderson getting more attention, so Grenard is on an island and that kind of thing, it's completely false. It's just not remotely close to what's going on.
Well, I can't wait to hear that one. I cannot wait to hear that one. All right, hey man, JG, you keep doing that. You keep Will. How about you find it? Will, you keep doing that. JG, what'd you say? 15 sacks. JG, you get your 15 sacks. Will, you stay with your one.
Yeah, you get your 15 sacks, and then you take Will to dinner.
Yeah, take him to dinner. Yeah, he owes.
Buy him a
Will
Rolex.
I guess he got Malik sacks too.
I
got Blake's too yesterday.
I can't wait to hear that audio. I'm anxious to hear what exactly he's talking about.
I cannot wait to hear that. All right.
That's got to be everybody gets credit. That's got to be an everybody gets credit, Ron. That's got to be.
That's not what the quote says. Appreciate everybody who came out, joined with us. Appreciate our entire staff. Matt, our engineer, who did a great job. Daniel Thomas, promo team, did a great job.
You and Matt do a lot of bickering. You sure you appreciate him?
Me and Matt love each other. We're like brothers.
I got you.
We really are. We really are. Appreciate everybody who helped put this together here at Buffalo Wild Wings, the people at Bud Light as well. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job as well. I am Ron Hughley, as always, Houston. We love you, baby.
When the day that lies ahead of me.
We're available on YouTube and Twitch. Hi.
How y'all doing?
That was for the YouTube and Twitch people. There's the Milner curse waving at you right now.
2 of the 3 of us got some real silly waves going on.
Yeah.
That's cute, you two.
And the other one is Clint.
And the world's all right with me.
It's Texans game week. Can D'Amico's crew bounce back against the Buccaneers? Texans countdown gets going at